What is going on? We got is corporate black guy?
That would be me.
All right. What you got?
I might not exist though. So I'm curious as why you have this stance when people who are non-Christians don't even have a religious belief even go against what you're saying.
Because I'm basing it off of evidence and not reliability on church tradition.
It's not church tradition. I'm saying you have scholars
Mm-hmm.
that aren't even a part of Abrahamic religions
Right.
that say otherwise.
Okay.
Right? So like
And what
for
are they
instance like
basing
when you
their
get
stance off of? I mean,
just factual writing, just writings, right?
like
There's
what? What writings?
documentation.
Like from the
It's
church?
almost similar. It's almost similar like when you have
Like
people that are
writings from the
FBA.
church?
No.
Okay. Where
Well,
did
yeah,
they
of
get?
course, of course.
Okay. Well,
No,
then
no, no.
church
Okay,
tradition.
so yes, the writings from the church, but writings from the church doesn't just because it's a
So
writing
church
from the church
tradition.
doesn't remove. That's not church tradition. That's
Yeah,
just
it
a
is.
right.
Okay. What's the evidence for Paul that's not just church tradition?
Before he was in the Christian church.
There's no evidence of Paul before he was in the Christian church. What evidence do we have of him?
Yes, there was because he was slaughtering
Says who?
Christians.
The church?
No, it says
Where do you see that?
the says the Levitical priesthood.
Where? Where do the Levitical priests say that Paul was doing this?
That's why rabbi teachings show that Paul was going out. It
Sweet.
was a part of his duty.
You know what? Good point. Good point. I want you to point us to any document from rabbis or any Levitical priests or anything like that that mention Paul.
They don't.
Okay, so we don't have anything?
But you have Christians who say Paul was also doing it.
Okay, so church tradition. You see
That's
how this
not
works?
church.
There's no evidence whatsoever of Paul outside of church tradition.
If we're gonna have a conversation, the point is this is the thing that, and I get that you're gonna have people that
Well,
agree.
then
I have
who outside of the church mentions Paul?
As a person who is not
Who outside of the
this
church mentions Paul?
the kids, you could say who outside of the church mentions a lot of things. It doesn't
Yeah,
require.
it's kind of how that's kind of what I was trying to say. If scholars who are outside of the religion today are talking about Paul, they are relying upon. Okay, please.
Sir, let me.
All right. You're muted. Stop saying
No.
sir. No, hold up. When I'm talking, that means you be quiet. All right. Now, you can stay on mute. That's perfectly fine. And I will send you an invite to unmute whenever I'm done talking. But when Daddy talks, you're going to stay quiet.
That's racist.
All right. I don't give a shit.
That's racist.
And also, we're the same fucking race. That being said,
No, we're not.
yeah, we are. That being said, please remain quiet. The scholars who are outside of religion today are still going to be talking about Paul based on church tradition because we don't have anything other than church tradition that talks about Paul. So they're going to be reliant on church tradition. And I'm not just going to give church tradition an insane amount of reliability just for no reason. Not going to do that. Now, please, continue.
But then that would say that you don't exist. You don't exist.
There's plenty of evidence of me outside of church tradition.
Pause. You said that I could talk now. So if you're gonna ask me to be respectful,
we don't need the meta. Just give us the evidence for Paul outside of church tradition, or admit there's none.
Are we gonna have a conversation? You gonna let me talk?
We don't need the meta. Go ahead and provide the evidence for your claim.
See, you're intellectually not sound. I can already see it. You're not sound. So
cool. Give me the evidence.
You should never try to muzzle a black man when they're trying to have a logical conversation.
And you should never tell a black man that he's not the same race as a black man. Shut the fuck up. That being said, do you have any evidence for Paul outside? Okay. Do you have any evidence for Paul outside of church tradition?
You're not black. You're not black. You're not black. You're not black. So, but beyond that, the point that I'm still getting at, that's like saying you don't exist outside of your family tradition.
All right. What? So here's how this is going to work. You're going to give me the evidence, or we're going to go ahead and disconnect you. Which would you like?
Just disconnect me then.
All right. Get out of here. Trash ass nigga. What you got? If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. The request button should be right about there or down there. That was fucked up. Yeah, it was. You're looking at him and talking with the host. Wow. How are you, brother? Radio Spencer's in the chat, by the way, guys. Radio Spencer's a pretty good guy. I like him. He's got a golden voice. Are you North African calling yourself black on technicality? Yeah, he probably supports Trump. Probably. He's a corporate black guy is what his name said. Bree over on YouTube says, oh, hell yeah, we have a bot now. Welcome in, by the way. If you are over on YouTube, welcome in. The live is on both YouTube and TikTok. If you have any points that you'd like to make and you're on the YouTube side, don't worry about it. You can click the link there that's provided in the chat by the chat bot there, Nightbot, and you can hop on over to TikTok and come on up. That's where I take guests. Don't worry, it's okay. If you still want to be over on YouTube, you don't want to come over to TikTok or anything, don't worry. You can send a super chat, and I promise I will read it out loud and respond to it. What do we got? This is Interstellar Vessel.
How can you say Jesus never existed when I'm Jesus?
Oh, okay. I'm talking about the Jesus of the New Testament.
That's me.
Sounds good.
Even
Where were you born?
Nazareth.
No. Matthew and Luke say
You think
were
it's
born in
Bethlehem, but it's not.
Sweet. What year were you born? And you left. Sounds good. All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. W-bot. Oh, yeah. To be fair, there's a lot of people working on YouTube right now at moderating and stuff like that. So it's not just a bot that's doing anything. In fact, I don't even think I set up the bot to actually like mute or do anything over there. I could, I guess, but nah, it's fine. It's fine. All right, that's a crazy start. It is a crazy start. It is a crazy start. But eventually we end up getting people who actually do have evidence for Jesus or Paul. And if you're on YouTube, either send a super chat and I will respond to it, or you can click the link that's provided there in the chat or on the YouTube profile, and you can come up on TikTok and we can have a conversation. I am more than willing to have a conversation. Just come on up. Let's see. Over there on TikTok, it's too much to text. Well, yeehaw. See God logic? Let's see. Who is Paul on the YouTube side? Paul is somebody who supposedly wrote about half of the New Testament. On the YouTube, somebody says, if you need proof for Jesus, you are lost. The entire point of it is faith. In other words, I don't have a good reason to believe something, so I use the excuse of faith, and that's how we get to this person historically existing, even though, again, I don't have any evidence for it.
Okay, so I actually have a question for you, and like
Is it relevant?
about your I believe it's relevant only because
That's probably
you
the
guys
issue.
like what is your ancestry?
The
Only
fuck
because
is
the
this relevant
Europeans
for?
have the Europeans have like tried taking the Bible and corrupting it and trying to say that Jesus isn't a real person when he is. Like, I don't
The
understand why y'all.
Europeans, where like the Bible was colonized into Africans from, are trying to say that
Yeah, it's
Jesus didn't exist?
No, y'all like when you guys like corrupted the Bible,
Who's you
tried to listen
guys?
slavery. The Europeans, the ancestry
How is
that
that
you came
you
from,
guys? How did you throw Europeans at me?
because so from your skin tone, you come from a Nathaniel blood. It's like a hybrid. It's like Wait, I'm explaining. It's like you come from like a hybrid bloodline basically,
Oh
but it's
yeah.
very extinct.
Very
It's an extinct
extinct.
bloodline. Yeah. So
Very
I just wanted to
extinct.
know
How do you
why.
get very extinct
Okay.
as opposed to just like slightly extinct?
Okay, that's not the point. The point is, why do you
The
believe that
point is that you
Jesus is
can't
not
use
real? I
language.
don't.
Is that the issue?
Okay, why do you? No, it's not that. Why do you believe that Jesus is not real?
I believe that Jesus is not real because I have read the New Testament. I don't think that you're capable of reading, so I know that that might sound a little
Why don't
impossible
you?
for you. But
I've
at
read.
that,
I've read all.
listen. That being said, as far as the New Testament goes, it does not line up with what we know about the first century from archaeology, history, contemporaries, geography, that kind of thing. So, do you have anything else other than just like thinly veiled racism or stupidity?
Yeah, sure. There's actually scientific proof that he was alive.
Okay, like what?
Where he resurrected from.
Okay, and where did he resurrect
Okay,
from? Thank you.
in Palestine. Hold on, let me find it.
Is that an ambulance? Are you in a hospital? All right. We also have Paul Lytle. Lytle.
Yes, sir.
Paul
Yes,
Lytle.
sir.
Okay.
Good pronunciation.
Yeah. It just yeah. Anyways, what you got?
Oh, nothing much, man. I just wanted to have a quick discussion. So, I'm obviously a Christian. It seems like you're not. You said
How
that
would
it
I know
doesn't
if you
line
were a
up.
Christian?
Well, because I'm over here to oppose you,
Oh
right?
well, I mean, no. People come up all the time and they're like, "Oh, I'm a Muslim. Oh hey, I'm a Mormon. Oh hey, I'm a atheist." Atheists are the worst to
Okay.
talk to.
Yeah. Well, I think that everyone has their caveats, and I think that the more that we can be able to find common ground, even if we don't believe in a lot of things, we can be able to get to the root and talk to each other about it. But
Fair enough. What you got?
I did have a discussion about so you said that first century doesn't line up with the New Testament. I just wanted to have you explain that to me because I haven't had anyone ever say that. So I
Yeah.
wanted
So
to see what you had to say about that.
the amount that a story lines up with history is not really indicative of how true it is.
I found the proof. It was from
Hey,
the Holy
I'm sorry.
Church of
Well, 1 second, Sheila.
Well, hey, let's let him finish real quick. I want to be able to hear him explain so I can be able to have a good point for us.
Okay.
Explain what? How you European? Okay, hold on.
No. Just let him explain, please. Go ahead, sir.
Hold up. Sheila's getting a nice little block. Just give it 1 second. There it goes. Okay. So, Paul.
Yes, sir.
When it comes to a text and trying to figure out if it's historical, it lining up with history is fine because historical fiction also does that. The thing that kicks it over or is the deciding factor of whether or not it's fictional or non-fictional would be whether or not there are anachronisms in the story, where it doesn't line up with history. That's going to be your biggest issues. Like for instance, Harry Potter lines up with London and stuff like that, or even mentions like the Prime Minister and that kind of thing. That's fine. That can be something that is incorporated into a fictional story that immerses the reader in a particular location on the map or a particular time. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. It makes
Okay,
sense.
yeah.
You're saying that there is,
it doesn't
a
line
correlation
up with
between where
other
you can know what
things.
time frame things are. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
but it
so what
doesn't
does
line
it
up with
not
other
line up
things.
with?
Okay, yeah. So in the New Testament, like the Gospels, what we have is for instance, rabbis being mentioned in Matthew 23. Jesus is called rabbi throughout, and the word rabbi is used throughout it. But in Matthew 23, Jesus goes into detail as to what a rabbi is, talking about how they act and what they say, what they teach, where they sit in the synagogues, and even how they dress. The first rabbi is actually Yohanan ben Zakkai in 70. He starts the first rabbinic school after the fall of the temple at the end of the First Jewish-Roman War between 68 and 70. So that wouldn't make any sense. The word rabbi is not found in literally any literature until 70 because that's when rabbi is an actual position. And Jesus is talking about where these rabbis sit and even how they dress. So he's not just saying the word rabbi like a teacher, he's talking about the position. That's the issue. We know that they don't show up until 70. So this means that at the very least, this document, like the book of Matthew, is not quoting Jesus correctly. It's either not quoting Jesus correctly, or it's an anachronistic story that's cast onto Jesus by somebody who's writing far after the events and thinking, well, rabbis are prevalent today, so we're just going to put that in there. Very clearly, a Jewish person from the first century who lived prior to 70 wouldn't be saying that, especially if they wanted to quote Jesus correctly. And that lines up with what, like, my data science partner, so I'm a data scientist, and me and my data science co-partner and we have a book on this particular topic where we've done research on the oldest manuscripts or the oldest codex for the New Testament that we can find, which is the Codex Sinaiticus there in 3rd century. It's in Greek, obviously. And we see that it lines up with 2nd century Greek as opposed to 1st century. So if people are writing in the 2nd century, they would be making these kind of mistakes.
So you do know that there's different translations and everything. That seems like it because you know the Codex and all that, and the Dead Sea Scrolls and everything like that.
Well, the Dead Sea Scrolls don't have anything
are you
to do
familiar
with the New
with?
Testament.
So it's literature from the time that can be verified from the time. So it's nothing with the.
No,
I'm sorry?
The Dead Sea Scrolls are as early as like 250 BCE. They're Jewish and have very little in Greek.
Okay, but you're familiar with not because obviously the Greek, there's going to be different forms of literature from the times that will have stories. So every single story that you have, every single translation will pick what they use the translation from. So you have thought for thought translation, word for word translation, and then
I'm sorry, why are we talking translation?
The third one real quick. So because translations reply to your rabbi thing. So
no. Codex Sinaiticus has the word rabbi. I see what you're saying. No. Good point. That's a good point. But the word rabbi doesn't just show up in English. If it showed up in English because someone just kind of said, oh, yeah, well, teacher, it says teacher, but we'll just translate to rabbi because whatever. Like, then, yeah, I completely understand your point. That's not the case, though. In the oldest codexes or codices for the New Testament, we have, it's written in Greek, but it goes out of its way to use the Hebrew term rabbi. It could have used the Greek word for teacher. It could have used the multiple words that we would have had back then, like Cohen, which means like a Levitical priest. But it's explicitly in Matthew 23 not talking about a Levitical priest. It's talking about a rabbi, and it goes out of its way in the Greek to use the Hebrew term.
And I think the reason that some of these some of those are because they are using. Some prefer a Hebrew translation, more like a KJV, and that's where I think that
we're not talking about translations. I tried to explain.
You're saying that the word rabbi wasn't used until X, Y, and Z,
right?
And I'm telling you that would be the case of what translation is using the word, because like the word unicorn is only in the King James version because they called.
I don't know why we're talking about translations. Translations have nothing to do with this. The New Testament was written in Greek. And it goes out of its way to use the Hebrew term or Aramaic term rabbi in the oldest codices.
So that's not necessarily true. It was written in 3 different languages. Jesus spoke Aramaic.
The New Testament was written
Jewish
in Greek.
People
only
Hebrew,
only
and then
a
we
few
have
times.
The Greeks of the Romans.
I don't care about. So the Romans spoke Latin, so that's out of it. I don't care about the Jewish writings because that has nothing to do with the New Testament. That would be the Old Testament. But the New Testament is written in Greek, and every once in a while there's Aramaic words that are given, and lots of times it's explained, which very clearly means it's not written to Jewish people anyways. But the point is, it's definitely written in Greek. When Jesus goes to the synagogue to read from the scroll of Isaiah or the Isaiah scrolls there, he reads the Septuagint version. It's very clearly a Greek piece of work. It's a Greek piece of literature, the New Testament books. But every once in a while, it will say things in Aramaic, and it tries to explain what these words are. But nevertheless, it's a Greek work.
So you agree that the Aramaic, Hebrew, and Coney Greek were probably the 3 most commonly used versions in the Bible, like for translations and everything like that, and also being spoken?
So no, primarily by far, the New Testament is Greek with only a small sample of Aramaic words that it then tries to tell you what they are in Greek.
And you know why it was written mostly in Greek is because Paul was half Jewish, half Greek, so he had that connection. That's why he
make
was also
really any sense.
It-
Also, Paul
that's-
doesn't write the Gospels, so that's not. It doesn't apply here.
Oh, so you're talking about You're talking about New Testament. You didn't say Gospels. You said New Testament. So I was going
Right.
based off of the fact
And
that
the New
14 of the
Testament-
books are written out of
I
Greek.
just gave you an
because-
example of Matthew 23, which is what we're talking about
Yeah.
here, and Paul has
Well-
nothing to do with that.
Okay, but I did get distracted, or not distracted, but I get confused or displaced because of the fact that you said New Testament. I'm like, well, New Testament,
Right.
like 14 of the books are
Well,
written by Paul.
Again,
Titus,
even Matthew is written in
Timothy.
Greek. So, and Titus doesn't write. Titus is just a person that Paul supposedly writes to. But nevertheless, Matthew 23 is what we're talking about. This is where the word rabbi pops up, and it's absolutely written in Greek. Has nothing to do with Paul.
Mhm.
It's written in Greek, and it goes out of its way to use an anachronistic Hebrew term. That's the problem.
So the original translation uses rabbi, and so that's what you're
Not a
saying is
translation. It's the original. We don't have
the
really
original word.
originals.
That's,
Just
I'm sorry,
the oldest.
the original
oldest
sense,
manuscripts.
the original verbiage.
Yeah.
Yeah, the original manuscripts say rabbi in Coney Greek, or
Rabbi is not a Greek word. So,
but you said it's
again,
used in Aramaic
okay.
in
Please
between
pay
the-
attention. Hold up.
I'm
I will
paying
explain.
attention. I'm just asking deeper questions
Okay.
to be able to have a deeper understanding.
You're asking a question that I've already explained multiple times. Please listen. The
I'm
oldest
listening.
manuscripts of the New Testament are not only in Greek, but they show that that's the original language it was written in, with few exceptions where they will go into Aramaic and try to say that this word means this, that kind of thing. But they will explain it, again, in Greek, because it's written in Greek by Greek-speaking people to Greek-speaking people. Again, in this particular line in Matthew 23, in the entire chapter, it is written in Greek with the only Hebrew words being rabbi. It goes out of its way to use a Hebrew term that wasn't a term prior to 70. That's the issue.
AD 70.
Yes.
So Jesus came back to see Paul in 66. Paul experienced him, which if you're having,
Again, this has nothing
are you
to do
familiar
with Paul.
Pentecost? Dude,
And
you
Pentecost
said
is
70,
well
so
before
I'm trying to-
70.
Yeah, but that's the the power of
Pentecost
the
would be
language
like
is
in the
keeping you used to it.
30s. So, no.
Okay, well, thank you for your time. I want to be able to let someone else who can be able to have better questions. I guess I appreciate you letting me get on here. And
don't
being able
know
to
if
have
you
a discussion.
understand what just happened, because I'm explaining that a term and a position known as rabbi does not show up until 70. And Jesus isn't just using the wrong term, he's explaining what a rabbi is and using it as an example to point out to the disciples to say, hey, don't listen to these
Yeah.
people. How is
Well,
he
you know,
talking
if-
about something that isn't there for another 40 years? Because Jesus supposedly dies in
mean,
30.
If Jesus is God, he knows all.
Then
He
the
sees all. He
disciples
knows the
wouldn't
end of
understand what
time.
he's talking about. And he's saying
That's
that
why
the
they have it
he's saying that the
documented,
rabbis
and he
are
can be able-
No, he's saying that the rabbis are doing that. That's not it's not a prophecy. He's saying that they're doing this. That wouldn't make any sense. And this is just the first anachronism. There's multiple. There's the idea that he
Yeah, I
goes
get
to
what-
the pool
like
of
I said, I
Bethesda
think
that
that
has
most of
5
this has to
porticos
do
next
with
to
translation.
it.
Most of
No,
this has
it's
to
not
do
a
with how
translation
people
because the
obtain
Greek
their
is not a
information.
translation, and the word rabbi is what the word is. That's
You
what the
agree
word
that
is.
in order to go from one language to another, you have to translate. So whether it's Hebrew
They're
to
not
Greek or
going
Greek
from
to-
any other language to another. They
Well, if he
use
can
the
drop-
Hebrew
if he
word in the
drops
oldest
a Hebrew
manuscripts.
word, he obviously knows some Hebrew words. So like,
Yeah, that's not a
just because-
translation then. If he's not translating it into Greek,
so
it's
people can
not a
speak
translation.
something like Spanglish. My wife speaks Spanglish because she's
Cool.
Mexican and she also knows English.
That means
same
that when
thing,
she
you
starts
go into
speaking
Tony
Spanish,
Greek in
she's
there.
not translating anymore to English. That's how
Right,
that
okay,
works.
so then he's not translating whenever he says.
Then it's
rabbi,
not a
he's just saying the
translation
word.
error then.
Okay, well then it's just the fact that it's just used, and Jesus
Right,
knows
and
exactly
the fact,
what it's used.
and again, the issue is the fact that he's saying that this is currently going on, and the first rabbi doesn't even pop up until 40 years after Jesus dies. So this would be anachronistic. That's the issue.
Hey, and I get that, and like I said, you
I don't
like,
think you do.
it's all work. If you could cite some stuff and like be able to say, hey, this is where, so I can be able to go find it.
Yeah,
up,
the
so I can be able
Mishnah.
to have
Have
a
you
better
never read
argument
the
with
Talmud or the Mishnah?
Well, I never read the Talmud. I mean, I'm a Christian, so I read the Bible. I read the Old Testament, the New Testament, and then I read all the variations, NLT, KJV,
Cool.
all those.
So that means
Anything like that to be able to get more
that's
information.
where you need to start, is the Jewish rabbis who would know who the first rabbi is, because that's when this particular literature and oral history would be passed down, starting with the rabbis. And they say the first rabbi is Yohanan ben Zakkai, who starts the first rabbinic school outside of Jerusalem after the fall of the temple in 40 years after Jesus supposedly dies. There is no Jewish writings, including the Old Testament, that you say that you have read, that ever uses the word rabbi prior to 70. There's not a single use of the word rabbi in the Old Testament. Did you know that?
Looking back at it, I haven't thought about it, but I know they use, Pharisees, Sadducees, Essenes. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
those
there's a
are
lot of
political
different
groups
words.
found within
Yeah.
Judaism, and that
Within
does not
Judaism,
mean
one
rabbi.
believes in spirituality, one believes in
Awesome.
the word
So
alone.
I don't care.
Yes,
That's not rabbis.
yeah. Okay, well, like I said, hey, I think that we're getting a little bit off topic. Like I said, I want to give someone
No,
else
we're
the time, but I
not. You
appreciate
keep popping up and talking about things like Pharisees and Sadducees that have nothing to do with the word rabbi. Like, you brought that up. You're the one driving it off topic. I'm trying to remain on the topic. Like,
I get that, and like I said, hey, we just have a different
do you?
viewpoint.
Because you
I
keep
don't
saying
have
we
enough-
keep getting off topic. You're the one who's taking it off topic. I'm trying to show you that rabbis is anachronistic. You're not addressing the point, and you keep bringing up things off topic.
Well, yeah, because I haven't seen it myself. I can't say that something
You
is
haven't seen
without
Matthew
my
23?
Own... I have read Matthew 23, but I can't
Do
say
you
that
see that
what
it
you're
uses the
originally
word rabbi?
citing- Can I... Let me finish, please. The original citation of what you're saying that says it doesn't show up until 40 years after Jesus died, I have not read that to be able to verify that. So I can't sit there and say
Have
that
you
you're
seen
right
anything that
over...
uses the word rabbi outside of the New Testament?
No, not necessarily. No, and I mean the New Testament from Old Testament to New Testament, there's a big gap in there too, and I'm just trying to make sure that I can be better prepared. I jumped on here without being able to know exactly where you're citing, be able to do my research, and yeah, like I said,
Did you have, by the way,
appreciate you being
any
able-
evidence for Jesus? I mean, I've given my evidence against the Jesus
So,
in the New
like,
Testament.
Roman
Do you have any
documents,
evidence
so,
for?
like,
Like what Roman document?
Roman documents say that there was an earthquake when he died that was also explained in the Bible.
That is not correct. What you're trying to reference is Thales or Phlegon, who we do not have any writings for.
Oh.
And they mention that there are earthquakes, but they do not state that it happens at the same time as Jesus. That's kind of weird. Yeah.
Well, then, yeah, I guess we're
So
gonna
what document
completely
are you
viewpoint.
referring
You haven't
to?
read the same things I have. I'm telling you.
Well,
like
what
I said.
document have you read other than someone talking about Thales or Phlegon, most likely Julius Africanus, who is the Christian who actually quotes them or alludes to them? So what are you talking about that mentions the earthquake when Jesus died?
Oh God, what is the? There's a specific scroll name.
A scroll.
It was a
definitely
Roman
wouldn't make any
guard. It was a
sense.
Roman guard that was on duty outside of the burial site or the tomb where Jesus was laid, and whenever he went back and explained what had happened, and it was all documented, put in there. Same thing with like the Jewish priest. There was someone who wrote it over there, but for specifically the Roman guard, he wrote it, went back to Pontius, and then they were like, well, how is this possible? I can't remember the exact name of it, but
so what you're possibly referring to is Matthew, because the guard's report is not mentioned in literally any other gospel other than Matthew, and you're trying
you're
to
right.
just
It's not the gospel. It's an independent document.
Yeah,
that was
there's no independent
part of Roman
document from
scrolls.
any of those people, and Romans don't use scrolls. So
Well,
no.
I'm using terminology of the time, and obviously not scrolls, but like their manuscripts, their legible history documentation.
Okay,
well,
well,
like
that's
I said,
not a
I-
thing, and you can't name the person or the document. That's really weird.
that's
We don't
what I
have any
said,
writings from
like-
Pilate, and we don't have any writings from any guard. There's only one story that even has
well,
a guard's report,
Pontius
and that's
Pilate
Matthew.
was proven to be alive.
Yes, Pontius
That's
Pilate
another
was a
way
real
to-
person, yes, but we do not have
And
any
he-
writings about him, and everything we know about him is different from how the Gospels portray him.
So how is he a real person if we don't have any writings on him? Like
No,
if
we
writings
don't have
only
any
true,
writings from him. That's what I said. Like, we don't
Yeah,
have anything
you
that
said
he
on
wrote.
him. You said any writings on him, not from him.
That's not what I
So,
said.
Yeah, that is what you said, boss.
No,
But
we do
like I
not have
said, I'm
any
trying to get
writings
off here. I gotta
from
go enjoy
Pilate,
my day.
but we do have writings like about him.
Yeah.
We have multiple writings about him, including the Pilate Stone. Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews mentions him, and Philo of Alexandria mentions him as well. So we have contemporaries of him. We do not have that for Jesus, but we at least have contemporaries that line up with Pilate and mention him. So what are you referring to? I mean, I asked you for evidence, and you said something about an earthquake, which was part of a Roman scroll. You can't name the author. Do you know the name of the text?
No, sir. Like I said, I hopped on here prematurely, and obviously, whenever one person has like all their ducks in a row, and the other person thinks that they're ready, there's not going to be a conversation where I can.
Let me ask you this real
anything.
quick, and it's
Yes,
going to
sir.
sound like a personal question, and it is to some extent.
I don't care if it is or not.
Have you sworn your life to this particular religion?
Yes, sir. Jesus Christ
Okay.
is my Lord and Savior.
Okay.
He is the
So
only
what
thing
you're
that
saying
keeps me
is that
going.
you're willing to swear away your life to follow this religion based on what? Something that you can't even bring up on TikTok? Like
No,
you're not
it's
ready to
not-
have the conversation. First
No,
Peter
if you want
3:15
my
says you
testimony, I
should
can give you
always.
my testimony.
No.
Would my
First Peter
testimony work
says.
for you?
First Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when asked or demanded of
do.
you, and do so
And
respectfully.
I'm asking. I'll give
What
you my
I'm saying,
testimony of
what
why
I'm
I believe
saying,
it.
what I'm saying is that a testimony does not tell us that the historical story is true. I don't care if Jesus is alive
And that's not
today.
what Peter's asking either. He's saying defend what you're
No,
going to like. What you
no,
believe in.
no. Well, yeah. Do you believe that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago?
Yes.
Okay.
why I
Where's
got
the
on
evidence?
here.
So sweet. Where's the evidence for that? Because it seems like you do not know it, or you can't name anybody involved in it.
Listen, can I be able to close out and go to like on my phone? Go to.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, if you minimize, you can hear me. I just can't hear you. You can go check to see like where we have evidence for Jesus 2,000 years ago, and then come back. That's fine. It'll save your spot here as long as you're not gone for like more than like 45 seconds or something like that. Like you can hop off real quick, and then just come back. That's not a problem.
I appreciate that. Yeah, let me. Like I said, I
yeah,
want
I
to be
can hear
better
you now.
prepared. I want to give you an actual reason to be able to say, huh. But like I said, I can give you my testimony and give you all those things, but to be able to actually point you back to where I found it originally, I think would be the best thing because you're a guy who's of intelligence.
That's
You
fine.
like to have knowledge, I can tell. So I want to be able to make sure I can do proper justice to you. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I mean that's fine. Yeah, no, you'll find it, and I'll be here and we'll have a conversation about it. I'm not opposed to that.
All right.
You
Thank
having
brother. I
sources
appreciate
is
the time.
not a problem. You having evidence
Oh,
to back
absolutely.
yourself up is a good thing.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to do justice by both of us, both by my religion and by you, to be able to say that, hey, this is where it is. This is what we can read, so we can have an actual discussion versus me saying, well, I think this, and then, being able to just kind of look like an ass because I'm not being able to actually cite myself. So I want to be
Fair
better
enough.
prepared and be able to make sure I can give a good stance for my God.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
All right, thanks. Thanks for coming up. All right, let's see here. We also, before I get over to Tyler D, really quick, if you were over on YouTube and you were thinking, oh my God, I've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, well, come on up. You can hop over to TikTok. That's how I take guests. The link should be, Nightbot just actually put it there in the chat. So there's a link there in the chat to where you can click it and you can join the live. Or you could send a super chat. If you send a super chat over there on YouTube with a question or a comment, even if you're telling me that I'm an asshole or that I'm wrong or something like that, that is perfectly fine. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. So either come over on TikTok and join up, or send a super chat and I will respond. What's going on, Tyler D? Tyler D, what you got?
Hey, how's it going? So I just was hearing the conversation going on, and I find it a little weird. So you believe in Socrates, Julius Caesar, Pontius Pilate as
In
existing
who?
people? Socrates.
No, I have no idea who that is.
You don't know who Socrates is?
Nope.
He's like a philosopher.
Never heard of Socrates
Alexander
in my life.
the Great,
Alexander the Great, I've heard of him.
Julius Caesar,
Yep.
Hannibal. Sorry.
Hannah Ball. She plays for the Indiana Fever, right?
No, it's like a Roman enemy tradition. It was like a Roman source. It's all right.
Like she's an Italian player or something from the European leagues or something.
I believe so, yeah. But Pontius Pilate.
Yeah, I know Pontius Pilate. So far I've known 3 of these people. The other 2 sound like they
Aristotle.
might be maybe some. I've heard of Aristotle. Yeah. Okay. So there's a
Okay,
couple in there
so
that are like very clearly WNBA players. But keep going.
what is so like? Does authorship count as like a evidence of existence?
As long as that authorship comes back as that one person and not somebody else, sure.
Okay, so I mean, we can maybe talk about Jesus and another thing, but you also say Paul doesn't exist.
Yep.
Paul has authorships.
Unfortunately, you didn't hear what I just said. As long as it doesn't come back as somebody else or filled with anachronisms, then yeah. And
You're
unfortunately,
saying it's forgery?
It's pseudepigraphical. It's slightly different from forgery. Forgery implies that there was a real person and someone's writing in their name.
Okay, how can you show me evidence that it was forgery?
I didn't say it was forgery. I said that it was pseudepigraphical.
Well, how can you prove to me what you just said? How can you prove to me or show me evidence that that is true?
Yeah. So the earliest evidence of it is from the church fathers. Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen say that the earliest iterations of Paul's letters, or at least the oldest time, or the first time that they got published, is in 144 by a man named Marcion. And when we take a look at the Pauline epistles, we see that there's multiple authors within them. Even Christian scholars will acknowledge that even the authentic texts, like Romans, have multiple letters or multiple layers within them. And that's just how that works. On top of that, we don't have any evidence for Paul even being a name that's used before 144. We don't have any mention of Paul outside of Christianity, and the first time that he's mentioned inside Christianity is in 144. No one even mentions inside Christianity that they know someone who knew Paul.
Okay, I mean, I feel like the thing is, though, is that we have Romans, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, Galatians, Philippians, all these books, and they all state that the authorship of Paul.
Cool. Yeah, we also have books from the time from Hercules, Hercules' wife, and forest nymphs talking about their relationship.
Yeah, but those are decades ago. This was at least pretty early in the Christianity sense. It was only a couple years after Jesus' resurrection.
And
not only that,
Caesar?
if we look at
Are you talking about a man who died decades ago?
No, I'm saying the Hercules and those legends and those myths were made hundreds of years ago, while Paul's letters were made 30 to maybe 20 years ago.
Like in 1980s?
No, in the sense of when Jesus 33 AD.
What does that have to do with anything?
What I'm saying is that you're basing it off of the dating of legends and myths usually happen hundreds of years ago, while Paul's doesn't. So it doesn't fit in the category of your example.
You're going to have to rephrase that because it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I kind of sort of might see what you're saying. Are you saying like after the events or something?
Usually a forgery or a legend or a myth will usually not have backgrounds as Jews, persecutions of the church, his conversion, his meetings.
You don't think the Jews have like legends and stuff? What the hell do you think like Moses or Adam would be?
Well, not only that, there's embarrassing things that are talked about the thing, and
Uranus,
that's not
the Greek
what
god.
Myths or legends are about.
What are you talking about? Uranus, the Greek god, the father of Aphrodite, got his dick ripped off, and people still worshipped him. What are you talking about?
Well, they only worshipped him out of fear because he had power and authority.
Uranus, you think he had power and authority?
Was he not a powerful person?
You think Uranus existed?
Well, I believe Jesus and Paul existed. I feel like
so naturally you're going to believe other mythology too.
Well, I'm
Do you know
saying
who Uranus was?
But maybe not the sense of what actually happened.
Wait, hold up. I'm not talking about like Hannibal or Socrates or whatever, or Socrates, I think is how you pronounce his name.
Well, many philosophers will state that's a real person. So, I mean, you could, and plus, not only that, the existence of it is very similar to Jesus. And I find it a little weird that, like, I mean, you should look into it. And even Plato,
you should look
Aristophanes,
into how to pronounce it.
Aristotle also state his Socrates' existence. So, I mean, but we don't have any writings of him. What he says, his authorship. But we have authorship of Paul,
Right.
And similar to I just find your level of skepticism a little weird.
I find your level of ability to pronounce names a little strange as well. That being said, when we're dealing with Socrates, we definitely have like contemporaries who talk about him. We don't have contemporaries who talk about Paul. Who's a contemporary who talks about Paul?
We have authorship of Paul. We don't have authorship or Socrates.
Yeah, but we have contemporaries who talk about him. That's how we know he existed, even though he doesn't write anything. So what do we have in the way of Paul?
So what about Jesus then?
We don't have any contemporaries of Jesus either. Can you name a contemporary of Jesus who writes about him?
Yes.
Who?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
All right. So where in the text, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, does it say it's written by, like the author is a contemporary? Where does it say that?
Yes. Okay. So then now it goes into that authorship.
Yeah, where?
But clearly we don't have authorship of Alexander the Great.
I didn't say we did. We have contemporaries who talk about him in the Babylonian Astronomical Diary.
Well, okay. I mean, sir, I feel like this is just going into this. I just find your skepticism
because
very,
whenever you
very...
compare like these mythological characters like Paul or Jesus or the disciples to people who we actually have contemporaries talking about, I would run too. I would be scared to have that kind of conversation. I'm not running.
I'm just saying your way, you have a conclusion.
My way of determining whether or not
really
someone actually existed is setting a standard that Jesus can't meet. My standard is, do we have writings that aren't filled with like magic and anachronisms and don't stylometrically come back as different authors and everything like that from different time periods? That's a good way. Or we could potentially have contemporaries talking about them or letters to that person or something. We don't have shit to Paul. We don't have shit to Jesus. We don't have any contemporaries who talk about Paul. We don't have any contemporaries who talk about Jesus. The writings that we supposedly have from Paul are absolutely piecemeal, and even Christian scholars acknowledge this, which is why they even consider some things that claim that they're from Paul, like the pastorals, to be non-authentic.
But you
even
can say the same thing for the other people that you believe in.
Okay, so what can you say about Alexander the Great in the Babylonian Astronomical Diary?
Some stories could be legendary or exaggerated. Julius Caesar, some accounts are biased or propaganda.
Sweet, as long as they're written at the same time, I don't care. They're still contemporaries.
You see how you just say, I don't care? That just shows how intellectually dishonest you are, sir.
No, you didn't address them. It just shows that
your opinion and your conclusion is already set.
No,
you don't actually want to change your mind to prove you wrong. You're just trying to take these things, twist them into your own conclusion.
Tyler, you didn't show that they're not contemporary. They're still contemporary, and that's the biggest hurdle. How do you explain away the Babylonian Astronomical Diary, which is written during the time that Alexander is alive, mentioning when he dies? How do you explain that away? Even if it's biased, even if it's like legendary or filled with fantastic ideas, it's still written while he's alive. So what do you want to do with that?
What do you mean by contemporary?
Well, I'm using the word contemporary to mean contemporary.
It means that is a circular reasoning.
Do you not know what the word contemporary means? Have we been using a term this entire
down to understand what we mean? And clearly, I'm proving myself right by the sake of your saying.
Have you been using the word contemporary this entire time, and you don't know what it means?
We can look it up if you truly want to.
What do you think it means? Go ahead and show the world. No. Here we go.
The fact that you're not answering is also proving my point, sir.
No.
You can't just say contemporary is contemporary. That's just circular definition.
Yeah. What do you think the definition of contemporary is? Because I've been using it this entire time, and you never asked me about it or anything like that, and you even used it yourself.
I just did.
Cool. So what do you think it means?
What do you think it means? I asked you first, and you just didn't even answer me.
Correct, because I was the first one to use the word, because I know what it means.
And that's why I was asking for your definition. But if you truly want me to, contemporary means living at the same time or belong to the same time period.
That's exactly what I mean.
So why did you not say that in the first place?
Because I knew what it means, and you could probably piece it. You could probably piece it together if you were actually paying attention to my arguments. That's exactly what I mean.
Okay, so clearly, if we are basing it off of contemporary, then we can just say, yes, Jesus and Paul were contemporary. They lived in the similar time period.
To each other?
Yes.
Okay, cool. How did you establish that Paul existed?
By the approximate dates of the manuscripts.
Oh my God. When do you think the oldest manuscript of Paul dates to? Do you think it dates to the middle of the first century?
And the carbon dating could be wrong.
There's no carbon dating of the manuscripts. They don't get carbon dated.
We could have maybe misinterpreted the dating, but it's clearly closer than you.
Well,
than
when
most.
do you think the oldest manuscript of Paul's writings are? You think that he is dated based off of his manuscripts.
And not only the early tradition during the first and second century were very.
So when is the oldest? When is the oldest manuscript for Paul dated to? Go ahead.
I believe 144 AD.
So not only is that very incorrect, on top of that, do you think he lived in 144?
What, you asked me for the manuscript of the dating of the oldest manuscript.
You said that that's how we can date Paul. Do you think he lived in 144?
No.
All right. Well, I guess we can't date him using the manuscript then. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
How do you think we got these datings of Jesus's part? Like when he died, his ministry and such.
I'm talking about Paul. I asked you, how did you know that
Jesus
Paul was a real person?
and Paul lived the same years.
Prove it.
Well, because how else will he be, why people would mention him in the first place?
It's not an answer? You're just asking a weird question?
Well, if he never existed, why would they just say, a guy named Paul?
Why would they say a guy named Odin if Odin
And not only that, we have authorships of
How would they
Paul.
say a guy named Hercules if Hercules never existed? And why do we have a letter that says the author is Hercules?
Because it was decades ago. It was very late. It was hundreds of years ago. It was made before even the time.
That wasn't a complete sentence.
Well, okay. I mean, sir, I feel like you're just not understanding the fact that your skepticalism is very illogical.
Skepticalism
it doesn't make any sense.
Isn't a word.
Skeptical. Okay, your skeptical view is very illogical.
All right. How?
In the sense that you're willing to believe in Alexander the Great, Pontius Pilate.
Yeah, because of contemporaries. Keep going.
Okay.
Anything else? Was there anything else in there?
I guess I could just go because clearly you just don't have any
sort of... Did you have any contemporaries of Paul that established that Paul was a real person?
Give me one moment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I said, we have Romans, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, Galatians, and all these other things.
Do you have any contemporaries for Paul is what the question was. Did you forget what the assignment was in the 10 seconds that you were
letters.
So what's that? We have the forest nymphs letters about Hercules and his wife. How is that not evidence for forest nymphs?
What? Dude, because I just
do you
said
have any contemporary? What's the contemporary for Paul? My comparison is a contemporary. So what's a contemporary for Paul?
When I give you authorship, all of a sudden now you just say no. Those aren't real.
We weren't looking for authorship. We were looking for contemporaries. But then when you believe in
the other authorships of the other people, you're saying, oh well, these could be true. I just find it very. You just flip it. You just try to change the viewpoint of what I'm saying. I'm giving you the evidence. You're completely flipping your viewpoint again and saying, well, then now we have to say this.
Again, what's the contemporary of Paul?
I just said the letters of Paul.
That's not a contemporary.
That is contemporary. We have them, don't we?
You said that they dated to 144.
They're literally called the undisputed Pauline letters from Paul himself.
Okay.
And your kind of level of skepticalism is very intelligent.
Thank you. That being said, what is the contemporary of Paul? Who is a contemporary of Paul?
Okay. Clearly this is going nowhere. It's just going into
because you're not providing any evidence. If you'd like to, you can.
You're taking the evidence and just completely.
You were looking for a contemporary of Paul, and you came back with some letters. If I wanted a contemporary of a forest nymph, would you come back with letters?
All right, I'll do some more research, sir.
Please start doing research. That would be great.
Yeah, I would keep going into it. I appreciate the time, and God bless.
Sounds good. Tell your mom I said hey. All right. Next up is Clubber Lang 777. And by the way, let's see here. We do have some super chats that I wanted to get to. We got $2 from Zeno Le Poudre that says, "You're an asshole and you're wrong. JK gang gang." Well, thank you very much, Zeno. Remember, guys, if you send a super chat on YouTube, I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. So even if you disagree with me or if you have a question or something like that, you can absolutely do that. That's fine with me. Gretchen Boots 98C sent $3.11. Thank you. Says, "Holy fuck, this kid needs Hooked on Phonics. LOL." Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was pretty rough. That was pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie. That was pretty rough. Again, if you wanted to come up and you're on YouTube or on TikTok, the request button is up here on TikTok, down there on TikTok. Or if you're on YouTube, you can click the link that's in the chat or on the profile or send a super chat. I promise I will read it and respond. Okay, well, before I get to the next person there, there's a super chat for $1.99 from Hardwork8395 who says, "Can you read this out loud?" Why are you guys obsessed with having me read basic things? Anyways, yes, I will read it out loud, and I did read it out loud. Anyways, okay, yes. Jesus. Okay. G-Zen ZZ? G-Zen? Is that, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but are you here? Or Nico, even?
Hey, I'm here.
Hey, Nico's here. I don't know what happened to the other person, but Nico, what you got?
I'm not really coming up to dispute. I just kind of have a couple questions.
Okay.
So I'm an ex-theologist. I was, raised in the church, and I've kind of broken away from that. But I was really interested by your book, Jesus and Paul Never Existed.
Mm-hmm.
The book of Christ before Jesus.
Okay.
And I was wondering how you came to that hypothesis.
Which hypothesis?
You know what? I think, Jesus is one, historical figure. The claim that he never existed was, confusing to me. I was like, wow, I've really never heard that take too much.
Okay. So how did I come to that position?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, as far as that position goes, Jesus doesn't line up with, or the stories of Jesus, even the natural ones in the New Testament, don't line up with what we know about the first century. So that would be things that are anachronistic. There's elements of the story that are out of place in time, and this would show that the story is not real or not true.
Okay. I mean, what was a very big, could there be a person around that time period that was a Jesus X figure?
I mean, if you want to, but we don't have any evidence of that person, so it just doesn't really go anywhere. That's the issue.
Of course. I mean, a very big thing, though. You have this religion that dates back to the first century about all these people worshiping a Christian,
it dates back to about the
Messiah
first century BC. That's part of the issue. Yeah.
Gotcha.
There's a bunch of layers to this. The easiest layer to talk about is the anachronisms, which I'm telling you about, the Jesus story doesn't line up with the first century. But once you actually start peeling back the layers, you see that the religion itself, Christianity, or Christianity as originally called, goes back to about the first century BCE is when we start getting actual evidence for it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's actually a cup that says it's found in a cup that's found in Alexandria, Egypt. It says "through Chrestos the magician" on it, and it dates to the first century BCE. There's also an inscription that mentions questions that goes back to it falls within date ranges of 16 BCE and 37 CE. It's in Rome.
Cool.
It's in Latin.
Yeah, because I'm actually very interested in buying your book too.
Yep. Well, thank you. I mean, it's definitely a fun rabbit hole to kind of go down because once you start peeling back the layers of a whole bunch of years and years, centuries of almost 2 millennia of whitewashing and historical revisionism, that kind of thing, you start to see that it's built on a house of cards and a lot of circular reasoning. I mean, even like people
Yeah, I
brought
mean-
up earlier, like some scholars and stuff like that, and they said, oh, even the non-Christian scholars acknowledge certain things from the Bible, like Jesus or Paul existed. But if you look into it, you will see that there's no mention of Paul outside of Christianity. So for a non-Christian scholar today to accept that Paul exists, you have to, at some point, establish a certain amount of reliability for the church traditions that I don't understand why they arbitrarily place on there, is the thing.
No, I completely get that, because you know what, especially because when I went into religion as a child, like, you know, you're just kind of put there like, okay, take this by faith. And then when I started questioning the history, starting looking back at datings of manuscripts, I was like, okay, this doesn't really line up to anything.
Right. Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, that's kind of all theology.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it can be tough. It can be tough to kind of dig through and try to find truth.
Yeah.
It's tough.
And before I head out, you mind if I ask like a question about your personal discoveries on this?
I mean, as long as it's fairly relevant, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Was there any evidence that pointed towards like Jesus or Paul where you're like, okay, you know what, this is kind of convincing?
No. Every piece of evidence that we found moves it further and further away and helps explain second century authorship for this mythology than anything else. I can't think of anything that is actually screaming, oh, hey, the story of Jesus was actually in the first century and from people who actually thought that he existed. Like, no. Like, every piece of evidence that we found has moved us away from first century authorship and into the New Testament is written in the second century, and it's built on like a mythology, or we see elements before it, almost like puzzle pieces that come together in order to kind of form it, like influences on the story that eventually Christianity uses. Yeah, so I've
All right.
I mean, every once in a while, like during the research, we already kind of knew about certain things, and we would just kind of take a look at them. But I've never like happened across anything. I've been going live for like 4 or 5 hours or so every weekday for like 2 years now, a little over 2 years, and we haven't been presented with anything that has said, oh, hey, here's something that would absolutely throw a wrench into this whole process here.
Oh, that definitely makes sense. And thank you so much for having me up.
Yep. Thanks for coming up. Yep. And if you want to check out the book, like you said, Christ Before Jesus, the ebook is just $3. There's a link in the bio here on TikTok and on the profile there on YouTube. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely accessible. We try to make it cheap for people. There is a print version and an audiobook version on Audible as well. But yeah, check it out and let me know what you think, man.
No, definitely. Thank you so much. All right.
All right. Thanks. That was Nico, everybody. Good guest. Just coming up, asking some questions, mentioned the book. Good guest. Before we get to AS, wanted to address some super chats over there. Let's see here. All right. We got $2 Australian from, I don't know what that is, OC and then Y maybe, or OC Keel? No, OC Key or something, Kentucky? I have no idea. LMAO 9881 says, don't let people trick you into reading slurs. Well, yeah, I'll try my best. And then they sent another $2 Australian. Thank you very much. Says Paul equals person authored unclear. Letter. I like that. That's funny. So thank you very much for the super chat there. Super chats. Also, reminder on YouTube, if you send a super chat, instead of coming over to TikTok, I will read the super chat out loud and I will address it. I will respond. So if you have a question or want to just tell me off or tell me that, my hat looks funny or I'm going to hell, yeah, go ahead and do that. That's perfectly fine. And I will address it and I will read it out loud. Ha ha ha. You got me. $5. Thank you very much. From Walking Vice says, I wanted to give CBJ more money for the book. $3 on Amazon. Carry on. Oh, thank you very, very much. Thank you. Means a lot to me. Yes, the $3 on Amazon has to get split 3 ways. One goes to Jeff Bezos, one goes to my co-author, and one goes to me. So if you send some money over here, it doesn't get sent to Jeff Bezos. Instead, I think part of it, a little small portion of it, I think goes to YouTube. But yeah, don't worry about it. It's okay. Thank you very much for the super chat there. And then there's $5 super chat there from Peabody's Paradise, who says, this guy just says things to get attention and sell books to gullible people. By this guy, I mean fake atheist scholar Bart Dingleberry Ehrman. Okay, listen. I need you guys to realize that this is on YouTube, enshrined practically forever. You can't have me, you can't set me up like that, because I can't say bad things about Scott. Bart Ehrman could watch this, and I don't want him to think, hey, that little fucker over there on Christ Before Jesus project and stuff like that, he called me Bart Dingleberry Ehrman. I want the record to reflect that that was Peabody's Paradise who said that. That is not me. Thank you very much, Nico, for buying the book. I see that there on TikTok. Thank you. Let's see. Zeno Lapoudre, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Says, all hail... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You guys just hate me. All right. All hail Queen La Dr. Queefies. La Reina de las Exqueefies. Dronian of Fitifis. I don't like this. I don't like this. Anyways. All right. You know what? We're going to pause the super chats for a little bit there. But thank you, Zeno, I guess, in a roundabout way. Ayus Official, what you got? And I'm going to send you the invite to unmute there. You're muted. There we go. What you got, man?
Hey, my brother. Hey. So the previous guest who came up, he actually answered a few of the questions I had. So good. Okay. I can find the book, and awesome. By the way, love the hat. I'm in Texas. Couldn't appreciate it more. I guess then, since some of my questions have already been answered, the question that I had for you comes to mind is, I'll try to be concise as possible. I think purpose and the reason why of going in a direction is important. What led you down this path? Are you I'm not sure what terminology to use. Anthropologist, sociologist, I'm not sure, but what led you down this path? I'm just
a lowly data scientist. I was intrigued on this project simply because data scientist by trade, but like by schooling and everything like that. But nevertheless, as far as my interest in this topic goes, so I was a missionary within the Southern Baptist Convention for quite some time.
Oh my goodness!
Did some different missions. No. Did some missions in different states, different countries, that kind of thing. That being said, that was some time ago. But yeah. I've been interested in like apologetics or understanding the Christian worldview and the Bible and stuff like that since my teenage years, early teens and stuff. So that was something. Both me and my co-author, we were both involved in like a lot of apologetic stuff, kind of taking a look at that kind of stuff. So that's been a topic that we've enjoyed. We still have some friends who are like pastors in different Baptist churches and different denominations. We've got some Mormon friends. We've got people all over the place that talk about this topic quite a bit. And so it's just kind of, look, I'm from North Texas. So, I mean, this is, I'm in the Bible Belt, so, and I think you mentioned you're from Texas too. So, I mean, it's just going to come up. It's going to come up.
Yeah, for sure.
But the thing is, this particular project, going over the historicity of Jesus, was initially something that we were trying to take a look at. We were trying to take a look at the Christology of Jesus, like how the claims of his divinity got put onto him, who put them onto him, and when and why, that kind of thing. And because we assumed that Jesus was a real person, but over time, as we started to research it, we started to see that actually no. There's no evidence this is a real person. In fact, there's evidence against it. And then we started seeing that there's evidence that the New Testament itself is written in the 2nd century as opposed to being written in the 1st. And so we developed this theory. We started coming up with an ideas, the timeline, and trying to piece together the story. And then we utilized something called stellometry, which is a peer-reviewed and accepted form of literary analysis, which seeks to attribute authorship. And that's where the data science side of me just like, okay, this is awesome. And even my data science co-partner, Matthew, he had been involved in some projects that included some stellometry as well. So it was really cool to be able to take a look at the text and determine authorship based off of math, based off of distance formulas and calculating the most frequently used words and stuff to try to get the fingerprint of the author. So it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to do the project and to continue on here on TikTok. And there's even people here on TikTok and on YouTube that have done even further research on this topic. We've been able to speak with some, we're not scholars or anything like that. I have a bachelor's in my bachelor's is in data science. My co-author has a master's, but we are not scholars. Like, we're just not. I consider that term to be for people who are have a PhD in a relevant field. But nevertheless,
I hear you.
yeah. But nevertheless, as far as this work goes, hopefully it's still working there. I don't know what happened there.
I got you still. Yeah, I got you on my side. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of a lag there. I have no idea. But I reserve the term scholar for people with a PhD in a relevant field, and we are not scholars on this topic. So, we've had the opportunity to talk to scholars after we've done our research and as our book started to come out and stuff like that. So we've been able to kind of bounce these ideas off of them and work with them even. We've been cited by a couple scholars, and it's been pretty cool to be able to present these findings to different people.
Gotcha. Last question, then I'll let you move on. So with your findings and in the study, and thank you for putting that together for all of us and putting it in a form that we can purchase and study for ourselves. Having said that, so do you believe then that Jesus was probably more of an ideological concept within I guess like an oral tradition? Is that how you see it at this point?
I think it's more of, so this is where speculation can come in, because as far as the intent of like the first gospels and stuff like that go, like, intent is very hard to prove. The first iteration of Paul's letters and the first gospel we see published in 144 by a man named Marcion, who was part of Christianity. We think that Christianity we see Christianity is a mystery cult. It probably dates back to sometime in the mid 1st century BCE is when it actually starts arriving on the scene. And Marcion is somebody who's involved in one of the communities there, probably where it kind of initially came from, which is like northern, like Asia Minor. The point is, he publishes the first gospel in about 144, and I would say that Jesus story is probably more of a mythology that tries to explain their origins, if you will. Not because they're actually founded by a Jesus, but it's trying to explain where they get like the Eucharist, or where they get their philosophical teachings, or where they get the concept of like being able to heal each other and stuff, or like healings. So I think that would be more of where why they come up with this. He's completely mythological, but it's kind of based off of some tropes and based off of some influences before them, and they piece together this mythological person that says, hey, here's this God who comes down and teaches us how to be Christians, and that's why we're Christian. And they're just kind of coming up with the story. It's not based off of a real person or anything.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I don't have anything further. Can I answer any questions for you out of respect?
I mean, is it actually a good question? But I mean, if you do have any kind of concept of Jesus or Paul, I mean, like existing historically, can you think of any particular evidence that would support that idea, or have you pretty much been agnostic to that idea?
Got it. I appreciate the question. Nothing that's worth time stating here. I mean, I don't have concrete evidence, and in fact, I've been deconstructing what I consider Christianity for some time, probably for similar reasons as well. I see a lot of dysfunction and other stuff going on in the church. Different conversation for a different live, but nothing meaningful. I struggle with finding evidence for these sorts of things, and it usually gets rationalized down to a conversation about belief or faith,
Right.
these things that are more abstractions as opposed to things that we can point to with evidence. So, no, nothing meaningful. I appreciate the question, though.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, lots of the conversations that I have eventually boil down to, oh, well, you just got to have faith. And that's just not how history works. So, I mean, if we're dealing with things like from a historical standpoint, then yeah, we've got to actually have some evidence. We got to have some reason to actually believe in something. And faith, people use faith, unfortunately. It's part of the English lexicon in a way that is synonymous with the word trust. Unfortunately, that is just not the case. Faith is the excuse you give when you don't have a good reason to believe something. Trust is, in most cases, what most people are actually meaning by faith. But trust is based on experience and just like firsthand knowledge or reasonable or with evidence to support it.
Right, it's
trust
demonstrable,
or
right?
reasonable belief in someone saying something or doing something. Yeah.
I would like to add to that, but I'm just gonna wait patiently.
Yeah, no worries. But
I would
thank
like
you
to
very
add
much,
to that.
Ace, for coming up.
My brother, thank you. Have a blessed one.
No,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Thanks. Really quick, Saul the Goat. Saul, are you there? I know you've been waiting.
Yeah,
Some time.
I'll
Saul.
wait for you.
Yeah. What you got?
Yeah, I just want to start off by saying I enjoy what you're doing. As in like someone that, if someone believes in something, they should definitely have enough, willpower to fight for it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and just be as respectful as you are. I was hearing the conversation earlier with that one person. He was kind of interrupting a lot, even though he was defending the opposing view of what you have up there.
Right.
But you were definitely doing a good job, like listening, and just giving him a chance to speak, and just showed more like.
I try to. There are some people who don't like my style per se, but I mean, I do match energy. So if someone comes up here just like, oh, I know for a fact that he existed, I'm gonna ask for evidence, and if they are just going off on tangents or just not answering the question, then yeah, I'll probably call them out pretty quick. But yeah, I try to be respectful. Try to, but.
I say you are just naturally, because honestly, if that was you matching his energy, then you did a lousy job. You were
well,
definitely
understandable.
more tranquil and peaceful than he was.
Oh,
But,
thank you. Did you have anything for Jesus or Paul, or?
yeah, ironically, or
Okay.
unironically, I mean, I'm against the prompts, but
Okay.
I'm really interested in, like, so you're saying the whole pinnacle of your belief is that method you use. I forgot what was it, the method you used to interpret. It starts with an S, something like that.
Oh no, that's not the pinnacle. No, that's just something that helps back up what we already saw.
Okay, but that's part of what you used to, and also how you guys saw that like 140 CE was like someone else wrote something.
Oh no,
or
that
something.
was
It like,
already part of the theory. It's just that helps back that up. Again,
yeah, no, yeah.
the
these are
data
things that
science
help,
is
like,
not
as a
like the
foundation.
driving force of it,
Mhm.
or really even the foundation. It's just something that just kind of puts the icing on the cake that just kind of says, okay, here's the further proof. If you need more than just us saying, hey, this is what we have, this is what we have, this is what we have. If you need like something that is actually like data science driven, using software and formulas that are peer reviewed, if you want something like that, something that anybody can go and check on their own time, much easier than like having to go and read here or go and read here and go and read here and piece it all together. If you want to do that, then you can rely on stellometry to show you what we're talking about.
Okay.
But that's not how we get to our answers. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I want to ask, what is then the biggest thing for you? Like, just in a theoretical world,
And
not
just
in
reading
this
the
one.
text.
No, I mean, like, what do you mean the text? Like what
Like
it
the Bible.
contains?
Yeah. Reading the Bible and then seeing if the claims, the historical claims actually line up with like what we know about the first century and what we found, that kind of thing.
Okay, I guess that's where I'll start my thesis. Um, it's really just everything that you said, in a way, just to put it simple, just wrong. Obviously that's what we got to get into the conversation, but that's what gets, like a hook, is starting by saying wrong about it all being second century.
Oh,
Wrong
I'm
about we
wrong about it
can't.
being second century? Is
Wait,
that what you're
let me,
saying?
can I just want to finish.
Oh, I'm just trying
But
to figure
yeah,
out.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I
Is
said
that what you
was
said?
wrong.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's what
everything.
you said. Okay.
And yeah, in general, like everything about how we can, we have things for like Alexander the Great and other people. I don't know their names and stuff, but I would say the opposite is actually true. Is that it's more to believe the New Testament than to believe them, and then that's where we can get into why. Yeah, I know that's where we can get into why.
Okay.
I'm using, yeah. the
Wait,
way
are you saying
historians-
the Alexander the Great thing has to do with the second century, or are those two different points?
I'm saying that if that it's more believable to believe the New Testament than it is him if we're just going evidence for evidence.
But is that connected to the 2nd century line that you said where I was wrong about that, or is that a different point?
That's just different. This is like different points in a thesis. Yeah.
Well, let's address the 2nd century thing first. What do you got there? How do you know I'm wrong there?
The copies, I agree, were found not until like 140 probably, maybe even later. Except the thing is, if there are copies, that's not when they were written.
Right.
And that's also not how historians use to detect when something was written.
Yeah.
Copies were found, but not when it was written.
Yeah, that's not.
What matters is when it was written, though.
Yeah.
Because that's when the person rose alive and wrote it.
Yeah. Okay.
And people just find other mentions of Paul outside of. I mean, contemporaries is a big thing for you. There are contemporaries. I just don't know why they didn't list any. Even if there aren't much, there's like 4 that I could list. 4 that aren't in the Bible, and some of them aren't Christian, and they actually hated Christians.
Oh wait, hold on.
Hold
on.
Yeah.
You think there's contemporaries that mention Paul?
Yeah, Paul and Jesus.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the fans are wanting it. The fans are screaming. All right. Okay.
I like your energy.
All right. Here we go.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Please name one person outside of Christianity who mentions Paul.
Sure, give me a second. I got it somewhere. You can search it up though, if you have a separate device, or anyone in the comments. Josephus is the first.
Josephus mentions Paul in what verse? Or what
do you
line?
mean verse?
What line?
Sure, give me a second. He mentions the name Saul, Saul, in the Antiquus War, and something else.
In the Jewish War? Where?
The Antiquities and the Jewish War.
Okay, where? I've got Antiquities of the Jews and the Jewish War right here. I will look it up and show the camera.
Something about being in Benjamin, Paul's tribe, like a part of Benjamin, and the Herodian court. Something like that.
Oh, wow. Where in Josephus does he say this? Like, just give me the book, the chapter, and the number, and we will look it up, and I'll show the camera. So
you have the Antiquities of the Jews?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a second.
What's the book, chapter, and section? It'll be a number, dot, number, dot, number.
Book 20, chapter 2, paragraph 1.
Of Antiquities of the Jews? That would be way after. Book 20, chapter 2, paragraph 1?
Yeah.
Okay. About this time, it was that Helena, queen of Adiabene, and her son Izates changed their course of life and embraced the Jewish customs, and this on the occasion following Monomazus, the king of Adiabene, who had also the name Basius, fell in love with his sister Helena and took her to be his wife and begat her with child. Jesus Christ, dude, what are you having me read? But as he was in bed with her one night, he laid his hands upon his wife's belly and fell asleep, and seemed to hear a voice which bade him take his hands off his wife's belly, and not to hurt the infant that was therein, which by God's providence would be safely born and have a happy end. This voice put him into disorder, so he was awakened immediately and told the story to his wife, and who was his sister, and when his son was born, he called him Izates. He had indeed Monabas, his elder brother, by Helen. There's no mention of Saul in this entire thing. Here's the rest of it, by the way, guys, just in case, because I don't necessarily want to read the rest of that. It goes all the way to number 2. I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing in here about a Saul or a Paul. You just had me read some weird incest shit.
Try 29:4.
There's not a 29. Antiquities of the Jews goes to book. Let's see. Goes to here. Let me show you. Goes to book 20, chapter 11, and then just one page over, it goes to Wars of the Jews. So no, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I think it's a number system. That's the difference. I'm trying to find out like how to.
So really quick,
the right one.
And just be honest here. Did you use like an AI to try to find it? Because I think it hallucinated. Yeah, it hallucinated.
What do you mean by that?
So it can come up with things and just say that they're in there because it's nothing more than a search engine on steroids, and sometimes it gets things all mixed up. There is no mention of Saul or Paul in the entirety of Josephus's works.
It means AI is lying to you.
Yeah, it's just lying to you. It's not.
That wouldn't make sense because AI isn't exactly AI. It's just a search engine that gets other search stuff. It's
yeah,
like the web
and
in a
sometimes it
sense.
can get things mixed up, especially when you've been using it for a long time, which means it's trying to give you an answer you like, but it doesn't actually have a source behind it. That's not a thing. What you're on about, I'll gladly look up another reference if you want me to, but it's not in here. We have a lot of writings from this guy. There's not a mention of Saul or Paul in the entire thing.
Okay.
I mean, I'll look up another source if you like, or I'll look up another thing for it. But, I mean, it's not in there.
Have you read that whole thing yourself?
I have not read the whole thing, no.
But most of it.
All of it. Yeah, I've read a good portion of it. I'd say about maybe half of Antiquities of the Jews, about half of Wars of the Jews, a little bit Against Appian, and a little bit of his autobiography.
And honestly, I would need to read it myself too, just to see it.
Right. So again, what we're looking for is we're looking for anybody outside of Christianity, at least at this point. I'll open it up to Christianity in just a moment. But who outside of Christianity ever mentions Paul or Saul? The same person, as long as it's the same person.
I'm gonna have to say that you're right then.
All right, now we're going to open it up to Christianity. Who within Christianity mentions that they know Paul personally?
In Christianity knows Paul?
Mm-hmm. Who do we have known, verified writings from who says, I know Paul, or I knew Paul?
I'm gonna say I don't know, or no one, to make it easier.
All right, we're going to open it up one more time. Name a Christian who says, I know someone who knew Paul.
Oh, know someone who knew Paul? I don't know that yet. No one, I don't think.
Yeah. So, do you still think that we have evidence for Paul outside of the Bible or church tradition later on in the 2nd century?
I mean, after that, I wanted to move on to most people don't have contemporaries in general.
That's fine.
It is, but they're still real people that we authenticate, or at least
That's
the
fine.
way people, the historians.
So,
like,
do
find
you
out.
believe? Here's the thing. I understand what you're saying. Like, for instance, was there a Jewish farmer in the 1st century named Shimeon or Shimon? Probably.
I don't know. About
Probably. Probably. There's probably some guy named Simeon or some guy named Simon who was a Jewish farmer in Judea. It's not an issue. That's really vague. That's a name that was used at that time. That's a place that was around and people farmed. It's fairly likely that guy existed. But once you start giving details, we can actually jump into the story and figure out if that's a real person. even if, now I've heard you've probably heard of the concept of, I believe it's Hitchens razor. No, it's not Hitchens razor, is it? I can't remember. There's a no, it's not. It's just a particular phrase that says extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and I get that. That's usually in relation to like conversations about God and whatnot, but this is just somebody's existence, and I would say that ordinary claims need ordinary evidence. What kind of evidence do we have for the natural claims that they make of Paul? Whenever they make these claims about Paul, whenever they say that Paul was somebody who was born in Tarsus, he was fighting against Christians, unaliving them, working for the Pharisees, so he was a Pharisee and everything, according to Acts and whatnot. He then goes on to say, and it's said that he goes on to change over to the Christian side. So now he's known as a Christian. He starts a whole bunch of churches around the empire, writes letters to them, gets in multiple shipwrecks, including apparently a shipwreck from Josephus's autobiography, which was published in 99, by the way. And he bumps shoulders with Gallio, the older brother of Seneca, who writes a bunch of documents in the middle of the first century about different religions and offshoots and cults, and never mentions Christians, never mentions Paul, never mentions the disciples, and never mentions Jesus. He also almost convinces Festus, a Roman judge, to become a Christian. He appeals to Caesar, and he gets his capitated in the early 60s because apparently Rome had a problem with him. But he's never mentioned by any Jewish people or Rome or anybody outside of Christianity until the middle of the 2nd century, even for Christians. Like, Christians don't even mention him until the middle of the 2nd century. No one outside of Christianity ever mentions him in antiquity. No one. At a certain point, it starts to call into question the ordinary claims of this person. And the first time that we, again, get him mentioned, we have early iterations of his letters that just don't line up with the later text. Even Tertullian, early church father in 200, said he had to take Paul's existence on faith. And the only reason he does so, he says, is because he has his own letters, or his own edits of Paul's letters. Otherwise, he says that Marcion, who first published Paul's letters in 144, just discovered Galatians, like came up with it, kind of like Joseph Smith came up with the Book of Mormon. It's just kind of out of nowhere. To top it all off,
yeah, but
Paulus,
those don't mean they aren't real.
Yeah, but Paulus isn't even a name. It's a diminutive. It means the small one. It's not used as a first name. It's used like a secondary name to try to tell you who the person is. Like in Acts 13, where it says that when Saul starts going by Paul.
Changed.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
But he never mentions in his text that he ever had a different name. There's only one book that even refers to him as a different name. And that is a book that we can clearly tell, even from a Christian scholar standpoint, is based off of things like Josephus, which were published in the late 1st century, which means it's not written by any contemporary of Paul. And that's the book of Acts. The book of Acts is the only book that says that he went with it by a different name.
Yeah, from my little understanding, what I am seeing is still the way historians themselves, the people that, do all the work for us or whatever, they don't just look at Christianity, right? Looking at anything overall in general, the way they dictate how real something is, it all comes down to them saying still, even then, like, you're right, there is no mentions of Paul outside of, right, that. But then they also can say the same things for a lot of other figures that were real.
Like who?
I mean, I don't know if this list is right. You can correct me, but it says Socrates,
we have
Pythagoras,
multiple
something like that.
No, we have multiple contemporaries of Socrates that talk about him. Xenophon, Plato, his student. Socrates doesn't write anything, but we have contemporaries who talk about him. If you want to see that Pythagoras was just a fictional character, that's fine. I don't give a shit. That's fine. If we don't have any evidence for someone, but we supposedly have all these claims, then I'm just going to say that he didn't exist.
I mean, they found the writings that were written after his death.
Who?
Socrates, a student, you said.
No, we have multiple people including like Ptolemy, who we actually have coins for and everything, and we know that he existed, who writes about Socrates. Like, I understand that we don't have anything from Socrates, and we have people writing after his death, but these are people who knew him and were alive at the same time. They're contemporaries. We don't have any contemporary of Paul who mentions him. We don't have any contemporary of Jesus who mentions him.
I think it's safe to say that you don't have any more info for it. Is that fair?
Yeah, would it be fair to say that we don't have any evidence for Paul?
His own writings?
What about them? We don't have them until 144, and even then they are
those were
very
copies.
limited. No, that's not what I'm saying. No. We don't have them published at all until 144. I'm not talking about the manuscripts. The first manuscripts we have of Paul's letters date to like the 3rd century, like 200 or so. But the first time that Paul's letters are ever published, even by own admission of some people like Tertullian, is in 144 by Marcion. We don't get any mention of Paul prior to that.
I'm gonna say then that I did lose, and
well, it's not about winning or losing. It's about recognizing that, hey, we don't actually have evidence for this.
Yeah, then I recognize everything you're saying.
Fair enough. That means hard mode is over. Do you have anything else like for Jesus or anything?
No. I didn't want to like spend too much time here.
It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
But I did want to ask.
Go ahead.
For a list of things that you have that I could read up on like that book you had, like Josephus and other things.
Yeah, well, we have a book there. I mean, not we, but I mean, there are books on the works of Josephus here. Antiquities of the Jews, Wars of the Jews. That's that's
I'll
that's something that's
things.
Part of the thing. Yeah. I've got a book on the topic. Obviously, my book is probably the cheapest way to get into like this kind of topic and everything. The ebook is just $3. There is a print version though. And then there's a book on Marcion and everything. This is a really good book that I recommend to just about everyone. I'm going to pull it up on the screen and you can take a screenshot in just a second here. Oh, nope. Give me 1 second here. I got to set it up here. And there it is. Okay. So it's this book right here. It is called The First New Testament. The First New Testament, a Marcion Scriptural Canon. It's from scholar Dr. Jason Badoon. It was published in 2013, but it does an amazing job of going through and letting you know what was in that iteration of Paul's letters and like the first gospel that was published there in 144 by Marcion. Really good information in there. And I think if I scroll down here, let me see here. Okay, customers also bought or read. Come on. Oh, wait. Hey, there's me. Yay. There you go. Nice.
Yeah,
there you go.
I'm definitely going to buy yours for sure.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, yeah, I like to support it. I don't see why not.
Yeah. Well, let me know if you disagree anywhere. It's kind of a cheat sheet to, what I'm going to say for the most part. And you can come back up here and you can say, oh, hey, you can request up and be like, this is where I disagree with you. This is some place where I agree with you. Or this is some place where you need to give more, information because you didn't explain it very well.
No, I definitely agree on a lot of things now.
But yeah, my co-author and I, we also have on YouTube on a channel called Myth Vision, there is about an hour-long interview with us with a live demonstration of the software that we use to kind of help back up what we're saying, that's stellometry software. We do 3 live demonstrations of it. So there's quite a bit of information out there, and if you have any questions or disagreements, just request up. Send me a DM. Send an email.
You really, you know what? You're cool. I like it. But yeah, thank you very much for the time.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep. All right, everybody. That was Saul the Goat.
Say however you want. It's a fake name.
Oh, all right. Well, that was Saul the Goat, guys. Saul the Goat. Definitely a big W. I'm gonna let that play out. A big W to Saul the Goat. Saul the Goat. All right. So over on YouTube, I wanted to get to some super chats really fast before we bring up everyone else here. We've got a super chat from Dream Meditate Repeat. No, sorry. Dream Meditate Repeat. Dear God, YouTube names are. almost impossible. Okay. Dream, meditate, repeat. Australian $5 or $5 Australian, however the fuck you guys say that down there. We got some Aussie dollars here. That's not even close to a fucking Australian accent. But anyways, the point is $5 from Australia. Say boo. It says boo. Book not available on Australian Audible. I didn't know that. I figured it was. I apologize. I did not know that. That's going to be some weird Audible or Amazon thing. I apologize. I did not know that. The book should be available though in print and on ebook there for it, but I apologize there. Then $4.99 from a Jim12 says, Yurkum before Esquifes, hashtag toxic sludge wins, hashtags you don't have friends, hashtag you have family. That is actually very, very true. Very, very true. Let's see. Oh, there you go.
I don't have friends. I got family.
Yeah. All right. And then $3.69 from Christina the Godless. 1/3 of Girls Gone Godless. Definitely check out that podcast. It is actually believe it or not, 3 girls who have gone godless. I don't know. If you want to know more about that, you're going to have to go check it out. Let's see. She said, I'd never ask you to say queef on a live, just saying. And then a laughy face.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
All right. Then $2 Australian from the same name, LMAO 9881 says, I, the one reading aloud, concede that I am wrong. What an asshole. All right. Again, if you're on YouTube and you don't want to come up on TikTok, that's perfectly fine. Just send a super chat and I will read your message out loud and I will respond to it, even if you want to call me an asshole and say that I am wrong. Promise, I will read it out loud and respond. Or you can come up on TikTok and we can have a conversation. All right, next up is Gene. We got Gene here. Gene?
Hello?
Hey, what you got, Gene?
My angle on this, I guess, is going to be within Christianity, I'm afraid, but how do you date the book of Revelation?
How do we date Revelation?
Yeah, in your paradigm, like the way you see it.
So what we actually found was that about roughly chapters 4 through 20 are written in a Semitic language first and then translated into Greek later. This is because it comes up alongside the Septuagint, which is Greek, but the Septuagint all came up as one author, which doesn't make any sense. But that's when we discovered that the reason for this is because stylometry takes a look at the most frequently used words, and when you translate from something from like Hebrew or Aramaic, like a Semitic language, into Greek, there would be certain colloquial phrases or words that you would use in certain ways, and so it would almost trick it into thinking this is from one author. This is pretty clear that the book of Revelation, chapters 4 through 20, which is the only portion of the New Testament that comes up alongside the Septuagint, would be in a Semitic language first and then go into Greek. So I would say that it may have actually been one of the earliest texts to be written, either written about maybe Nero or Domitian, or Hadrian.
I need dates. I'm sorry for that.
So Nero would be in the 60s.
Okay.
Domitian is in the 90s and Hadrian is in the 130s.
Okay. And in terms of like the churches that get referenced, do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so the churches that give reference are at the beginning of it. So basically the more Christian material, the things that actually have Jesus doing something as a standalone character as opposed to just getting tacked onto God or talked about in a way that doesn't say Jesus or mentioning Christian churches in certain locations, these are outside of chapters 4 through 20. So like mostly in like the first 3 chapters is like where it addresses the 7 different churches. So, okay. I mean, this would just be churches or communities that were around within Christianity whenever they adopted the apocalyptic literature known as Apocalypse or Revelation in Hebrew and translated it into Greek. And then they just added their shit to it that talks about their churches.
Okay.
Yeah, because the chapters that talk about the churches aren't part of the Jewish part. Yeah. Keep going.
Do you feel there's any evidence for Jesus in Revelation?
No. Why would there be?
Okay. No, I'm curious.
No, it's
that's my
like
main
some weird,
question.
like it later on when it's because we know that it gets translated from a Semitic language to Greek. That means that most scholars say that it's talking about Nero. That's because they take a look at the 616 or the 666 and they work backwards using like a little bit of kind of like gematria, if you will, to try to get back to, or numerology to say that that's Nero. And that's fine. If this is Jewish stuff that's talking about Nero, okay, great, cool. There you go. But then we have to allow for there to also be time for it to be translated into Greek and have the Jesus things added. And the portions that don't, the portions before the Jewish portions or after the Jewish portions, they come up as like 2nd century writing. So it's just someone later on in the 2nd century just adopting something that the Jews had and translating it into Greek. I don't necessarily know when that would be, but it would need to be sometime in the 2nd century. So when they talk about Jesus in there, they're not really, it's not really any, it doesn't really establish Jesus as a real person. It just kind of, it's just run-of-the-mill Christian thought, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I was just curious if that was a way to argue that, but I think I see what you mean.
Yep, no worries. Anything else that you have?
No, I mean, I'd like a sound, but can you play a sound for me?
Oh, play a sound for you? Oh, absolutely.
Okay, well.
Thank you for coming up, Gene. All right. Next up is Grayson, but there is one super chat here. This is Canadian, $2.79 that says, I think Queef is funny. I love Queefy Mythman. Okay. All right. Anyways, I don't know why people are just taking advantage of the super chat thing to have me say whatever, but it's yeah. Anyways, what you got? And there's a $1.99 from Mr. Leaderboard 6453 that says, "Can I speak to you?" Yes. If you can either send a super chat and I will respond if you ask a question, or you can come up on TikTok. The link is in the chat or on the YouTube profile, and you can request up. If you don't have a TikTok, don't worry. You can just send a question there in the super chat, and I will respond. Grayson, what you got? Let me send an invite to unmute there.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing good. What you got, man?
I heard you talking earlier. I mean, I don't have very long, but I just wanted to ask you this. When did you say you think the first gospel was written?
I would say like written or published, or both.
I guess both. Yeah.
Published in 144, roughly. Written, I would say either late 130s, early 140s.
Okay, so like, what is your contention with like the gospels being written earlier than that? Because you have like certain apostolic fathers quoting them before that time period. Like, for example, like Polycarp dies
in 167. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he wrote his epistle to the Philippians much earlier than that.
No, he didn't. What are you talking about? Where are you getting evidence for that?
Why ought we adopt your position for how you?
Where are you getting earlier than 144 for someone who dies in the 160s?
Can he not write it before, like a much earlier?
Can he not? I don't know. Can a toddler write? I guess maybe. But like, where are you getting the idea that he was writing before that?
Why ought we agree to how you are dating stuff?
Because Polycarp is generally not dated before 144, as for like the writings.
Except he is.
How?
What do you mean how?
By who? Like, who says Polycarp is writing before 144?
1 moment.
And like, what did they point to as evidence for this?
1 second.
Let's see. And as we can tell, the date of Polycarp's epistle depends on the question of its unity, which very clearly it's not really that unified. And dating of the Ignatian corpus. M. David Litwa, a Christian scholar, actually dates Ignatius to about 170. And we have more and more scholars saying that Ignatius actually lines up with Peregrinus Proteus, who died in 165. So would have been writing maybe shortly before then. We don't really have... So it's dependent on something that is also starting to be dated later and later by scholars. So, I mean, there's no evidence that Polycarp was writing prior to 144 or something like that. Like that, it just kind of be weird, especially if he dies in the 160s.
I mean, any date that I've seen, I saw anywhere from 110 to 140. So that's what I'm familiar with.
That is generally where scholars have put it historically, but we don't have any evidence for that. It's dependent on the Ignatian letters, which keep getting later and later, with M. David Litba putting the Ignatian letters in 170, because Polycarp apparently writes the opening for it.
Sorry, you said when did Ignatius?
Ignatius, M. David Litva here recently, scholar places it about 170. He's not even like a mythicist or anything. I don't even think he's an atheist.
I have not read Ignatius. However, I have read Polycarp. I've read a bunch of the post-apostolic fathers, and I guess pre-Nicene fathers. I've not gotten to him yet. However, are you aware if he is younger or older than Polycarp?
They'd be about the same time. That's the point.
Yeah, so what's the problem if he wrote something after the fact? If he wrote something in 170,
that's
and Polycarp's writings always...
That's not an issue.
Then so what was the objection that you had with him being him writing at 170?
I didn't have an objection with that.
Then I don't see your objection to mine.
Your objection, my objection to yours had nothing to do with him writing in 170, other than that's what we start to see. And if you accept that, then that's fine. That'd be post 144. And so I'd be fine with that. Why would I have an issue with that? Someone writing almost 3 decades after the Jesus and Paul IP is introduced by Marcion doesn't bother me in the slightest.
So you think Marcion introduced
Yep.
Jesus and Paul?
Yep. We don't have any firm evidence of any mention of Jesus or Paul prior to that.
What constitutes firm evidence in your
something that we can date reliably? And if something is dated reliably, the only way that we can date Polycarp is based on Ignatius. And if Ignatius is not dated reliably and is now placed at as late as 170, then it's garbage. We can't actually say, oh, hey, prior to 144.
Well, what's prior to dating it? Like the way you date it, you go into dating stuff with your presuppositions, so you'd have to be able to justify your system of dating stuff.
That would be Tertullian, Origen, and Irenaeus saying that Marcion was...
That doesn't grant you justification. Names doesn't grant you justification for your system of dating.
I'm using your names. Like
I didn't ask you
church fathers.
I said
your church fathers say that he was writing in 144. If you don't,
Tertullian's a heretic. Tertullian's a heretic. So,
I don't give a shit. Origin and Irenaeus aren't.
Well, you just said you just used mine though. They have no.
Origin and Irenaeus are part of your particular.
Origen's also a heretic. Origins.
I don't give two shits. Irenaeus.
You said is
Irenaeus okay? Well, Irenaeus and Justin Martyr both put Marcion in the 140s. Do you want to cast out Justin Martyr?
No.
Okay. Do you want to cast out Irenaeus?
I have no problem with Irenaeus.
Well, okay. They both put Marcion publishing in 140s. So what do you want to do now?
Completely fine. Nice.
Okay.
Marcion
so there you go.
I'm asking you a question that is prior. How do you justify the system of dating that you use?
By using you guys. If you want to toss it out, then we don't have anything. Yes, it is. Yes.
It's not. No, it's not.
Mm-hmm. Also, on top of that,
you should take a philosophy 101 class. That is not great.
Well, that's not. We're not dealing with epistemology or philosophy. We're dealing with history.
You always are. Where you're making a logic claim.
If you start talking about Philbro bullshit, you're going to be dropped and probably blocked. That being said, we're talking about history.
That's
and
fine.
If you want it, okay, sounds good.
That's fine.
So yeah,
all right.
All right, Jin Zin ZZ, what you got? And by the way, if he wants to go ahead and toss out Justin Martyr or Irenaeus, which he said he didn't want to do, then there goes all of the church fathers that he was relying upon to begin with. If he wants to toss them out, that's fine. I'm not tossing them out. I'm playing within his rules. If you want to toss out all of history, you can toss out all of history. Justin Martyr, unfortunately, is a contemporary. He's not saying that Marcion did something, even though that's what Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen said. Justin Martyr is actually giving us an idea as to when he's alive, because Justin Martyr is a contemporary. He's a contemporary of Marcion. So, I mean, we have a contemporary of Marcion. We have multiple people saying that he's writing at this particular point and he's active at this particular point. And on top of that, we have a manuscript that is using his material and could, so it's either the Gospel of Luke using his material or it is his material. That is Papyrus, believe it or not, 69. Nice. And that dates to the 2nd century, or like the end of the 2nd century, early 3rd. So, I mean, if you want to say that we have a piece of Marcion's gospel, okay, cool. So, I mean, we established that he's a person. We established when he's alive. And if you want to toss out all records of this, then you're tossing out your own church fathers, which would mean it's gone. I don't know what to do there, if that's what he wants to do. All right, but anyways, Jen Zen ZZ, what you got?
Yeah, well, I just had a couple questions. I don't get how we can argue about like evidence and stuff from thousands of years ago. Like, how do we know it wasn't tampered with, or like made like they could have easily just added Paul in there to confuse us? And
I mean, yeah, I
tamper
mean, I
evidence.
understand.
How do we know? There's
So
no way to know.
typically,
Like,
so okay,
they hated him so much they killed him. Why would they
Who is
go out
they?
their way to the people who put him on the cross?
Paul?
People who put him on the cross. Talking about the people who literally killed him.
Paul?
No. I never mentioned Paul.
You definitely did.
No, I never mentioned Paul ever. I haven't said his name at all yet.
All right. So anyways, so your question was, how do you know that they didn't just put him into the Bible, like put him into the text?
Oh yeah, or everything else. So just
now, and put who into the text?
Like any other disciples, everything, all of that could have made up.
Well, when you said, how do we know we didn't put him into the text? Who is the him you were referring to?
Well, the people who killed Jesus, who hung him on the cross.
Well, no, when you said, how do we know someone didn't put him into the text, what him were you referring to?
I meant to say the people who hung Jesus, how do we know they didn't just add Paul to the text to confuse us and discredit Jesus more?
So the him you were referring to was Paul?
Yeah.
You were talking about Paul earlier.
He's just someone I added in there. I could have said any other name, but
you did say Paul, and then you tried to say that you didn't say Paul?
Because at first you thought I said Paul killed Jesus or something stupid like that? You thought I said something like that, right?
No,
about
you
Paul
just said that
killing
you
Jesus or
never brought
something?
up Paul, but you did bring up Paul, and you admitted to that.
Yeah. Yeah, because I brought him up in a different way. At first you thought I said he killed Jesus or something like that. Yeah, you did. You misunderstood me.
No. First, you mentioned Paul being added into the text potentially, And I was going to address that, but then you went on to say something about how they crucified him, and you didn't
that's where
make
the
any, there was no
misunderstanding happened.
Correct, because you didn't provide any transitional material from talking about Paul to talking about Jesus suddenly. And so I tried to ask if you were talking about Paul being crucified, and you said no, and then
That's where the
denied ever mentioning
misunderstanding
Paul.
happened. Yeah, that's where it happened, the misunderstanding.
Yeah, because you didn't
I didn't mean to say
transition
that
your
at all.
topics,
I just
and
got
then
too
you
ahead
tried
of
to
myself,
gaslight.
and I said everything at once. I got too ahead of myself, but
Yeah,
that's not what I meant to say at all.
And then you realized that you gaslit and tried to say that you weren't talking about Paul, and you said, quote, "I never mentioned Paul."
Well, yeah, because I don't understand why you would think I said Paul was
It's
sacrificed.
because you said Paul.
Killed. Yeah, but I didn't mean to say that he was sacrificed or killed. That who would say that? It's obvious.
Okay, well, you not meaning something doesn't mean that you didn't say it. It just means you didn't mean to say it, but you did.
Yeah. Like I said, I got ahead of myself. I didn't mean to say that.
Yeah,
It was that's where the misunderstanding
what
happened.
you should probably do in the future, not just in this conversation, but other conversations, is admit when you fuck up, as opposed to gaslighting and denying that you ever said anything of the sort. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's my bad. I just never been in a debate like this, so I got ahead of myself. I said
No problem. So that being said, are you wondering if they could have just added the character Paul? Like, and who's they? Like,
yeah,
Christians,
like or whoever hates Jesus and doesn't want us to know the truth.
The people who write the New Testament?
To discredit him and confuse us. What?
Why would the people who were writing the New Testament want to, like, hate Jesus and want you to not... What?
Obviously not the people that believed in him will do that. I'm talking about the people.
Well, then why would they put it in the Bible?
You really think everything was passed down, like, without it
Christians?
being tampered or like messed with?
No, I mean, being tampered and messed with is a completely different topic as to whether or not the Christians were the ones doing it.
Because I just feel like there's things that are
if
true
the Bible
and not
was being
true in the
altered
Bible.
to what we have today, why would that not be the Christians doing it? Why would it suddenly be someone else who's doing it to the Bible?
Because it could easily just be tampered with to discredit Jesus and confuse his followers.
By who?
By the people against him. It's good and evil.
Who are
in this
editing
world,
the
right?
Bible that the Christians have?
What?
So someone else outside of Christianity is tampering with the Bible and adding things into the Christian Bible.
Yes, they could easily
and the Christians just go with it?
I mean, they could easily do that, can't they? The people in power who rule the world, can't they easily just
Wouldn't
do
that be the Christians for the longest period of time, considering the fact that Christianity became the official religion of the entire Roman Empire in 380?
Say that again? Sorry.
Christianity became the official religion of the entire Roman Empire in 380. So who was in charge that could have edited the Bible and added Paul?
It could have been hundreds of years later. We don't know.
So that would be the Christians who was in charge.
But if it was, why would they do it? Why would they discredit their own belief? That makes no sense. You see?
Right.
So
But
why
you're
would you
saying
even
that there's a
think that?
possibility that they did.
No, not them. Like,
Who's
why
them,
would I
then?
think they did? I don't know, but there's people who don't like Jesus who are against him.
Who are in charge of the
this is-
Christian Bibles and what goes into it?
No, but they could still eat, just like they control us nowadays. How the government controls us, and they pick and choose what they want to.
So the
Like,
Christian
throw-
Bible was altered while the Christians were in charge by someone other than Christians, and the Christians just kind of rolled with it.
I mean, they probably obviously fought. We don't know. We don't know what happened. That's what I'm saying. You can't just go off thousands of years of things when we don't even know if it was tampered with, or we don't know.
So look, I don't really like you using the term they, but other than that, the rest of your point was microwaved tinfoil.
I mean, it's because I don't get what else. Like, what else do you want?
I would like for you to explain how on earth we get any of what you just said.
Because I see how you argue with people about like thousands of years of like evidence and all this stuff, but we don't even know if it's true.
Okay, so would you like to go ahead and just dismiss everything then? Like, just go ahead and say that Jesus never existed, like ever? Because we just don't know.
I'm just trying to
the
say.
text.
I'm just trying to say that you can't just discredit Jesus just because you can't prove something from thousands and thousands of years ago that could have easily been tampered with.
So Jesus is not provable then, right? Thank Darwin. I think he got a call from his doctor. All right, we're moving on. V Cisco.
Yeah. I kind of get his point, actually, believe it or not.
Well, I mean, if his point was to say, thank you. If his point was to say, hey, like, we can't know anything from that point in time because it could have been edited. If that was his point, then that's fine. But there goes your reliability or anything in the Bible.
His they were the Jews.
I have proof. Well,
I have proof. Do Jews? If you ask a Jew today, would he believe in Jesus? He existed.
All right, I would. Yeah, Aaron.
Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
Okay, so really quick,
I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere with this.
You're not. You're not going. Well, I mean, you're going somewhere, but it's off of a cliff, and at the bottom of said cliff is a ravine that is anti-Semitism. So that being said,
not at all. Not at all.
How do we?
Not at all. I promise you, not that.
So how was it that the 3rd century manuscripts of the New Testament that we have mention Paul? I don't care about your question. How is it that the 3rd century manuscripts that we have that mention Paul were edited by Jewish people?
No, I'm talking about the 1st century Jews.
Yeah, well, we don't have anything from the 1st century on Paul or the Jewish people talking about Paul. The Jewish people never even mentioned Paul.
But were they trying to suppress Jesus in the first?
No.
When Jesus was around?
No, because Jesus didn't exist.
Okay, you're gonna go. So, but if you ask a Jew today,
cool. Well, we're not talking about today. We're talking about whether or not Jesus and Paul existed, and you're trying to make the claim that Jewish people somehow altered the texts that go back as far as the 3rd century that we have physical copies for.
Suppressed.
So where's your evidence that anybody from the Jewish faith did anything to the 3rd century manuscripts that we have that mention Paul?
Well, of course I don't have any.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That's how conspiracy theories usually work. It's just something that you just reach up elbow deep into your chocolate starfish and just pull out all willy-nilly and say, look at this. It's anti-Semitism.
No, I'm not going there. I am not going there. But not by all means, I'm not going.
That's exactly where you're going.
No, I'm just saying that the guy.
So in other words, you don't think that it's anti-Semitic to say maybe the Jews are behind this and they actually suppress this knowledge and they change things without any supporting evidence whatsoever?
But they believe in, but Jews believe in Jesus. So that's my point. They believe in Jesus.
I don't give 2 shits. They don't mention Jesus until the 3rd to 6th century in the Babylonian Talmud, which is very clearly based off of the material found in the Gospels. So yeah, and you know who they don't mention? Paul. And that's who we're talking about here. And very clearly,
well,
you don't have any evidence to suggest that the stories about Paul or mentions of Paul in the 3rd century Christian manuscripts were ever altered by Jewish people.
My point was, I know where that guy was going.
That guy was going to the same place that you're going in a car.
No, here's they.
Thelma and Louise style.
Jews. All right, okay. But I'm not against the Jews, for the record. But
yeah, go ahead and throw that on the record after you very clearly besmirched them for a good, 5 minutes.
According to the Bible, which the First Testament were written by Jews, right? And it does say Jesus was a Jew, and it does say they were trying to suppress him. They did what the Bible says, not what I say.
Okay, cool.
Okay, but I know you don't believe in the Bible.
I don't know about any suppressing per se that the Jewish people did, but whatever. That being said, what's your evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Paul. Okay, I'm going to go to Paul. Polycarp. What year was Polycarp born?
I don't know when year Polycarp was born in.
66.
69.
No, in the 60s.
Definitely not. That doesn't make any sense.
If you Google him, if you Google him.
No, there's no evidence of that whatsoever. No one was there and was able to record when Polycarp was born like that. That's crazy. And he never mentions anything about when he was born. So that's
when did he die? Then you said when he died. When did he die?
Most scholars place it somewhere from the 140s to the 160s or 150s, 160s, with one particular later author saying that he died in about 167.
Okay, so the average life was what? 70 years old?
What?
So by your logic, if you go 90, is it possible he knew somebody who knew Paul?
No.
No. His grandfather never knew Paul, or his uncle, or heard of Paul.
Not that we know of. Why?
Is it possible?
No, because Paul's not a real person.
No?
Yeah. My great-great-great-grandfather was alive in the 1800s. He didn't know Paul Bunyan. Did you want to ask about the Jolly Green Giant next? I have cousins who were born in the 80s. They didn't know Harry Potter.
Do you believe in aliens?
No, because I'm not a moron.
I agree with you on that. Okay, so it's possible Polycarp knew grandfather was around when I want to use their words. Paul was so-called alive. It's possible. And Polycarp did write about Paul, correct?
Polycarp?
Yeah.
Possibly. Yeah. Why? Who cares?
All right then.
He never says he knew him, and he never says he knew anybody who knew him.
But he wrote about him like if he was alive.
That wouldn't make any sense. You think Paul lived into the 90s?
No,
even if you think that
somebody.
even if you think that Polycarp was born in the 68, 69, that would still be after Paul dies. So he wouldn't be a contemporary.
I know, but he knew somebody who not known him personally, but known.
He never says that.
No, he doesn't say that, but it's possible.
Okay, well, you're just kind of cool. It's also possible that your mom gave George Washington a hand job. I don't care. I mean, that's all right if she did, but we don't have any evidence for it, so I'm not going to be thinking about it later.
There's no writings of it.
I'm going to think about it later. But do you have any evidence to back up any of your claims, or just keep one jacking off the mouth?
Polycarp wrote about Paul, and it's possible that he knew his great uncle or grandfather was around when Paul was around.
Okay. Does he say that?
He wrote about Paul.
Sweet. Does he say that Paul was a velociraptor? Well, I guess it's possible. Using your logic, anything's possible.
Right. So it's possible. You would agree.
Yeah. If Kevin Garnett can win the NBA Finals, anything is possible.
But he went to a team who won the NBA Finals. They went to an established team that won.
Most teams in the NBA are established.
No, just like what's his name, Durant. He got a ring with the Warriors.
Well, anything is possible.
Okay, that's what my point was. You said it's impossible, and it's possible that somebody did write about Paul.
Yep. It's also possible that Paul was actually a Ford F-250.
I mean, well, now you're trying to be funny, but
yeah, because I'm using the same amount of logic and support and evidence as you are.
That's all hilarious. I'm saying. It's possible. So it's possible. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, I'm trying to be funny using the same logic that you are.
Why are you sweating?
I'm not sweating.
Why are you sweating?
No. Right. Do you have any evidence to back up your claim, or was that it?
Well, yeah, I just proved it.
Nope, you just said it was possible, and it's also possible that Paul was actually just a truck. We're actually going to change the story. Initially, when he was working for the Pharisees, he was a Ford F-250, but he becomes a Honda Ridgeline after that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. See how I can make claims without any evidence, just the same that you can?
But you're making irrational claims.
No. They have the same amount of logic and evidence as yours does.
No, not really, because Polycarp was a real person. He did write about Paul. And it's possible that he knew somebody who knew Paul.
Yeah,
was a real person.
Yeah, he could have been a donkey. Donkeys existed back then, right?
Okay. Okay. All right. That's basically it.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up and sharing a whole bunch of nothing and wasting 27 minutes and 20 seconds of your time.
No problem, my man.
All right. Come back never.
God bless. God bless.
All right. Kai Gray 8. Before we get to you there, we've got some super chats over there on YouTube. Again, if you don't want to come up on YouTube, that's perfectly fine, but send a super chat and I promise I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. We've got, let's see, is Aki. Okay, Aki, LMAO 9881 sends $5 Australian. Those Aussie bucks. Again, I can't even work on that. Bro, my name is just Aki. LMAO. GG. Good night. Great bants. Garn to bed subbed for like. Is that a sentence that I am just not Australian enough to understand? Is that what that is? I don't even think that was mostly English. But then again, what can you expect from a former prison colony? Anyways, I'm joking. I'm not joking. But anyways, Aki, thank you very much for the $5 Australian. Going the way that America is, I'm sure that the $5 Australian is actually about $20 here. So thank you very much for that. And then Still Legend sent a gift of LOL for 440 joules. I think that's $4. So thank you very, very much for that. Bong the Ripper 25 sent $2. Says, are there any non-Christian critics of your work? Non-Christian critics? I don't know. Richard Carrier is not a Christian, and he says that like stilometry is bad, but then he also speaks out the other side of his mouth and acknowledges that second century authorship is actually something that is a viable argument to make, as well as he's a mythicist and says that Jesus didn't exist. So, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Thank you. So yeah, it's it's questionable. But yes, there technically are some non-Christian critics of the work. Then $4.99 from a Gerd Engineer. Jesus Christ. Says, dropping by to say you better stop taking all my view. Stop it. You can't do that. You're causing beef when there's nothing but chicken. All right, you better stop taking all my viewer, singular. You're making me rub off my hairline. Stop it. Stop. You can't do that. That's not, I'm good. Okay. You know what? All right. $2 Australian from Aki LMAO 9881 says, at Rebel Apostate encouraged me to post all caps. I guess you can't stop super chats, I guess. I guess it's fine. It's whatever. Let's see. $1.99 from Prime121 TVI says, so do you believe anyone in the Bible existed? Good question. And yes, there are definitely some people, a lot of people who are like in power. These people are real people who existed, who help kind of set the story or set the stage for the story to let the reader know when the immerse the reader in the time and let them know when the story is supposed to take place. There are some people, the further you go back in the Old Testament, there's some people who are just kind of like weird and nameless or something. Like say for instance, Pharaoh, but there's no Pharaoh that's actually mentioned. Oh, I like the little bus thing. Oh, thank you very much. Dan Schwartz, thank you on YouTube. But like, I mean, Pharaoh is mentioned, but he's not named. So we have to kind of work backwards to see what Pharaoh they could have been talking about. But even when we do, it doesn't really make a lot of sense because there's not a Pharaoh that does the things that the Old Testament says. So, I mean, it's kind of a loaded question because there's a lot of caveats to it. But in the New Testament, yeah, we have some real people. We have Festus, we have Gallio, we have Caesar Augustus, we have Tiberius, we have Pontius Pilate, we have Herod Antipas, we have Herod Archelaus. There are some real people. But did they do these things? No. Do they help the reader understand what time frame you're looking at? Sure. But sometimes even they are anachronistic. Lysanias, the Tetrarch of Abilene, is supposed to be reigning, according to Luke 3, at the same time that John the Baptist starts his ministry. But Lysanias died in 33 BCE. So no, that doesn't line up. King Aretas the third is the one who has control over Damascus, and Paul says he was harassed while he was in Damascus by King Aretas. So that doesn't line up because King Aretas III he died in the middle of the 1st century, again, BCE. So it's really piss poor when it tries to when it tries to make historical claims, but it does try, and there are some real people who existed, just not in that way, if that makes sense. But yes, thank you for the little bus thing there, Dan Schwartz, and let me know what team you're going for in the World Cup. I mean, it's just kind of for fun. Go USA, obviously, but I'm also rooting for Norway and Ecuador. What is going on, Kai Gray 8? Kai Gray 8, you there?
Yeah, my bad. First off, good evening. I was like scrolling past and I seen what you was talking about on YouTube, and you were saying Jesus and Paul never existed, bro. So I wanted to know basically like on your evidence, like why you say that first, if you don't mind me asking.
Why do I say that Jesus and Paul never existed?
Yeah.
Because even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, do not line up with what we know about history of the 1st century from like the Jewish people, or from contemporaries, or from archaeology or geography of the time. So it just doesn't line up with the story. It also contradicts itself. The Gospels contradict themselves, so that's pretty problematic as well. Even in the natural stories. Like Matthew says that Jesus is born 10 years before Luke says he was born. So, I mean, the way that the New Testament presents Jesus, even in the natural sense, doesn't make sense. So therefore I win immediately because the Jesus presented by the New Testament is who I say doesn't exist. And you can't exist. A person who is born 10 years after they're born doesn't exist. That's not a real person.
Okay. All right. And you said the Gospels, what they said weren't making sense is that what you had just said is what you meant by that, or is that a different point?
That the Gospels contradict? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be one of the contradictions. There's other contradictions in the Gospels as well.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm Christian, but I'm still studying the Bible. I'm not gonna be one of those people that'll tell you like I know the Bible fully in and out. Come up here and tell you a bunch of nonsense like I know this verse and I really don't. I would say personally, if I'm to go against this argument, it would be purely faith. It wouldn't have any, in my opinion, I wouldn't have any evidence as of right now because I'm not fully versed in the Bible.
Do you feel like faith is a good pathway to truth?
I would say 50-50 on that because in certain aspects, faith does go wrong. Because
if you were to line up or get together all the people on the planet who have a faith in something, and you drew a circle around the people who you feel like have the correct faith, the total number of people outside that circle would outnumber the people inside it. That means that statistically speaking, faith points you in the wrong direction more often than not.
You think so?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's your statistics. If you're a Christian and you believe that's the correct faith, add up everyone on this planet who has a faith in something that is non-Christian, and they outnumber in total. If you add them all up, they outnumber the Christians. So that means faith points you in the wrong direction more often than not. That's how that works. That's simple math, man. Faith is not a pathway to truth. The only way that you can determine that the people inside that circle who are in the minority have the correct faith and the people outside who are the majority don't have it is evidence. That's the only way that you'd be able to determine the difference. And if you don't have any evidence, then your faith is probably misplaced.
All right, I can understand your point to an extent.
Yeah, the reason why I'm doing this, by the way, and the reason why I do these lives every day, is because I feel society is benefited if we believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible. And there's evidence of this. Believing false things is how we ended up with Mango Mussolini, who was making everybody all over the globe's life miserable, except for maybe some rich people and maybe some pedophiles. But the point is, at the end of the day, we do not have any evidence for Jesus that actually lines up whenever we put it through like modern scrutiny or literary scrutiny that we would put anything else through. And unfortunately, the tools that we have today to analyze the evidence that is presented and has been presented over the last, hundreds of years or whatever, whenever we, use these tools to analyze it, it falls apart and shows that it's a house of cards.
So I got a question. Do you believe in the devil? Do you believe
What does
like
that
there
have to
are
do with
people
whether or
who-
not Jesus existed?
I just got a question. Like, personally
Okay.
speaking,
Well,
do you
no.
believe in like the
No,
devil?
man.
No.
No.
So you don't believe that people do evil things?
In what way does that correlate? Doing something bad does not mean that the
well-
devil is behind it. That's dumb as shit. Like, you just do something bad. You do something that hurts someone else and violates their ability to live peacefully on the planet.
So you don't believe like when we die, there's no consequences?
That definitely has
no
nothing to do with Jesus or Paul. Do you have anything for Jesus or Paul?
Well, I'm asking a question more on the lines of that, but
I understand, but it's irrelevant to the focus on the live, the topic.
Well, it was kind of getting to my point, but you won't. Well, you kind of won't listen to my point unless it has like any.
Well, yeah, if we're talking about the topic, sure, but like whether or not I believe in the afterlife has no bearing on whether or not two people existed 2,000 years ago. What does that have to do with anything?
But
if I changed
I
my
think-
religion, does that change the past?
No, but what
And
I'm
if I
saying
change
is
my view on the afterlife, does that change the past? No. Either Jesus and Paul existed or they didn't. Either we have evidence or we don't. It has nothing to do with whether I believe in God, Satan, aliens.
Do you believe in God in general?
It has nothing to do with it. So stay on topic.
But I got a question, but it's a question I have.
Either
Do
you're
you,
going to
though?
stay on
'Cause I
topic
feel
or
as
I'm
if,
going
like,
to remove
if
you and move
have
to the
this
next guest.
conversation, but I'm, you know what? It's understandable. I could understand where you're coming from.
Okay. Well, it's understandable to remove you then. Salt Steward?
Yeah, what's going on?
Hey, what you got?
Oh man, I think we talked once before, and we found out we homeboys, man. I'm from Dallas.
Yeah.
But yeah, man.
DFW, down for whatever.
Be careful out there.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm not anywhere near Oak Cliff or Stop 6, so I should be fine.
Yeah, that's a safe bet. Yeah, man, I've been listening to some of the guests. It's kind of hit or miss, unfortunately. But the one guy that was up here talking about the tampering with like manuscripts or different texts, that was kind of interesting. Unfortunately, he wasn't really like, I guess, exposed to much as far as details go.
Yeah, before I start, I just want to say it's
So he was just kind of like throwing it up in the air as far as
muting
yeah, it's
people.
possible. But the other guest that interested me a little bit was the guy asking about any mention of Paul. And you guys started to look through Josephus's writings. So which I saw you pull up like you had a physical book in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Which version of Antiquities did you have?
Most people who get a copy of this is usually going to be translated by William Whiston. Sometimes the cover is a little different, but there's some different translations, a few different, I guess. But the works of Josephus is what I've got. This is published by Hendrickson Publishers.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I might have found a couple mentions of him
Of
in
who?
there, but I don't know if this is like someone else's like I don't know, like it is a PDF, so I'm not sure if it's like the exact same
A mention
version or
of
not.
who? Paul?
It says William Whiston, but I'm not sure otherwise.
Okay, so really quick. Oh, I apologize to be so blunt, but what's your point?
Oh, I'm saying like I think there may be some mentions of Saul in specifically Wars of the Jews.
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's why I was saying like I'm not sure if I'm reading from the same version.
I mean, like a Saul, like King Saul, maybe, like from the Old Testament.
Nah, it actually like at least the copy that I'm reading refers to him being like a brother to a Herodian.
Well, that wouldn't make any sense.
I'm not like
Herodian
I hear you,
means
man. Like,
little
I'm not-
Herod, so that probably not.
I mean, I hear you, man. I'm not trying to like make sense of it or prove anything. I just did a quick search and like kind of scanned through the pages. So the first one was in book 2, chapter 17
of Wars of the Jews.
Yeah, Wars of the Jews. Sorry.
Book 2, chapter 17. What line or section?
And then it's like in section 4.
Let's see. Okay, I mean, there's a guy named Saul, but Shaul is a name, like, but it's not going to make any sense. Let's see. And as they said these things, they produced those priests that were skillful in the customs of their country, who made the report, and that all their forefathers had received the sacrifices from foreign nations, but still not one of the innovators would hearken to what was said. Nay, those that ministered about the temple would not attend their divine service, but were preparing matters for beginning the war. So the men of power, perceiving that the sedition was too hard for them to subdue, and that the danger would arise from the Romans would come upon, or which would arise from the Romans would come upon them first of all, endeavored to save themselves, and sent ambassadors, some to Florus, the chief of whom was Simon the son of Ananias, and others to Agrippa, among whom the most eminent were Saul and Antipas and Costobarus, who were of king's kindred, the king's kindred. So, no, this was after Paul supposedly dies. That wouldn't make any sense. So they're like contacting him for the purpose of the war in 68. Paul dies in like the early 60s in Rome, according to Christian history. So this isn't him.
Oh, I don't know, man. Yeah. Like I said, it may not be the same person.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Shaul was a name that
I
goes
just thought it
back
was a
from
little-
like, King Shaul, like in the Old Testament.
Yeah, Shaul. Yeah. I didn't know if it could have been potentially linked, because there are claims that the Paul from Scripture is Herodian on his father's side or whatever. There's claims that I'm not trying to like prove anything. I've just heard that.
It wouldn't make any sense for people in 68 to be reaching out to Shaul, who was apparently called Paul for decades prior to the 60s, for help after something that happens after he dies.
No, I feel you, man. Like I don't know how to tie into the dates like you were bringing up about the timeline, but yeah, I mean that makes sense as far as it being gapped.
Right. But anyways, I do want to get to some other guests. Thank you very much. Again, thank you for coming up and also reminding me that you are from DFW. Yes, down for whatever. Down for whatever. Do we have a sound for DFW? Hell yeah, we have a sound for DFW that I can't use because I got to re-sign in because this thing is stupid. But here we go. There we go. All right, Mystery Slash, what you got?
Hello, how you doing, man? Hopefully you're having a good day.
Doing good. And after I talk to you, I'm going to get to some super chats. But Mystery Stash, what do you have for us today?
Okay, so I've studied quite a bit in college over scholars and religious prospects of the past, basically I would say 100 AD to 900 AD. I want to say
180
that
to when? 900
to 900 AD.
Okay, damn.
That's
All
what I
right.
like mainly studied and focused on.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna start off the argument with saying that there is no 100% physical or archaeological evidence for the existence of Jesus.
All right.
But we can go ahead and backtrack that and apply that to many historical figures across history that we do agree did exist.
Like who?
Do you agree upon that?
Like who?
Like who? All the pharaohs from Egypt. There's no physical or archaeological evidence of the pharaohs existing. Of
All of the pharaohs?
Most of them, majority, yes. I can
Okay.
name a couple if you like.
Sweet.
And then also I can name multiple accounts of Roman soldiers
You know how
that accounted
little
for
I
Cretus.
you know how little I care about someone who we don't have any evidence for?
I have evidence though. I can go ahead and
If you have
back up
evidence,
everything.
if you have evidence for the pharaohs, then we have evidence for the pharaohs. If we don't have evidence of particular
We don't.
ones,
I just stated that we don't have evidence for the pharaohs, but we do have critical claims. And archaeologists, 90% of archaeologists, or probably more, agree that they did exist. Did they not?
Cool. Well, I don't give a shit.
Okay,
about the
so
pharaohs.
you can't interrupt me if you're
No,
gonna have a
what-
debate.
No, it's not really a debate. It's me telling you that you're barking up the wrong tree because I don't give
I'm
a
not
shit
barking
about
up the wrong
someone who
tree.
we
I'm just
don't have
asking
any
you to
evidence
agree
for.
that we agree that pharaohs did exist before. and
Pharaohs
we don't
did
have any
exist.
archaeological
The ones
physical
that
evidence or records behind
the
it.
ones that we
I don't know why
know
you can't answer
exist,
that.
the ones that we know existed are the ones we have evidence for.
Name that evidence, please.
If we have evidence for them,
Name that evidence, please.
I'm saying the ones that we know existed are the ones we have evidence for. If we don't have any evidence, then we don't know that they exist. That's how that works.
Okay, so I can apply the same thing to Jesus.
Okay. So what evidence do you have?
Okay, so I want to go to Titus.
Who? Did you study from 100 to 900 and you don't know how to say Tacitus? I can't hear you when you're off the app.
He was a historian. Basically, he was a
Who is
Roman
this?
general,
Really quick,
Roman
who is
soldier.
this?
This is a Roman soldier historian.
Who is
He's
this?
basically a Roman general. He was a captain basically around
you hopped off
the Jerusalem area. He was sent down to that
Jesus
area
Christ.
to.
I can't. I didn't hear what you said. I don't know what you said because you hopped off and I can't hear you when you hop off. Who are you talking about?
Titus or Tinicius? I guess I don't know how to pronounce his name correctly, but you know who I'm talking about. I can spell it out if you like.
Are you saying Tacitus?
Yes.
Okay, he
I
doesn't
guess I'm
have anything
pronouncing
to
it
do
wrong.
with the Jewish
apologize.
people.
Okay, but I'm just gonna go ahead and recite his records. Is that okay?
We already know. Everybody in the chat already knows who Tacitus is and knows exactly how this conversation is going to go.
Okay, what about the Shroud of Tahud?
What kind of you need to ask for your money back from whatever fucking online school you went to, because in no way,
Okay,
shape, or
but
form are you even.
why are you disrespecting
close.
me?
Because you said the Shroud of Tahoot.
I'm sorry. I'm just not. I'm not really like a hardcore.
No,
person
you
that
literally
believes in
studied. No, you are
Christianity. I'm
hardcore.
just
You
studied
said you
person who
studied from 100 to 900, and you couldn't
Yeah,
name
and I
the
told you I
Shroud of
studied
Turin
all
or Tacitus.
religions, not just Christianity.
Well, you didn't get the big points
I'm
for
just saying
Christianity.
that I gave you the benefit of a doubt, saying that there's no physical or 100% archaeological evidence, but I'm telling you that there is manuscripts. There's people that have records
That's
of killing. There's people of killing.
Neither of.
Can you not
Do you
interrupt
think
me?
the
Or I'm
Shroud
gonna leave.
of? That's fine if you want to go ahead. The oh
Okay,
shit handle is up
your
here.
chat mutes people when they're trying to put up claims. You fully mute people when
Mhm.
you're trying to put up claims. All your chat that have
Yeah.
any valid claims. When someone does have a valid
Shut up for a second. All right, so the Shroud of Tahoot, also known as the Shroud of Turin for people who know what the fuck they're talking about, is from the 1300s. And no, it is not evidence for Jesus. It's very clearly artwork. Otherwise, the face that is depicted on there would actually look like actual funerary masks at the time. You'd brought up pharaohs, which also doesn't fall within 100 and 900. It's almost like you don't know shit about anything that you've studied or anything outside of that range. That being said, the funerary masks, such as the Mask of Agamemnon, which I will pull up right now, look very, very different from what the Shroud of Turin supposedly looks like, because it's artwork. The Shroud of Turin depicts a face that is much clearer and it is looking directly at you, as opposed to something that is an actual funerary mask from the past. The Shroud of Turin, not Tahoot, is bullshit, and it's artwork from the 1300s. As far as Tacitus goes, that's the way you pronounce it, not Titus or whatever you said. That is something that we can talk about if you want, but it's not really going to get you anywhere because he mentions Cretans as opposed to Christians in the earliest manuscript that we have, which dates to the 11th century. And Cretans is a word that is found in a Latin inscription known as CILVI 24944 over in Rome that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. So potentially before the birth of Jesus, or at the very least, before the ministry of Jesus and the word of the gospel would have got to Rome. So no. You're going to have to try a little harder, but please continue. I'll send you an invite to unmute.
Okay, so does that fully discredit the existence of a Christ man that was named Jesus?
It fully discredits the two things that you brought up, but okay. What
That
else you
that
got?
doesn't. No, it doesn't. That does not. How does it? Can you explain? How does it discredit it?
I already did. I don't know if you were listening.
That wasn't an explanation. You beat around it saying that there was someone that possibly mentioned a Christ-like figure, but that was a couple of years before at 20. The whole thing I'm trying to put to you is that keep the Bible and everything out of it. Let's just go ahead and focus on physical evidence that people can focus on. Right now, people can talk about and we can bring up. There's multiple manuscripts
You
of
notice
Jesus
that
living.
I didn't mention the Bible at all whenever I eviscerated Tacitus and
You
the
just said
Shroud
the
of Turin?
Gospels that entered the Roman Empire. We'll just go ahead and leave that out.
What are you talking about?
You literally just said that the Gospels entered
I
in
didn't say the
before this
Gospels, I
claim was
said the
made
gospel.
that he made, that this Roman captain or general made. You literally just said that they.
I didn't mention a Roman captain or a general.
You literally said that the gospel didn't enter Rome until or after that claim. Did you not?
The gospel, not the gospels. The gospel, like the story of Jesus' ministry, is what I
Yes,
said.
yes.
Yeah. I'm not saying the
just said that,
gospels
right?
like the canonical gospels.
Okay,
That's
so
not what I'm
how
talking
would
about.
the gospel even reach Roman if this didn't happen first? Wouldn't the gospels have to be created?
No. Do you think that the Gospels were created the first time that we got the story of Jesus? I mean, or do you not
No, I'm
believe
just
that the
saying that-
gospel? Do you not believe that the
Wouldn't
Gospels?
Jesus come first
Listen.
before the gospels, before they're deployed
Okay,
into, Roman?
that's the point. And seeing as this inscription
Yeah.
dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE, that wouldn't make any sense.
How would it not make any sense?
Do you think Jesus died before 16 BCE?
I have no physical evidence of Jesus even being record on date of birth.
Do you think
so? Why are you
Pilate-
using
do
other
you think-
accounts?
Do you think Pilate crucified him?
Do I think Pilate crucified? No, I don't think Pilate crucified him.
So there goes Tacitus. What the fuck are
No,
you talking about, man?
Pilate didn't himself crucify him. No.
Was Pilate in charge
He
when he
ordered-
was
He
crucified?
ordered it. He was crucified.
Was Pilate in
Yes.
charge of Judea when he was crucified?
Yes.
So that would need to be between 26 and 36. History major.
I never said I was a history major. All I said was I
It's
studied
pretty
it.
clear that you
That's
definitely didn't study it very well. But yeah, that would need to be between 26 and 36. Is 26 or 36 AD? Is that prior to 16 BC?
Where are you getting AD from? Where are the records being stated that Christ was dead or killed? Can you go ahead
AD
and
doesn't
cite
mean
that?
death. So
Okay,
congratulations,
but what,
you still
can,
don't
can
know
you,
what that
Can you
means.
cite that? Okay, can you just cite that? Why are you using
What
it then?
AD means?
And in the context of it being
Because
the death
it's
after
the
Christ.
Gregorian calendar that we use, and it's not the death of Christ. You don't even know what AD means, do you?
Okay, but why are you using it, implying it that it is
Because
the death of Christ? If
it's
that has
not the
nothing to
death of
apply, has
Christ.
nothing to do with death of Christ, then why couldn't it be that
It's not the
Christ
death of
was
Christ.
crucified during this time period?
It's not the death of Christ.
Okay, but you were literally implying that AD was signifying that it was after Christ.
No.
True or not true?
No.
Okay, then why are
What
you
do you
bringing
think
that up
AD
for then?
means?
I think
What
it's
do you think
after the death
AD
of
means?
Christ.
Is that what you
That's
think
what
AD
I think.
means?
Personally, on a personal level.
All right,
yes.
cool. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to show that AD, let's see, does AD mean after death? No, AD does not mean after death.
Okay, but why are you using AD?
Because that's
Trying
what the
to justify AD.
Because
Using it
that
as if
is-
Jesus didn't exist before then. If you're saying itself, it does
Cool.
has nothing to do
Because
with Christ's
that
death.
is because that is the Gregorian calendar that we use, which was first suggested in 500 AD or 500 CE. If you wanted me to use CE, I can, but it is first suggested in the year about 550 by Dionysius Exiguus, a Christian monk. I'm using the nomenclature that you would be more familiar with. So let me ask you this again as you try to pivot. And nice try, I respect that.
No, I'm not trying to pivot. It's the
listen,
truth. You're the one not
is
answering the question.
Is 26 or 36 AD or CE before 16 BCE or BC? Is it before that?
No, it's not.
Yeah, congratulations, dipshit. You know how to count. That means that this Roman inscription called
Hey man, I'm gonna go and tell you this. Please be
24944.
respectful when we have a debate. There's no reason to be disrespectful.
Nah, not anymore.
Okay. Well,
You're
then
up
you're
here
gonna
for
lose the
entertainment
debate then
purposes.
automatically because you're just disrespectful.
Cool. Tell your
Just
mom I
straight
said hey. But that being
Hey,
said,
it's all right, man. You know what? You're disrespectful, and that's all it is. You
not
can
a
just be
problem.
that type of
Did you
person.
have any
Yeah.
evidence for Juice or Paul, or did you want to continue,
I
just kind of
tried to
jacking
cite
around?
it, but then you just come up with a bunch of BS when I
What
asked
else
you
you
a
got?
question.
What else you got?
I literally said, "What is AD? Why you're using AD if you yourself
You
saying
didn't
that
even
has
know what
nothing to do with
AD
ties with
meant,
Christ,
so
and
I
then
don't
you
think
wanna
that's a good
backpedal
argument.
and go around it.
You didn't even know what
That's pretty
AD
easy to
meant.
see.
So I don't think that that's really going to
So
get you
what?
anywhere. That dog won't hunt because you didn't even
I
know
mean,
what
it
AD
did
meant.
because it said it literally stirred you up to come up with some bullshit and walk around it.
Nope, I just proved you wrong and showed you that it means Anno Domini, not
How
after
did you prove me
death.
wrong? Explain that.
All right, we're going to go right back to this screen here that you didn't even really want to acknowledge much. No, AD does
Go
not
ahead.
mean
I am
after death.
acknowledging it.
Sweet. So what does AD mean?
Then why were you using it in the context that
What
AD
does
was
AD
specifically
mean?
aimed towards Jesus? Why don't you answer my question? Why were you
What
using
does
it in
AD
context?
mean? You will be
If
blocked
there's
if you
no
don't answer
physical
the question.
archaeological evidence, why are you using it in context
There isn't any.
with that? Why can't you answer my question?
Sweet.
Why were you using it like that?
You have 2 seconds to answer the question.
You lost,
what does
brother.
AD mean?
That's why you can't answer the fucking question because you lost.
Cool.
Bye.
Tell your mom to say. Tell your mom.
Hey, you lost,
say
brother.
hi.
That's all I gotta say. You can't answer a question, you lose the debate automatically. Bye bye.
You got blocked. That's funny. All right, Pete Park. Pete Park, what you got?
Hey, what's going on, man? Nice to meet you. And
Right.
before anything, I just want to say, I appreciate what you're doing here. Debates, I always feel like debates are a good way for people to express opinions or whatnot. So appreciate what you're doing. I honestly don't know. I'm a Christian myself, but I myself don't know much about historical context or AD or whatnot. You kind of debating with that guy about AD. I didn't even know that sense. I always thought it meant after death. So it's good for me to learn stuff. But
Yeah.
the way that
That guy
at least
was
for
kind
me
of
when I'm
allergic to learning stuff. Oh, by the way, I apologize, Pete Park. I apologize.
You're good.
I said that I was going to get to some super chats over there on YouTube. I apologize.
Mhm.
So there's a super chat from RiderFox89 for $4.99. A reminder to anybody on YouTube, if you send a super chat, I will read it and I will respond. It's a way that you can ask questions or say something, even if you're saying that I'm an idiot or something like that. I will read it out loud and respond. If you don't want to come over to TikTok, TikTok is how I take guests, but if you don't want to do that, you can send a super chat. So $4.99 there. Thank you very much from RiderFox89 that says, if you deny that Jesus and Paul existed, you are considered a mythicist. Yeah. And regarded as unserious by the consensus of historians and scholars. No. There's actually a growing number of scholars who are publicly stating that either they are mythicists or they take mythicism seriously. You can actually see a growing list of this, these scholars listed on Richard Carrier's blog. He has a list of over 40 scholars that say that no, mythicism is a viable position at the very least. There's actually a mythicist that, or not mythicist, but a scholar who came up a few months ago here on TikTok and let me know that my definition of mythicism, which is the Jesus presented in the New Testament, even the natural one did not exist, and my explanation of it is actually something that he aligns himself with, and he said a, quote, a surprising amount of current scholars would also agree with that, but they don't tend to use the word mythicist because it implies a lot of connotation things, like the connotation of conspiratorial bullshit. There's a lot of like conspiracy theorists and stuff like that within mythicism, that like zeitgeisty shit, or like Joseph Atwill, like, ooh, the Romans are out to get you, or the Jews are out to get you, or whatever. It's stupid, silly. But yeah, Jesus definitely didn't exist, and a lot of that is just based off of the redating of the New Testament. You can read a little bit more about that in me and my data science co-partner's book, Christ Before Jesus. The link is on TikTok and YouTube. The $3 ebook is available. But we also have some other scholars who, while not being mythicists, acknowledge that, yes, these writings of the New Testament are actually in the 2nd century. So yeah, sure. I mean, there's going to be people who laugh at mythicists, but at the end of the day, they don't actually have any evidence to back up the claims that Jesus and Paul existed, so it doesn't really matter. And then last, there is another super chat for $4.99 from Dan Schwartz, 9394, said, Paul beat Magus in the rematch, so you know. He resurrected 10 people this time. That's when Magus disappeared with a poof. Oh, and go to Italy. Oh, wait. I don't even really know what you're talking about. And I think you've got a picture of Bryce Harper as your profile picture, and that makes me happy. Not a huge fan of the teams that he's on. Fuck the Phillies. But at the same time, I like Harper. And thank you very much to Midas Official 26 for the little jewels there, and Justin 08M5B for the happy poop. Jesus Christ. Anyways, back to you, Pete Park. I apologize there, but wanted to touch on those super chats.
No, you're good, man. So I was kind of just going over, and this is just my personal opinion on how I think about it. Again, I have no historical context proving that Jesus or Paul existed, but the way that I'm thinking about it is, or at least the way that the Bible is formatted, majority of the Bible talks about a prophecy or a promise that there will be a Messiah or Jesus that will come and will save the people of Israel. There are people in the beginning or in the Old Testament who talk about it, and there are people in the New Testament who talk about it. To me, in my mind, that means that in a long series of time, in a long period of time, there are people who spoke about the prophecy before the person before them was born, and there are people who talked about the prophecy after the person was born. So people wrote in this book or in this New Testament before the person was born or before the person after the person died. It was a long period of time. To me, when I think about the
wait,
it being
really quick,
real,
just to make sure I'm understanding. You're saying
Mhm.
I think there might be a echo. Oh no, it's fixed. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. All right. So just to make sure I'm understanding, you're saying that the Old Testament is prophecies for Jesus, and the New Testament is written after Jesus dies. That's all you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the New Testament is talking about current events of Jesus. So I guess the best way I can put it is as Isaiah or Ezra or Job or Psalms, they talk about the prophecies of Jesus, meaning the people that wrote these stories, they wrote them before Matthew, before Mark, before Luke, before they were born, in the sense. Mark, Matthew, Luke, John, Acts, they are talking about current events, or they are talking about the story of Jesus. And what I'm trying to get at is, even if you want to use it in the real sense, if you want to try just in a random, if you go in a random place and you try to get a random group of 50 people to try to get them to agree on one topic, it's pretty much impossible because of the ideas that people have. Or if you try to get them to prove something of the same topic, it's pretty much impossible. In this sense, if you want to, speak statistics or whatnot, for all these people in different times and different places, meaning some of them existed before the writer or some of them were born before the writer, to talk about the same exact thing, to me, it's an impossibility that no one can prove aside from the fact that Jesus had to be real. At least the way that I'm seeing it. Because if I'm someone in the past...
Really quick, just so we're clear. There's a bunch of people involved in the writing of, like, the Star Wars franchise, like, episodes, right? Like the screenwriters?
Yeah.
Like, we got a whole bunch of people, and they all followed generally the same story of, like, the Skywalkers and whatnot. And that was started by one particular person, George Lucas, and people liked that IP, and they kept working off of it.
Right.
So apparently you can get a whole bunch of people who like one particular story and take it in different directions, but they're still working off of it. Hell, there's a whole bunch of people who write fan fiction that's still dealing with the Skywalkers. There's the Thrawn novels and all kinds of things that deal with the Skywalkers and even take them in different directions, slightly contradicting each other or heavily contradicting each other. But that's what we get. I mean, the Gospels, they take what Marcion presents in the 144, this Jesus IP, and some Gospels, known as Gnostic Gospels, come up with things that definitely contradict the Gospels that you're familiar with. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But even they lightly contradict each other, but still contradict each other.
Right. But I feel
that's exactly what we would see with people who like a story and are writing different versions of it. I mean, you could make the same case for, like, Odin or Hercules. How are so many people coming together and writing a story about this guy, this human who achieves godhood because he was granted by the gods this massive amount of strength? I mean, hell, Samson in the Old Testament is based off of Heracles. So, I mean, Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people who take the story slightly differently, but they're still going to be centered around the same shit. Like he's this strong man. Does that mean that Heracles was real?
Right. And I kind of understand where you're coming from, because at the end of the day, this is just, again, one religion. There's hundreds of thousands of faith and whatnot. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. At least in the sense that I'm thinking of when I think of the history of Jesus, it's, I guess the best way to put it, let's say you're in an accident or a car accident. You're an officer.
In other words, if you just look at the history of Jesus and you apply that logic, then Jesus is real. But you don't want to look at that logic applied to anybody else, because that would make them real too.
Well, no, because at the end of the day, at least for me, I contradict it in two ways. There's faith, and then there's the real. My faith, that which will never change, is Jesus is real. If I want to prove to somebody with proof, with physical evidence or whatnot, I'm going to fail. Why? Because there's no physical evidence to prove that Jesus existed.
Because the conclusion that you get if you follow the real evidence goes different than faith?
Right, no, because there's a difference between real evidence and faith. Faith to me is something that it's something that for someone to believe, in the sense of if you're trying to believe in.
Someone nailed it there. Ken and Paper there on TikTok nailed it. And I apologize for cutting you off, but I need you to understand that you can change your faith, but you can't change evidence.
Right, but faith at the end of the day, it's a foundation standard. So if you don't have a strong foundation or a strong faith
can be placed in something that's wrong,
all
right?
the time.
Like faith can be placed in something that's incorrect, right?
It depends on your foundation. That's what I'm trying to say.
Regardless of if it depends on this or that or the other, faith can be placed in something that's incorrect, right?
Right, but it depends on the foundation that you're standing on.
Yeah, so I know. That foundation is made of evidence. How do you know that like Jesus existed and not Poseidon?
Because my Bible is what tells me about Jesus.
Cool.
My Bible doesn't mention anything about Poseidon.
The book's like sweet, but the Iliad doesn't say anything about the Bible, but it mentions
but that's
Poseidon.
what I'm trying to say. But that's what I'm trying to say.
So how did you determine? Wait, hold up. How did you determine that your book is correct when it talks about things in history, but other books that don't mention your book or can be like contradictory to your book are not correct? How did you determine that?
Because of my faith and where my foundation starts.
Yeah, I know you have faith in your book, but how did you determine that faith is not one of the misplaced faiths that you admitted exist?
Because it's through my foundation, what I believe.
Yeah, I know. No, stop. Listen, I don't think you understand what you're saying. You're saying that your faith is correct because your faith is in that. That's not an answer.
No. I'm not trying to say that. No.
Okay, so listen. There's a faith out there that believes something that is different from you. How did you determine that your faith is not the incorrect one? How did you determine that?
Through reading both of the texts, at least for me.
So you have read the Iliad.
Yeah, I've read.
So
I've read
how did you
multiple
determine
stuff.
that Poseidon didn't exist, but Jesus did?
Because,
how did you determine that?
Because to me, the idea or the fallacy of Poseidon does not, in my brain, it does not work with or it does not support what Jesus does. For me, the Bible can be taken.
Stop. I know it doesn't because it's not the same story. How did you determine that story is not true and yours is? Stop saying Poseidon isn't Jesus or Poseidon doesn't do what Jesus. Yeah, no shit. They're different stories. How did you determine one of them is true and the other one is false? How did you determine that?
But that's a personal belief.
Okay, so in other words, you just kind of just said, I just like that one more.
Right, no, but I have to go through. But I have to go through research.
No.
So
you've pretty much nailed it. If you're going to say research, then is the research based on evidence, or is the research just continuing to just say I like this more?
No. It's research based off of what I've had to experience. Okay. In order for me to follow the faith that I'm following, I'm not following it just off of the idea of Jesus.
Okay, so you somehow experienced Jesus 2,000 years ago?
No, not 2,000 years ago.
Okay, then your experience doesn't matter. Listen, your experience today does not tell you what happened in the past. That doesn't make any sense. Your experience today tells no, it can't.
Yes, it can.
No. Do you have a sibling? Do you have a sibling? Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah.
If you introduce me to your sibling, then I will acknowledge that your sibling is standing right in front of me, and I'll say, "Look, his sibling exists today." And then if you say this sibling existed 2,000 years ago, And I said, what the hell? No, I'm not immediately going to believe that. You're going to have to give me proof. And you're like, well, my sibling is right here. If they're right here, then that means that they could have existed 2,000 years ago. I would say, no, that's an absurd claim that requires a completely different set of evidence. I don't care
but the Bible
if Jesus
evidence.
is alive today. I don't care if he exists today, he healed you, he jerked you off yesterday. I don't care. I just care about whether or not Jesus existed 2,000 years ago, because that's the topic that we're talking about. So how did you determine? No. Unless you can show that the Bible is historically reliable, which means backing it up with evidence, then it's just something that you like. That's it.
No,
because
but
I can say the same thing. The Iliad proves Poseidon. Read the Iliad and you'll get your evidence of Poseidon.
So you're telling me that the Iliad proves that Poseidon, a sea god monger, actually existed in our time?
Yep.
That's what you're standing on. So if that's the claim that you're okay, hold on. So
I mean, it's not the claim that I'm making ultimately.
Hold on.
What I'm saying is in this situation that I have presented you, you have the Iliad and you have the Bible.
So
listen, God damn it. Listen.
Right. What I'm trying to explain to you, though, is if you're trying to say...
Pete, you're not understanding what is happening in front of your face. I am trying to present you with two books that make a historical claim or make a claim about a deity at some point in time and place it into history. How do you determine that one is somehow truer than the other if you're not going to take a look at history, if you're not going to take a look at evidence that actually backs it up?
But in the sense of you using evidence, you're correct. You can use evidence all day long. You can prove to somebody without a shadow of a doubt something happened, but it will not matter to the person or to the people.
I know the feeling. That's what I'm dealing with right this second.
Right. But for you to say that this exists, you're going to need more than just books and whatnot to prove that Jesus never existed or Paul
so
never
what
existed.
Other things outside of books do you have to prove that Jesus lived?
It's all in faith, man.
Okay, well then it's just nothing then, because it amounts to the same amount of belief that the Greeks had in Poseidon.
So let me ask you a question. Your claim of saying Jesus and Paul never existed.
Yeah.
Is that going based off of evidence that you have?
Yes.
Or is that going off a conviction that you yourself believe without a shadow of a doubt that Jesus or Paul never existed?
Those are two things together for me.
No.
Because I base it off of evidence.
It's two different things. I'm asking.
No. Listen.
That Jesus or
Without
Paul
a shadow of a
exist?
doubt, I can tell you that the natural Jesus in the New Testament did not exist. I know this for a
based
fact.
Off of historical evidence or a conviction of your own faith. I'm asking you.
Listen. It has nothing to do with faith. It has to do with evidence, like of the time, like archaeology and geography and contemporaries of the time talking about the world that we live in back then, actual history that doesn't line up with the Gospels. But on top of that, it also relies on the actual text of the Gospels itself and seeing if it even lines up with each other. And I went on technicality simply because you can't be born 10 years before you're born. And Matthew says you're born. Listen. Matthew says Jesus was born during the reign of King Herod, but King Herod dies in 4 BCE. His son Herod Archelaus takes over, as explained in Matthew 2. Then, when Herod Archelaus is banished from Judea as the ethnarch, Judea is added to Syria for the purpose of a census that takes place in 6 CE under the watchful eye of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who was also established in 6 CE. And that's when the Gospel of Luke says Jesus is born, during the census that took place under Quirinius in 6 CE. That is a minimum of 10 years after Herod the Great dies. So what I'm saying is even the natural version of Jesus that is presented by the New Testament literally cannot exist unless you just carve out a Jesus and say this is the one that existed. And we don't have any evidence for that guy. And so I can, without a shadow of a doubt, say that Jesus didn't exist based on the text and logic. And we can also take a look at evidence to back it up. What you're doing is you're saying that there's a book that you really like, and your faith, your feelings about this book dictate whether or not it is true for you, maybe, but that does not mean that it is historically true, and that's what we're dealing with here. I don't give a shit what your faith is. I give a shit what the evidence says.
Right, and so just so that I'm just restating what you're saying.
Sure.
Your evidence comes off of historical context, not conviction of faith.
Actual evidence. Correct.
Okay, cool. And that's where you stand. I'm just trying to paint a picture where.
Are you just trying to say that you don't base your claims off of evidence?
No. I do base it off of evidence.
Then what evidence do you have for Jesus, dude? Skip to that part.
Right. I'm trying to tell you, my evidence is different from your evidence.
And what's your evidence?
Your evidence is based.
What's
off
your
of
evidence? Yes.
I'm trying to speak, man.
Sweet. What's your evidence?
Right.
I know what my evidence is. We've already established that. What's yours?
I don't think you do, though.
Cool. What's your evidence?
My evidence is my own conviction and my own Bible.
Okay. Yep. And there you go. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. You had no idea what was happening inches from your faith. You're admitting that it's just faith. That's all that it is. It's just you just like it. You just like it. That's all that it is. All right. So really quick, wanted to get some super chats. Let's see. There's 2 pounds from Neptune_cult. Who says, it's the Bible, not the straight bowl. Happy Pride. Well, joke's on you. I read the Gable. Happy Pride, everybody. Happy Pride. All right. Next $5 super chat. And by the way, just a reminder on YouTube, if you want to come up, you can. There's a link in the chat to come up on TikTok. That's how I take guests. If you don't want to do that, send a super chat. I will read it out loud and I will respond. This is how it ends since a $5 super chat. Said, you refuted Tacitus because of who ordered his execution? Are you familiar with Josephus, Lucian, or Serapion? What do you think of their work? So I'm not really sure about who ordered his execution. So maybe Pilate, maybe Ish. It depends. There's some other reasons as to why Tacitus is dismissed or refuted. But Josephus, yeah, that's the most commonly cited part of Josephus is the Testimonium Flavianum, found in Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3. It talks about Jesus, Pilate, crucifixion, resurrection, miracles, all kinds of stuff. And unfortunately, we can actually tell who actually wrote that. It's Eusebius, writing a little over 200 years after the death of Josephus. And in his book Demonstratio Evangelica, he says, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew, and gives us this paragraph for the first time. There's a myriad of different ways that we can tell that Josephus did not actually write that. That's added later. So that's how I would deal with Josephus. Lucian of Samosata, he actually says that a patricidal con man grifted the Christians in the early to mid-2nd century and wrote their books and edited others. This is most likely, it's Peregrinus Proteus is the name of the guy, but he actually might be Ignatius because he ends up setting himself on fire at the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games in 165, shortly before Lucian wrote about him. And Ignatius within the Christian tradition and Christian church and everything gets his name in the 3rd century, and Ignatius just means the fiery one. So they probably named him after that. Serapion is actually Marbar Serapion, which is what you're talking about there. Marbar Serapion is writing in the middle of the 2nd century, writing about Shimon Bar Kokhba, who dies in 136 at the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt, the third Jewish-Roman War. And he says that the Jews live in complete isolation or desolation, and their kingdom was abolished immediately afterwards. That's because Emperor Hadrian banished the Jews from Judea in 136 after the Bar Kokhba revolt, and that's what Marbar Serapion's talking about. It doesn't make any sense that he's talking about Jesus. He doesn't mention Christians, Christ, or Jesus, and talks about the king as if he's still dead. So, yeah, no. And then there's $20 from Jenkins of ODU. Thank you very much. And by the way, when you send $20, that means I've got to change my hat. God damn it. All right, so I'm changing the hat. There we go. It's a different cowboy hat, but there you go. When you send $20 or roughly $20 there on Super Chat, I changed my hat. Said, what's the Spanish song you keep playing when people drop? That is Un Velero Llamado Libertad. It is from Jose Perales. And it's a lot of fun. I like Jose Perales. He's got a couple songs that are pretty good. Joel Reed's Bible, if you guys are familiar with him, he got a vinyl of the song, which is pretty nice. I want to listen to the whole song. Estoy aprendiendo español porque nos mudamos a Puerto Rico. Okay. Well, I hope you enjoy the song when you finally get around to it. It's all in Spanish, obviously. And then 80 Black 84 sent 100 for two jewels. Thank you very much. And then Angel Soto Z9S sent Flow State. Well, thank you very, very much. Wanted to get to some other guests. Mirza Tinnik, what you got? Sent you an invite to unmute there.
Hey, man.
Hey, what you got?
Love your work.
Thanks.
Well, I love your work because you every time prove the Quran properly, right?
The what?
First of all, Quran.
What about it?
You prove it totally right. What it says inside, it's exactly what you guys saying. That the word's been changed, that the Bible and the Gospel's been totally changed. That makes people today totally confused to find out, did it exist or did it not exist?
How would me saying that Jesus never existed be something that proves the Quran right?
No, it makes it, because Quran says it makes the changed book make the people totally confused.
No,
I
don't give a shit about that part. I mean, I'm not even really saying that it was changed. The book is changed, not really like the Gospels.
No, I'm not saying that you're saying it. Quran is saying it.
Okay.
So because Quran is saying that,
terrific, but it also says that Jesus existed, and I would say no, he didn't.
Well, of course, because it's been so changed that you can't find the proper proof.
No, it's not that it's been changed. It's that Jesus didn't exist. I don't say Jesus didn't exist because it's been changed. I don't say that at all. That's dumb as shit. The Bible is incorrect when it talks about Jesus. The Quran is incorrect when it talks about Jesus. Its New York counterpart, known as the Book of Mormon, is also incorrect when it talks about Jesus. I don't care.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to say a few more things on top of it.
Sure.
People confuse here the belief itself to believing in a book, but they should believe in the God itself. This is the belief. What belief? But
it's just the God himself, like focus on monotheism?
Yeah, I mean, believe in God itself.
I mean, if you wanted to do that, I guess you could, but sure. I mean, that's again exactly. How I view Islam is more or less a hard-nosed monotheistic Christianity. So, I mean, yeah, kinda. I mean, kinda. If you can excuse the fact that the Quran talks about Jesus and he's not real, if you can excuse that, then you could probably, I guess, get monotheism out of the Quran and just say, well, let's go with that. And that's
no possible. What I'm saying, it's been so arc changed. The old stories, the old Gospels that we have find about it. Whoever was writing all these Gospels.
What Gospel is being changed? What are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying, like, let's say, like, people were writing Gospels about Jesus. Yeah?
Yeah, what about him?
It started with the right things, and then they were copied and copied and copied, so they got to change and change and change.
No, the earliest Gospel, we can have a pretty good idea as to what it said in there, and it still says Jesus crucified. So, I mean, I don't know what are you getting at here?
Muslims say he wasn't crucified.
Why do I care what the Muslims say? Like, that's just something later. The Mormons say that Jesus was a completely separate being and he's our brother. Like, because we were all spirit orbs up in heaven, and Satan is also our brother. He's a brother of Jesus. Like, I don't really care what the later, like, offshoots of Christianity say about
Islam itself.
Jesus.
Don't worry about Islam itself. I just love the way you do it. For us Muslims, proves us totally that the Quran was.
Well, I mean, right, I guess there's a little bit of like you could say, oh, hey, Jaron talks about how the text has been altered, so you could maybe say that's a win. But I mean,
I'm not trying to win here. That's not my point. I just love your work. Want to say that?
I mean, I guess I don't know. It just doesn't.
The other thing is the other guy was trying to say something how they were changing the stories, so they were trying to erase the true Jesus.
What was?
3-4 guys before me.
Oh, yeah,
3-4 guys before me.
Something about or something.
Yeah. So my point on that is, it wasn't the Jews; it was the Romans, who was trying to change that belief itself, so they can use that believing power for themselves.
Okay, where's your evidence that the Roman government was changing the oldest manuscripts that we have of the New Testament going
the
to
evidence
like the 3rd
itself?
century?
Evidence itself is just what the priests wear, what color they wear, and how they wear. This is all the uniforms, colors, and everything what the Roman soldiers was wearing.
Oh my God, dude! Come on, that's
No, have a look how the people were
that
kind
has
of.
nothing to do with the time. When, dude, okay, listen. I understand that you're Muslim. I get it. And I understand that for some weird reason you think that the world is basically shit until about 600 something CE. I get that. But like, nah, man. Like, there's a lot that goes on before Islam comes around. Because, and this is true, you can quote me on this, Islam is an offshoot of Christianity. It is based on late Christian texts, things that were already around. It is not suddenly getting the truth out of nowhere. It is something that is just reforming, if you will, or attempting to reform Christianity.
Well, how do then explain itself the Big Bang theory in Quran?
How do they explain water coming before everything else in the Bible? I mean, it's just no, they don't say anything about the Big Bang theory. All it's saying is that just
it
things.
Does say.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
It does say.
It doesn't.
It does say. You
No.
know how it says, if you want to hear it?
All it's saying, in fact, it's a post hoc rationalization that tries to change the word well after its intended meaning was actually put down. That tries to say that the universe is expanding, and in no way, shape, or form does it say that in their original intention. Like, no, it's just post hoc rationalization is all it is. I mean, you're gonna find nuggets.
Sorry, can I just?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to ask you: did you ever kind of did the same thing what you did with the Bible with Quran?
Yes.
To analyze it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did you find there?
We find that there's a minimum of 3 authors in the Quran, with the bulk of the surahs or the bulk of surah material coming from a Christian source that quotes from the Parable of the 7 Sleepers, which is like 4th century Christian Apocrypha, and the Infancy Gospel of Thomas. It pulls from influences there, which again is just late Christian stuff. I mean, Islam is not suddenly getting, the Quran is not suddenly getting new information or the right information about all these things that happened prior suddenly in the desert in the 600s. That's not happening. What's happening is it's an offshoot of Christianity, and it just changes some things up. Yeah, there are some smart people who are involved with that kind of stuff, but there's smart people involved in a lot of different things and a lot of different religions that go back into the past. And you can, in some ways, go back and say, oh, hey, this kind of looks like something that we have talked about here recently. For instance, the Big Bang Theory thing that you're finding in the Quran, literally no one said jack shit about that and interpreted it in that way until the Big Bang Theory came about from actual scientists who weren't looking at the Quran. They were looking at the universe and understanding how that works. And then the Muslims went back and said, oh, hey, there's some verse that kind of sort of resembles this. So we're going to say that that's what we were talking about the entire time, despite the fact that no one brought that up for hundreds of years. It's just post hoc rationalization. The same thing happens in the Bible. People will say, oh, hey, we have good evidence to suggest that like the earth had water first or something. Like there wasn't a bunch of dry land above it. It was just like a bunch of water. Scientists, they find this out regarding like abiogenesis and that kind of shit, or like evolution, like really early stages of the planet. And then they go back into the Bible and say, oh, hey, it says that there's waters on the planet, but there's not dry land. So therefore, the Jewish Bible was correct, or Bereshit or Genesis was correct the entire time. And it's like, no one ever really took it in that particular sense. They just, it's just a broken clock is going to be right twice a day. That's how that works.
Okay, I see your point. But I still keep my belief. I love your work anyway.
Your belief, that's fine. I'm not trying to take it away. I'm just saying, make sure that there's good evidence behind it. That's all that I could ask.
I see it. This is for me evidence, kind of, because, for example, it's been said about the oil. Nobody was caring about the oil until the last 70 years.
Say oil? Is that
and,
what you said?
Yeah, oil.
Okay.
I mean, who would have said, 1,400 years ago, somebody said, hey, there will be these barefoot people gonna find a treasure going outside the earth, and they're gonna be competing with the biggest buildings in the world. Where is this happening right now? And this was written.
That's the most
1400
vague
years
shit
ago.
I've ever heard. What are you talking
this
about?
is true, though.
But see,
It's been
that's
written.
again, that's
It's been written
post hoc
1400
rationalization.
years
You
ago.
see something that's not very explicit and not really taken to mean this
It's
particular
very
thing
explicit.
until
It
like,
said
no.
Bedouins.
Does it say
Wait,
anything
it
about
says
how they're in the Western
Bedouins.
Hemisphere or the opposite side of the world?
Sorry?
Does it say anything about
Sorry,
America?
sir.
Does it say anything about like cars? Does it say anything about gasoline? Does it say anything
No,
about
but
how
it
they're
does
going to
say
refine
about
said
puking-
oil and turn it into gasoline? Specifically
no, but it does say
unleaded?
about puking. No, it does say about puking treasures, also fluid treasures coming out of Earth.
Yeah, dude,
And
guess
oil
what they
was
had back
nothing
then?
back then.
You know what a fluid treasure would be? Especially in the desert?
Well,
Water. on top of that, even if there was oil, great,
Yeah,
cool.
but-
You know where there's been oil for a long time? The desert.
Yeah, but it was not
over in
used.
that area. And oil, by the
But it
way,
was not used
sometimes
of
can
it.
just spring up from the ground. See Jed Clampett
yeah,
for
but it
more
was
information.
not used. It wasn't seen as a treasure. It became
You don't think
treasure only
oil was
70
seen
years
as a
ago.
treasure back then? Hell, the Bible talks about oil like pitch being put onto Noah's Ark. Oil was absolutely a treasure. And again, I'm going to reiterate, it probably means water because water is absolutely a treasure in the fucking desert.
Okay.
No?
I see
I
you.
mean, am I wrong? I mean, water is kind of like water.
But it didn't say water. It just said puking treasure. Also, it was a
Like
liquid treasure.
liquid
coming
treasure.
out.
Could it be
there would
olive
benefit-
oil? Kaizak in the chat says
because of-
olive oil.
But because of that treasure, they will be rich and competing with the biggest buildings.
Yeah, where do you think they build the buildings around out in the desert? Do you think they build around water or out in the sand?
What? Huh?
They build
I was just saying,
cities
they were making
around
the
water,
money
dude.
from that treasure.
Yeah. They build cities around water
The
sources.
Bedouins became rich.
Yeah,
Bedouins became
the
rich
richest
with the
people would
oil,
be
not
in the
with
cities
water.
that are around the best water sources. And especially the water sources that are the only ones for miles.
Okay.
I mean, am I
see
wrong?
you.
I mean, how does this have
Yeah,
to be
you're
oil?
totally wrong in that.
Does it say
Yeah,
that this
because-
liquid treasure is black?
I'm not quite sure there, sorry. But it does say
Then it's
gonna
post hoc
be from
rationalization.
that
You're just
one.
picking something that
But
you
no, but
like
they-
and you're
but
saying
no,
this
no,
is
but they-
similar. So
wait.
obviously that's what they
No,
were
no,
talking
no,
about
but
when they don't
didn't
indicate
get
that.
rich. They didn't get rich from water. They got rich from oil.
You don't think somebody in the desert ever got rich from water? You don't think that's a thing?
I'm talking about the Bedouins themselves. These people
Yeah.
who were
Do you think that
with
they-
no shoes walking around.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's incredibly
Okay,
obvious
doesn't
that this
matter.
is just something. I mean, and I get it. You know, you can believe what you want to believe, but like, this is called post hoc rationalization. Is where you find out something today, or you have a particular idea today, and you say that this thing that's been around since before you, that doesn't explicitly say what you're believing now, has been talking about what you believe now for the entire time, even though no one has said that. Back in fucking like 700, 800, 900, they never said anything about it being oil, did they? No, because that's not
the
what it
oil
meant.
wasn't useless back then. Why would they talk about an oil? They couldn't compare because it was useless. It wasn't just now, 70 years ago.
That's how you know it wasn't talking about oil. It was talking
about something
else. That's how you know.
Analyze this. Analyze my fact bit better. Just analyze it for a bit, then you will see what I mean. If you analyze it.
I mean, it's not really what we would analyze using stellometry. That wouldn't make any sense.
Just analyze this hadith, look at it. What I ask you, just have a look at it, and then you can see.
Okay. All right. Well,
but doesn't matter. Well, good job to see that the people who are believing blindly in the Bible, it's for me they just read something. I mean, in the Bible itself, it says that Jesus was a prophet, for example. No, They don't want to acknowledge that. They just acknowledge that he was a god, but never says
He didn't
nobody
exist,
is God.
dude. I don't care if it says he's a god. I don't care if he says he's a king. I don't care if he says he's a prophet. I don't care if he's a stripper at the big boy club. I don't care. I really don't care. He didn't exist, so it doesn't matter to me.
Okay, I'll let you go. And there's other people.
Anyway, thank you.
Sorry
Thank you for
for
coming up.
interruption.
All right. Atro, what you got? Oh, and before we get to that, let's see. We've got a $1.99 super chat there on YouTube. Again, if you want to send me something and tell me something or have me respond to a question, I will read it and respond on YouTube if you send a super chat. It says, "You are an atheist who is a fool." Okay. Well, I don't know where you got the idea that I'm atheist. Not sure. But a fool? Probably not. I don't know. That's a little harsh. It's a little harsh. Also, I'm pretty sure that in the Bible it says you can't say you fool or you will have eternal damnation. So good luck with that, Christopher Wilson. Then there's a $50. $50 super chat. Thank you very much. From Forge4119 says, "With all due respect, the claim that you're making kind of baffles me. It can be a fun bit of super chat. Super chat. Well, I saw somebody mention super chat over the other thing. So it can be a fun bit of scholarship. It just seems strange to assert this so fervently and not Moses or Buddha. Why put so much effort into disproving Jesus specifically?" Well, that's just the topic. I mean, when it comes to Moses, most people understand, unless you're like a conservative Christian or an Orthodox Jewish person, or I guess a Muslim maybe, most people understand that Moses was not a real person, and at best was like a legend or something like that shows up later. As far as Buddha goes, I haven't really looked into that too much, but I'm pretty sure there's a decent amount of evidence pretty soon after Buddha existed, or Buddha was supposed to have existed, that talks about him, potentially even a contemporary. So I don't know much about him, really. Full disclosure, I haven't really looked into it because it's just not something that I run into. I live in the Bible Belt in the United States, and so things that I run into quite a bit is going to be Jesus, Paul, Moses, Abraham, that kind of shit. The Abrahamic religions. I don't really run into Buddhists too terribly often, and when I do, they're not rubbing his skinny or fat belly all over me because I think the original Buddha was supposedly fairly skinny. I'm pretty sure he was. The fat Buddha is a different guy, I think. Anyways, doesn't matter. Fucking point is, I don't know much about him, but I think that he was probably real. Do Buddha eventually? That'd be dope. I think that I could do it. We could take a look at it and see what we could try to do there, but I don't really know enough about it to talk about it. I talk about what I care about, and I care about the people around me, and the people around me in my community and here on TikTok are generally going to be part of the Abrahamic religions, even Muslims, like the last guest there. So that's why I addressed that. But thank you very much for the super chat there, and I put in effort because I care about the truth and I care about the topic. That would be my response. But thank you for asking the question there. All right, Atro, what you got? Or Atro.
Yeah, no, Atro was right first time.
Okay, Atro.
Good job.
What you got?
Just for a bit of context, it's like 4:15 in the morning where I am. So if I just nod off, just you're welcome to kick me. I'm from Australia, so.
I was like 4:15. Where are you at? Brazil? Like, okay.
No, yeah, Australia. So if I nod off and I just don't say anything, or if you hear snoring, you're very welcome to kick me. No stress. My first thought, just in regards to Paul never existing, is for context, I'm a Catholic. Would not the lineage of the popes be proof that Paul existed because he was the start of the church?
That would be Peter.
So, oh my God, you're absolutely right. Again, 4:00. So, okay.
And also, we don't have any evidence that really goes back that far anyways. When you get to like the first popes, it gets really, really hazy. Some say that Clement was the second pope. Some say that Clement was the third pope. Sometimes some say that Clement was the fourth pope. Some say that Linus was the second pope. It gets really, really convoluted and stuff because that's not a real thing. It's just later tradition. It's later claims from the church fathers in like the late 2nd century onward that try to say, oh, this is the Bishop of Rome. This is the Bishop of Rome. And they don't really have their story down pat until much later.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. Sorry, that stumped me. For some reason, I had Peter on my mind when I know the whole time you've been talking about Paul and Saul and everything, so ignore me for that one then.
No worries.
Then that kind of just finished my whole main question, to be completely honest.
Wait, all of your points were based off of him being like Peter, basically?
Yeah, basically, I was thinking of Peter the whole time.
Well, I mean, we can just kind of shift it. What do you think that Peter existed? Like, what is your evidence that Peter existed?
Yeah, I guess the main thing was, you have the lineage of all the popes and everything. That's what made sense to me.
Wait, did you say you were Catholic? Is that what you said? Or you were raised Catholic?
Yes.
Oh.
It was loosely raised, but then later on, my family all converted, and I do need to, in that case, then brush up on my history and different things like that, but that's fine. One other thing, though, is I thought it was like common knowledge that Jesus wasn't born on like 1 AD. I thought it was common knowledge that it was like 3 or 6. Is that right?
So if you look it up, you'll see that most people put his supposed birth about like 6 to 4 BCE, rounding out about 5 on average BCE. The reason for this is because...
BCE, okay, yeah, that's right. Sorry, yeah.
Well, BCE doesn't really fucking matter. I don't care. But the reason for that, though, is because the Gospel of Matthew says that he was born during the time of King Herod, and then King Herod has some speaking roles and some actual actions, and then he ends up dying all within Matthew 2. So they try to say that because King Herod, Herod the Great, dies in 4 BCE, then Jesus would need to be born a little bit before then, especially since Herod apparently was trying to go around unalive children 2 years or younger. So Jesus would probably need to be sometime about like 6 or so-ish. So yeah, that's basically the logic there. Now, the problem there is that completely contradicts Luke, which says that Jesus is born during a census that happens in 6 CE or 6 AD under the watchful eye of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who began his reign in 6 CE. So that would be 10 years later. So basically you got to either choose Luke or Matthew. You can't choose both.
No, that makes sense. Okay, interesting. And then just because I randomly thought about it now, I do remember hearing something about how there was a writing from, I believe it was you're very welcome to search this up. It was a Chinese, I can't remember the correct term, but like a Chinese emperor or something that said on the day that Jesus was crucified, it like got dark or something like that.
No, so what it's talking about, so there's nothing that talks about darkness, and definitely nothing that talks about Jesus, and nothing from an emperor either. What you're kind of conflating, I guess, maybe, would be the writings of some of the earlier dynasties there within China talking about like some different star type things, because they were pretty big into astronomy. But it doesn't line up at the right time, and also it's not anything that explicitly talks about like Jesus or something. It's just the star from Matthew.
Specifically.
It's more just something that the Chinese were into. The Chinese were into stars and stuff, and so they talk about different things that happen in the sky. But this is no different. So it's just people kind of latch onto it because it kind of sort of sounds like the Star of Bethlehem.
It lines up.
Yeah, it
but
doesn't
not really.
line up. Yeah, it's just the timing.
No, that's fair. Okay, no, interesting. Yeah, I know. I just, you hear random things, and you're like, okay, that sounds right. But then, with all the discussions I've heard so far, I'm like, this guy seems reasonable, easy to talk to, as long as you're just not like a bit of a dick.
Well,
So I was like, I'll give him a fair share.
Yeah.
Um,
There was, it looks like, in 5 BCE, there was a comet, I guess. But, I mean, comets happen all the time.
Yeah, of course.
But, yeah, there was a comet. But a comet is not a star, and it wouldn't help you. It definitely wouldn't help you, like, be guided to one particular location, like Matthew says. Yeah, it's just people back then were really into stars. So I mean, there's going to be a star mentioned in the Gospels. There's stars mentioned by astronomers in Rome. There's stars mentioned by astronomers in China. It's just that's how it goes. Yeah.
No, that makes sense. But then wasn't there also like it was like a scientific study where, or like someone said, they actually found where all the constellations and the stars lined up, and there was a very bright star that lined up with the dates or something.
I think that's the idea, that there was like 3 planets aligning or something for the Bethlehem star. I think that's the concept. Oh no. Well, okay. So the Bethlehem star, widely theorized by astronomers to be this is just an AI thing pulled from something, be a planetary alignment. The most famous explanation involves a triple conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn in 7 BCE, while other theories point to stunning alignment of Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn in 3 to 2 BCE. But nevertheless, that wouldn't guide you to a that wouldn't have anything to do with. Number one, it's not a star. So if there's supposed to be a star, then the prophecy is wrong. Secondly, that wouldn't guide you to a town. I don't know how that would even make any sense.
I don't know. I guess the closest thing would be, it's like my north, for lack of a better word. Like, to me, it's in front. So if I follow
but how would you know to stop
somewhere
going? Like, Bethlehem's just next to Jerusalem. Like, how would you know to stop going a direction?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Like, if it was on like the ocean or something, like on a coast, like they kept going until they hit the coast. Like that's reasonable. But like,
yeah, that would make sense.
But like, yeah, we're just gonna stop here in Bethlehem. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? It's so weird.
I'm just throwing random things, honestly.
Yeah. Well, there's this. Let's see. Where's the? Where is it? Okay. So here's the actual passage itself. It's in Matthew 2. And it mentions something that's very, very weird. It says, then he sent, this is Herod, sent them to Bethlehem, saying, go and search diligently for the child, and when you have found him, bring me word so that I may go and pay him homage. When they had heard the king, they set out, and there, ahead of them, went the star. So it's moving until that they had seen in the east, until it stopped over the place where the child was. Like, it's like a moving star that just suddenly stops somewhere. It's really weird.
Well, I mean, I guess.
And like, how would, you know what I mean? And then it just says, when they saw the star had stopped, they were overwhelmed with joy. On entering the house, how do they know which house?
I don't know. I guess
like, even if it led you to the city, how would you know what house it was?
I don't know. I liked your
unless it went directly over a house, in which case, the fuck?
Like, maybe it was like, it could have been the comet by what you were saying.
But a comet you wouldn't be able to travel and follow it. It would just, there it goes.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And then it'd be gone.
Yeah,
but to be able to, I mean, they're stopping off and at a pit stop over there in Jerusalem, talking to Herod for a bit, and then Herod sends them on their way, and then apparently it stops. It stops over the place where the child was, and they get super happy about it, big old boners, and then it says, on entering the house. You know what I mean?
Which house? Yeah, that makes sense. No,
even if it led you to a city, which it wouldn't do, how would you know which house? You just like knock on all the doors and be like, anybody want some gold? What about frankincense? Myrrh? Oh, no, you're just interested in the gold because you don't know what the fuck frankincense or myrrh is? Okay. Like what?
Well,
like that's insane.
Well, there's a reason why, like as people find it odd that, like, you know, frankincense and myrrh, why they were given as a gift, but apparently it was not a mimicry.
Yeah. But I mean, and there's also a reason why they knew what house it was.
No,
magic.
As in,
like that's what it is. It's just
No,
magic.
but
I ain't got to explain shit.
No, I agree there. But what I was going to say was the reason why frankincense and myrrh were given was because they were
one of them's like embalming fluid, or not in fluid. But
yeah,
like
basically they're both
spices
used when you like wrap the body in it, which mimicked the way when supposedly he was
I guess, but I
put
mean,
in the tomb. I don't know.
It doesn't say anything later on about it, so yeah. And then the gold doesn't come back up. What was the gold for? Like it'd be
I guess 'cause
better.
it's supposedly a king.
Yeah, but the gold doesn't really pop back up. Like it would have been more clever, I feel like, to use like almost like a Chekhov's gun kind of thing, where we've got like maybe 30 pieces of silver. Like they give him 30 pieces of, and then he ends up like getting betrayed by Jude. Ooh, see that
would be good.
That right there, that's the best way to write. They needed to hire someone else, maybe
Script writers,
maybe Spielberg, or like someone a Tarantino even of the Bible would be really interesting. But come on, like this is like the gold doesn't even get brought back up. That's anyways. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't have too much else to say. Just you keep doing whatever you're doing.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up, and a good. You might want to get some sleep there across the pond.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm literally dozing off. But you have a good. Where are you based?
I'm in North Texas, man.
Well, you have a great day.
North Texas is, Texas is the Australia of. No, that's Florida. Florida is the Australia of America, but we're close. We're the outback. We're the outback of America.
I did see a really good comparison where someone like pulled up what the equivalent states for the US to Australia would be, and I think based where I am, it actually lines up Florida with where New South Wales is, which I was like, that's really funny and accurate. Given that
I would say that.
I
would say that. It's got to be something along the coast, though. Obviously. Yeah. Well, I mean, do all the states of Australia? Just quick question: do they all have coasts, or are there any that are like specifically inland, like just inland?
No, they all technically have a coast other than the like Canberra, which is just like a little dollop in the middle of New South Wales. If you look up the map, you'll see. But yeah, all around Australia has coastline, which is great because you could travel around. I think it was something like you could travel 50 years around Australia and visit a beach each day for 50 years or something ridiculous like that.
Sounds like hell. All right. Anyways, that being said, maybe I'll make it over to that side of the world eventually. Maybe. Everything's upside down over there, so I got to get used to that. But
agreed. It's not as scary as people think, though, with all the spiders and shit. So I don't know.
Yeah, in Texas, it doesn't have as many. Actually, it does. It does have a lot of guns. It doesn't have as much. No, it does have violence. There's not as many race. Wait. You know what? Don't come to Texas. Try that. All right.
Risky.
Well, that
Risky.
being said, I will see you later, man. Thanks for coming up.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Actually, Texas is awesome. I love Texas. All right. Bill Stampede. What you got?
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, what's going on, brother? Appreciate what you're doing. I do kind of disagree a little, though.
A little?
Yeah, well, I disagree. How about that?
Bull. Okay, yeah, what you got?
All right. So I just wanted to start off with the Josephus thing. You're absolutely correct. It was edited. But have you ever heard about the Arabic translation that was kept the original text? So the part that was edited was the Christian theology part.
Okay, so it's Syriac, and that would be the oldest thing, and that's a little after Eusebius and it's just kind of based off of what Eusebius said anyways. But nevertheless, the oldest version of it comes from Eusebius, and Eusebius is the interpolated part, or interpolated version. As well as the Syriac version includes some of it. The Arabic part doesn't lose all the problems. It just moves like one of them.
The part that he actually lived, that it says that it was supposedly crucifixion, Messiah. If you look it up, it will tell you everything, but it will not go into the Christian theology part.
All right.
And they kept the original text because it was edited indeed by, what was the guy's name you said? I don't have it off the top of my head.
All right. So do you know when this was actually from? The Arabic version?
It was, well, to be honest, no. I can't tell you the exact.
So the Arabic version...
Definitely second century. Go ahead.
It's 10th century. So before that, there's a Syriac version and the Eusebius's version, and both of them are the bad one.
Oh, okay, so there's no Arabic text that originally kept the original story?
I mean, there's an Arabic version that we eventually have in the 10th century, but that shows up about the same time that we end up with the oldest Greek manuscript.
So Eusebius praised Josephus, and what is it, Origen criticized him, correct? That was all 3rd, 4th century, though.
What?
No, so basically what I'm trying to say is the Arabic version kept Josephus's original writings, and they were unedited, which did not have the Christian theology in it.
Right, but I mean, the person who's writing this is... Okay, the person who gives us that particular version, which, by the way, I'll pull up here. So it is a more stripped down version. It just says, at this time there was a wise man who was called Jesus, and his conduct was good, and he was known to be virtuous, and many people from among the Jews and the other nations became his disciples. Pilate condemned him to be crucified and to die, and those who had become his disciples did not abandon his discipleship. This is written by Agapius of Hierapolis, and he died sometime after 942. He's just from the 10th century. This isn't something that's preserving anything. It's just...
So you're claiming Josephus never wrote any of this at all?
Yeah, no.
And what was your evidence on that? I know you said that
for
it was...
starters, the only version that we have that strips it down is from much later. The 10th century manuscript that we have is a copy of earlier manuscripts in Greek, and that includes the wrong part, or the interpolated parts.
Right.
The Syriac version, which dates to about the 5th century, includes the interpolated parts. Eusebius, who writes in the 4th century and gives us the Testimony of Flavianum for the first time ever, includes the interpolated parts. We don't have any version that's like, especially not a Greek version, that doesn't have the interpolated parts. We just have someone later on who's writing in Arabic.
There's no Arabic original text, they're saying. There's no Arabic original text.
No, the Arabic original text is from this guy, the Agapius.
Okay, I got you.
But we don't, it's just a translation. Eusebius wrote in Greek, Josephus wrote in Greek. There wouldn't be an Arabic version. Arabic wasn't even a language when Josephus wrote. So we know that there was absolutely work done afterwards. I mean, Arabic wasn't even a language when Josephus was writing. So it had to have been a translation later on. So it's okay. Like someone just
I just brought that up just because someone else brought up Josephus, and I just thought that there was an Arabic translation. I thought I got it somewhere else. Maybe I'll call another time and bring it up where I found it.
Well, I mean, there is an Arabic translation. You are correct. But it dates to the 10th century.
But it's not original, and it's not from Josephus.
Well, I mean, it might be the original Arabic version of it or a translation of it, but I mean...
I got you, but it was way later.
It's just a translation, just later. That being said, that's what I'm saying. Does that make sense? Like, Agapius may have done it in Arabic for the first time, but that's just from the 10th century.
Gotcha. Okay. So the main reason I actually called was because of the shroud. You always literally shroud it off. Literally, no pun intended. So at the end of the day, the AB blood from Semitic, and then they had the hemoglobin on the actual shroud itself. from the stress of the body of that person. So
Okay.
that's not paint, is what I'm saying. And
Alright.
also that it was an AB Semitic, as well as the Siderian cloth on the face matches all the spots on the face that are bloody.
Okay. What does that mean?
No, that the shroud, there is evidence that the shroud is actually forensically proven to be correct.
What do you mean correct?
They actually just found, well, they've proven that it's actually, what was it, 90, it was like 35 billion to 1 that it was actually, no, 1 in 200 billion that it was real.
That's the odds of it being real, 1 in
Correct.
200 billion?
They have new science evidence.
So that would not be very good, would it?
1 in 200 billion that it is real. What do you mean it's not good?
That would be bad. 1 in
There's
200 billion odds. that's I mean,
1 in
it's
200 billion that it's real. That's almost impossible that it's.
I don't
it's being
know. I
formed.
don't know what you're trying to say, but you're saying it in a way that doesn't sound good for you. That means like you have a 200 billion sided die, and you paint one side with a red dot, and then you roll it and hope that it
There's
ends
no
up on the
paint.
top.
Okay, you keep saying paint, but there's no paint. If you look at the Jesus Discoveries. It's a book that came out in 2025 or maybe early 2026. I think it was late 25. And there's new scientists that discovered. They can't explain how it was there. It takes 35 billion watts of fraction of a second to make this kind of a mark with radiated light, supposedly, because it would burn if you do it any other way. And the fact that there's actual Semitic blood with hemoglobins, because that's why it stayed red. Your blood stays red if you get 5 to 20 times more hemoglobin, which means the body went through stress.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, arguments against the painted image point to the following findings: lack of brushstrokes or pigments, extensive testing, including the 1978 Shroud of Turin research project, found no brushstrokes, outlines, or pigment clumping inconsistent with medieval paintings. Microscopic detail: the faint image color only affects the topmost fibers of the linen and does not penetrate into the thread, a characteristic impossible to achieve with a standard paintbrush. Scientific analysis: the fibers appear to be discolored through a dehydration or oxidation process rather than the application of ink or dye. So, I mean, okay. It's not really that big of a deal.
You're looking at a thing that was from 1978. I'm talking about just recently discovered new evidence.
Okay. Well, the recent discoveries don't have anything to do with the first century, especially since, again, and I want
Absolutely. The cloth itself is dated from the first century.
No, it's not. The cloth itself is dated to the 1300s and is using a 3-to-1 herringbone weave to make the sheet, which requires the technology of a loom that was from the Middle Ages and not from the first century. So there's multiple
That's
reasons.
the edges of it. The edges were resewn because they were touched and they had to be fixed and resewn.
You think the Catholic Church sent pieces that they knew were not original to the shroud to different laboratories in order
accidentally.
to be?
Not everybody's perfect, bro. Yeah, they accidentally sent the edges, and if you look at that,
Then where are you getting the information? Where are you getting the information that it had been repaired? The Catholic Church?
No. There's actual. If you read the Jesus Discoveries, there's references.
Okay,
of
cool.
everything.
So, in other words, the Catholic Church kept logs of how it had been repaired, and then the Catholic Church decided to take those said pieces of repaired fabric and send it to different laboratories, and then accept their findings and determine that it was not real?
I'll tell you what happened. What they said was, take a piece of the shroud, make sure you don't take the edges. And they actually didn't pay attention. They took the edges. So now, recently, they tested the actual shroud itself in the middle of it. I know it's detrimental.
Don't
to your
take the
book and your
edges.
channel,
You think that they wanted them to cut into the middle of it?
No. Well, that's the only way to test it, isn't it? You have
to cut into the middle of something?
Well, you have. I'm just saying they tested the actual shroud. So how do you
I
count
know.
the real blood?
They tested the actual shroud and then found out that the actual shroud was from the 1300s. So really quick, just so you're aware, man. This right here is what a face would look like if you were to actually get an imprint of a face onto something that you then lay flat. All right? That's how that looks. What we see, however, with the shroud is this, highlighted here. What it should look like is this, because a body is a 3D image. If you were to get an imprint of somebody's face onto something that you then lay flat, the face would then look like this on the actual image, on the 2D image. On the sheet, it would look very different from what Jesus appears to be on this. This doesn't make any sense. This is a 3D image, or is supposed to be a 2D image of a 3D object. It would look something like this. It would look very wide or oblong, because that's not how you're supposed to, that wouldn't make any sense. This is an actual funerary mask. This is the mask of Agamemnon.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, so we know that
we
know that it's artwork, because that's not what a 3D image would look like. Or a 3D, that's not a 2D image of a 3D object, like a body.
Artwork with AD blood, Sumerian AD blood with hemoglobins.
Okay, no, they're not actually getting. They were not able to test any blood. That is a 2014 study that was redacted.
They retested it because the original test was flawed. It's not from medieval.
No, listen. What you're quoting is a 2022 study from some conservative Italian Christians or Catholics that really, really, really want it to be real, which is why they use something that is a non-proven way of actually dating something. The test subject, or the guinea pig, was the shroud. It was not confirmed to be a method that was actually used. These are the same people that came out with a 2014 study that said that they tested the blood, and enough scientists actually said you did dog shit work that they actually retracted their statements and retracted their article.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There was 100% proof up until recently. They retested everything in the correct places.
No,
they found AD Semitic blood. They found hemoglobins in the blood.
No. What you're referring to is the 2014 study that got retracted. They did not test the blood.
This is after 2014. This is after 2014.
The 2022 study from the same people utilized a method that had never been proven before and never tested on anything else other than the shroud. So no. It's not good either.
Listen, there was flowers and pollen from that place.
No, there's also the DNA of a worm that's off the coast of Canada. There's also flower and pollen from all over the world, and it's just nitpicking, or it's just cherry picking to say that it comes from Israel. That's because people have traveled to go see it from all over the world, including Canada. So no, pollen is not going to save you either.
Yes, there is pollen from other places in the world where the shroud has been.
Yeah, cool. So then don't just say it's from Israel, because that doesn't make any sense.
But what I'm telling you is all the stuff adds up, especially with the new technology.
No, it doesn't. How does it add up to get the DNA of a marine worm that lives off the coast of Canada?
Well, I mean, that's fine. That has nothing to do with the AB Semitic and how do you explain the hemoglobin then?
No one was able to actually test that. That is not a real study. It got retracted.
Why don't you look it up right now? Look it up right now.
The 2014 study that was retracted?
Not 2014. This is after 2014. I promise you.
From the same people who did the retracted study. Yes, it's from 2022.
Can you look up the hemoglobin? Because I know it's going to be devastating to your book and your channel if it's true. So I just need you to look it up so you can see.
All right. So the hemoglobin of what?
Of the blood.
What about it?
The AB Semitic blood that had hemoglobin.
And what does that mean?
Which turns the blood red.
Does that mean that
it turns your blood red? When you bleed, blood does
listen,
not stay red.
Listen. What does that even do, even if it was there?
It just proves that it was there, and it dates it back to the 1st century.
How would they? So they dated the blood to the 1st century, is what you're saying?
No, they dated the shroud to the 1st century because everyone kept saying it's medieval, medieval.
Again, it is medieval. The shroud itself is woven together using a technology of a loom that comes from the Middle Ages. Again, it is artwork. I don't know how many times I have to squeeze the size of this little mask's face, but this is artwork. Blood. Cool. Have you never seen? Have you just never seen any artwork that's done with blood?
Right, with hemoglobins. So that person had to be stressed out.
What?
Because the only way hemoglobins come out is when you get stressed out. Your body will bleed red, and it will stay red. Because when someone bleeds, it only turns brown and black after a couple of days. So this stayed red because it proves that person went under a lot of stress. Okay, the organs pull out hemoglobins 5 to 20 times more and makes the blood red and stays red. So this is what I'm saying. There's new evidence.
The Shroud of Turin isn't even red.
The blood is red. The blood lines of the slashes, and you see all the marks. That's all there is red. If you look it up,
and somehow this dates to the 1st century.
Yes, the shroud. Well, if you look it up, you can see it. I mean, I don't know.
There is no one who dates it to the 1st century. Every testing that we've done goes to the 1300s. That's the first time we get it.
2024.
No,
Correct.
2022 from the same people who came out with the retracted study about the blood in 2014.
Correct. And then they
exactly. It's as if these people really want it to be real, but they have to retract their statements because real scientists say you're not doing anything correct.
So there was limestone from on the head. The pseudecrium cloth on the face matches perfectly to the blood marks on the body. So if you take the wrapping on the head and you match it perfectly on the head, you could see the blood marks on the wrapping.
Cool.
So I'm just telling you.
So it's almost
science,
as if
bro.
the
I'm not
person
trying
who
to,
was
like, make
making
things
this
up.
artwork in the 1300s knew that the story said that Jesus was bleeding.
You keep saying 1300s, bro.
Because that's when it dates to, and we don't have any reliable evidence that it dates before the 1300s in Lille, France. That's the first place that it's ever mentioned to be. So no,
Listen, they
we don't
tested
have
the
any
blood.
we don't have any evidence whatsoever
Can you
that
look
it's
it
from
up?
before the 1300s. The only
There
thing that
actually is.
the only thing that says it's from the before the 1300s is these people who used a method that was never tried or tested prior to the shroud, who again came out with the 2014 retracted statements that they ended up having to pull back whenever actual scientists push on it.
Everything you're saying is correct. Everything you're saying is correct
I
up
know.
until a certain point. They retested it, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I know. The
They
same people
retested
retested it using methods that have never been used before.
So how do you explain the hemoglobins on it? So someone
I don't even know if there's actual
put the blood?
hemoglobins in it, because the only people who were saying it are the people who had to retract their statements. That's
Okay,
the
you
problem.
can't say it without evidence, right? So the evidence is out there. If you look at the Jesus
I mean, you
discoveries, the
can.
guy
That's
has
why
it.
you end up having to retract a statement. You
Correct.
can say
And
whatever you
then-
want. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you read the Jesus discoveries, it shows you with references and with scientific notes, point
Mm-hmm.
by point. And most of the stuff matches up to the 1st century.
Most
And
of the,
the
how
fact
would it
that
match
you're-
up to the first century? Tell me how it matches up to the 1st century.
Okay, originally, like I said, they tested the edges. The edges were medieval time era. But
Okay,
if you
so the
look at
Catholic Church
actual
told them
shroud itself,
to test the parts that they knew were edited?
whoever did the test messed up. They
The
just took it
Catholic
from
Church?
the edges. Well, listen,
And even
you think
even
the
if they
Catholic
told
Church
them
is-
don't take the
is
edges,
smart?
even if they told them don't take the edges, and they came back and said, "Hey, well, we did the edges," what did the Catholic Church just like never call them out and say, "Hey, you used the wrong thing"? No.
It took a while. Yeah, you're right. That happened.
Also,
and
on
that's
top
how
of
they
that,
retested
why
it.
did the Catholic Church decide to reverse its course? Now they don't say it's real. They said it was real all the way up until when the findings came back in 1980. So
Right, correct.
So
correct.
they said don't take the edges, and then someone took the edges, tested them, came back, multiple places by the way, took the edges, came back with the same results saying it's from the 1300s, and the Catholic Church said, yes, you took what we didn't want you to take because we knew that was not the correct spot to take it from, and now we're going to change our opinion based off of what you found, based on this incorrect stuff. Based off of
It
your
was the
flawed data, we are going to update our results.
Well, technically, it was flawed data. I don't know how it came
According
to
to
this point.
who? According to who? Later people who really want it to be true?
No, well, even if you don't want it to be true, at the end of the day, if
So
you
the
test
Catholic
the actual
Church gave
shroud,
them told them to take the edges, or told them not to take the edges and then listened to them when they took the edges and said they were later?
it was a scientist who said, "Listen, don't touch the edges because the edges were sewn in by a
So
long
the
time ago."
scientists say this, not the Catholic Church.
No, the scientists who took the test, they took it from the wrong spot. I
Okay,
don't
and then
know
the
how
Catholic
it
Church
came to be.
updated their stance based off of the scientist who took it from the wrong spot?
No, that's how you guys get the medieval time thing.
That's
they
how the
tested it
Catholic
on the
Church.
wrong spot.
That's how the Catholic Church approaches it. They don't say it's
So you
real
can trust
anymore
the Catholic
because of the
Church?
study
Catholic
that came out in
Church is fucking
1980s.
horrible. The Catholic Church doesn't know what the hell they're doing. At the end of the day, I'm
They're
not
the
talking about
ones
church.
that have it.
Correct. They have it by default. It was given to them.
In the 1300s, yeah, I know, right? Exactly. That's when we get the letters that say that it moved to Turin.
No, but it was given to them in the 1980s to the church. The Catholic Church did not have it.
Yeah, they did. Why do you think it's called the Shroud of Turin?
How long did they have it for? When did they? Wasn't it donated by a rich family?
A rich what family?
Well, yeah, you're right. Catholic or whatever.
Yeah, dude. It's almost like this is bullshit from the beginning, and you're just trying really hard to defend it.
Bro. You still can't address the blood. You still can't address the hemoglobins. You keep saying you can
even if it was blood, even if there was hemoglobins, cool, awesome. How do you know that they didn't slaughter a pig to just go ahead and use the blood for the actual painting?
It's AB Semitic blood, bro.
And
it's AB Semitic blood. It's not
AB Semitic. No, there is no one who has analyzed it and said that it's Semitic blood. That's not a thing.
You need to look it up.
This is just the 2014 study yet again.
2014, 2022 stuff.
No. The 2022
this book
stuff.
Just got written in 2025.
Okay. Did we confirm that the blood on the shroud is Semitic? Jesus Christ.
AB Semitic.
No. The blood on the Shroud of Turin is specifically Semitic is not scientifically. The claim that the blood on the Shroud of Turin is specifically Semitic is not scientifically confirmed. The evidence regarding the bloodstains is heavily debated within the scientific community in general.
Okay, so you're saying that
let's see. Hold up. Serological tests conducted by some researchers in the 1980s claimed the blood was AB. However, forensic experts and organizations like the National Center for Biotechnology Information emphasized that serological testing on heavily aged degraded blood samples often yields false positives and is considered unreliable.
So you're saying that you're looking at 1980s studies.
We'll keep going.
If you look at
the Semitic label, the claim that type AB is exclusively or characteristically Semitic or Jewish is considered scientifically unsound. While it was once suggested that the type was rare in Jewish populations, type AB actually occurs at higher frequencies in various Asian populations like Japan, China, and Korea.
Okay, but
DNA contamination. Recent genetic studies on the linen have revealed fragmented DNA from multiple subjects of different ethnic origins. This is attributed to the shroud's communal history, like I was talking about earlier, dipshit, and the vast number of people who have handled and repaired it over centuries, making it nearly impossible to confidently pinpoint the original DNA.
Okay, so what
because,
about
and this is true, people from all over the world have gone and seen this thing that the Catholics had initially and have kept ever since the 1300s when it was made. I want to remind you, a face and body is a 3D object. When you get an imprint and lay it flat, it will look like this. It will look like the Mask of Agamemnon. That is how that works, because that's what a funerary mask actually looks like. Not like this. Well, no, it's supposed to look like that. Not like this. It's supposed to look like that. Not this. That. Right here. Right there. Sorry. I don't know how to tell you that a face should not be able to be looked at like you're looking at a statue or a person or a painting. If you actually get an imprint on it on a 2D sheet and then lay the 2D sheet flat. Do us all a favor, cover your face with I don't know, dust or dirt or mud or something, and then lay something like a white sheet onto your face so tight that you can get the actual eyelids, your actual eyelids. So tight you can get the eyelids and the recesses of the face, and then lay that sheet flat. Guess what? It's not going to look like this. What it's going to look like is it's going to look a little more like this or like this. That's what it looks like.
So they beat the shit out of someone, painted with their blood on the shroud.
No.
In the medieval times.
No. If it was with blood, it could be human, it could be an animal. It doesn't matter. And that's if it was blood. There is no proof that it was AB, and there's no proof that it was Semitic. Your claims have soundly been debunked. They are things that are contaminated from thousands of people, millions of people seeing this thing over time, coming from all over the world, which is why we have the DNA of a marine worm off the coast of Canada on it and pollen from Australia. So no, in no way, shape, or form is this something that we can definitively say comes from a human, much less a human from one particular ethnic group, much less a human from one particular ethnic group in one part of the world from one particular century in the ancient times. No, it comes from the 1300s because that's when this thing actually starts showing up in Liray, France, a town that only has about 111 people to this day. And that's the first time we get 3 writings about it is in the 1300s, saying it was bullshit. But once it actually started getting people's attention, it was moved to Turin, Italy, within the Catholic Church, which is where we got it initially. And it moves over there and gets put on display. And now it's in a box kind of back behind some things. Again, in Turin, Italy, in a Catholic area. It is Catholic through and through. And once the Catholics sent off different pieces that they decided, not the scientists, but they decided to actually take a look at, and they okayed, all the scientists and all the labs came back and said it was from the 1300s. All of them agreed. And then the Catholic Church reversed its decision or its stance on it. And that's why they haven't said that it's real ever since. Because it's from the 1300s. It's from the 1300s. You are incorrect, and I don't give a shit about what you have read from people who literally have been soundly mocked by other scientists.
What I read. I don't just believe what I read, bro.
You do, which is why what you brought up, I was able to dismiss and debunk in about 5 to 10 seconds.
You weren't able to debunk nothing. You're just trying to divert and say other things and go to Google and talk to Google. Listen,
yeah, that's how we debunk things, man. Anyways, that being said, eat shit and die. All right, Igor, how's it going? Igor, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, hello. Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey.
Hello?
Yep. I'm there. I'm here. Or there.
Sorry. Am I lagging now? I was lagging a bit. Can you hear me now?
No worries. I think the lag was, I don't know what it was from.
Okay. I just want to say apologies to everybody watching. We all had to sit through that. That was
that was way too long, realistically.
I wish we had another one of those Australian guys. He seemed pretty nice. But anyway,
he seemed actually really chill.
Yeah, no kidding. And that's actually what I was going to lead with. So I appreciate, because I've seen a lot of people. I actually found you on YouTube, and I've seen a lot of people on YouTube, right? And I've seen a lot of people on YouTube going, they take the snarky attitude route, but I like that you're kind of grounded and you're like, no, I just think this. That doesn't mean I have to disrespect you or anything. And obviously I haven't seen all your content, but just from the interactions, even with somebody who's a little repetitive, it seems like you were very patient. So always appreciate that. I'm a Christian, just for background. So,
no problem.
Yeah. And just for my background, your contention is that, of course, I know Jesus doesn't exist, but John, are you referring to John the Baptist or John the Scholar?
Wait, what?
I saw on YouTube your title was Jesus and John never existed. Prove me wrong.
Are you not able to see the live right now?
If I click on your, I'm not familiar with TikTok, so have you changed it?
What does it say?
It says the same caption. I can't exactly click on your host screen, but on the YouTube live, it said, Jesus and John never existed. Prove me wrong. Is that not what you're debating?
No, I'm saying Jesus and Paul.
Oh, Jesus and Paul. Yeah, it said John, or maybe I read that wrong, but
yeah, no, it's always said Paul.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's my bad, but just for even that really doesn't change my argument.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So because John is so closely related to Paul, because Paul's letters mention John when there was a separation of the churches, and I'm not like a scholar or anything.
Wait,
I'm not going to pretend, but when there was a separation of churches between the Old Testament and New, like the Jews and the Christ followers, that's when John was talked about in Paul's letters to the other churches.
Why are we talking about John still?
No, I'm just saying for Paul's like record, like Paul wrote all of those letters to the other churches.
Nah.
He was like a historically recorded disciple. And
so wait, hold up.
Yeah,
Do you
go
think
ahead.
that we have historical evidence of Paul?
I think through the letter, I got to admit, my argument for Paul, I was not prepared for that. My argument for Jesus Christ is a little bit stronger, but for Paul, my extent of the knowledge is that he sent multiple letters to different churches, a lot of letters that were important and documented by pieties and other Roman historians that had necessarily no connection to the Jewish faith. But that's as much as I know about that. And I may be wrong about that as well.
I mean, no, definitely not. So Paul isn't a real person. I'd like to hear some evidence for Paul if you think that he was.
Yeah.
But
So that's your contention that he was just an idea within the Jewish faith?
A pseudonym there within the Christian faith in 2nd century.
Yeah. Okay. And for Jesus Christ, specifically, because I guess that's the only thing I got left to stand on. For him, he was recorded by Pieties, the same guy I mentioned earlier, Pieties. I'm probably...
Oh, you're off the app. I can't hear you. I'm not really sure. What is he talking about? Who's he talking about? He's off the app, so I can't hear him.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, you're back now.
Yeah, sorry. I was mentioning, I had to look him up to make sure I wasn't butchering the name. It was Tactius and like a couple other Roman historians that had mentioned Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And also the leading example of, I think it started with a P. It was the Roman general that crucified Jesus Christ himself.
Oh, Pilate?
And I understand the contention that Jesus Christ was just a carpenter or something, like a normal guy that just rose because he did fake miracles. But I don't get I've never heard of the he never existed argument.
Yeah, so Tacitus is interpolated into. We can tell by taking a look at the earliest iteration or the earliest manuscript or the oldest manuscript that we have that there are terms that are used there that are edited. Like we can see edits being made to the manuscript of Tacitus's Annals, which was originally written in 116. And some of the terms, or one of the terms that he uses there for like Christians is actually the term Christians. And we see that in an inscription that dates potentially before the birth of Jesus.
Okay.
So like...
how does that connect to...
Yeah, like, so here on your
screen... Doesn't that support my argument? Because that's a reference to, like, he's acknowledging that the following of Christ is real? Or am I misunderstanding that?
No, I mean, you think the following of Christ happened before Jesus was born?
Well, certainly. There was multiple physical appearances of Christ before he came down as a human. One of the biggest examples is the burning bush with Joseph in the middle of the desert. He took a physical manifestation of the burning bush to instruct Joseph to go free Egypt and find, or it may have been Moses. Like I mentioned before, I'm not a scholar, but I do happen to believe that Jesus and his teachings were real. I also know that they were edited a bit because that's how the world
Jesus was the burning bush?
Yeah, no, Jesus was the physical manifestation, right? He's the Son. I believe that Jesus Christ as a God.
Does it say in the Old Testament that Jesus was the burning bush?
Yeah, it does. There's references.
Where in the Old Testament does it say that Jesus was the burning bush?
I mean, I'm sure that you could, if I look it up, I'm going to be on mute, but I'm sure you could find that easier than me. That's like one of the Sunday school, like, poster board teachings is the burning bush story.
It is not anywhere in Sunday school teachings that Jesus was the burning bush. That's not a thing.
Okay, maybe is your contention that I'm saying Jesus and not God?
I mean, it doesn't say Jesus.
Okay, so God was a burning bush because you're right. Jesus was the human manifestation. He was the Son.
Okay.
God
so
is
do
the
you
Father
think
and
that
the
there were
Spirit.
Christians before Jesus was born?
Well, of course not, because Jesus started the
then
Christ
how did
movement.
we end up with the inscription of Christians, which is the word that Tacitus uses, that gets translated as
Yes.
Christians in many cases, or in all cases now in English. It's also the word that Justin Martyr uses. It's the word that Marcion uses, and it's the word that's found for the word Christian in Acts in the oldest codex for the New Testament, Codex Sinaiticus. So how do we see that word as early as about 16 BCE?
Before Christ appeared. Right. I get what you're saying. I get that contention, but is that that's the crux point of your argument? Is that
for Tacitus?
Or you were just rebutting to my bringing up Tacitus?
Yeah.
Okay, and I get that. But I've just never heard of that argument. That I've always heard of, like, no, he was just a carpenter that just tried to propagandize himself into overthrowing the Roman government. I've heard those arguments, but I've never heard he simply didn't exist. Because, I mean, and I'm just, spouting here, but if he didn't exist, why would so many depictions of him still be here like so many years later? You know what I mean? And this is just purely a question to you, because
Christianity
clearly
became
you're
the
more
official
educated.
religion in the Roman Empire in 380, and after the Roman Empire fell, you have sections of the Roman Empire that are still around today, like England, Spain, Portugal, and France, that colonized the rest of the world. Christianity is the victor of the Western world, so that's going to mean that Christianity is going to be everywhere today.
Spread, right? Well, and that's why I came. I'm not like the last guy who was just talking about. I'm talking about things that can be historically proved.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of my angle with it, because I know a lot of times people come on here and go, well, God did these miracles and he risen from the cross. It's like, well, we can't necessarily prove that emphatically,
Right. Well, I mean, another thing that we have that's maintained its image is Zeus controlling lightning from on top of Mount Olympus, and that predates even the writing of the Old Testament.
So
I mean,
yeah, and that's another thing I was gonna maybe raise to you, because obviously you know more about this certain topic than I do. But with the Greek philosophy, I know the theology, it was made before Christ, but in Greek theology or mythology, however you view it, it mentioned Paul and John, because the people in the town of Israel, when they were performing miracles, thought they were Hermes and Barbaros. I don't know if that's how you mention his name. And they thought that John was Hermes because he was the more outspoken one. And they thought that Paul was Barbaros because he was the more intimidating looking one. And I double checked that on the fucking AI. Sorry, didn't mean to curse. The AI stuff before I came on here, just to make sure I wasn't incorrect. So I think that crossover is a little weird, because it's you know what I mean? Like, why would they mention those apostles if Christ never existed?
Who?
So it was John and Paul.
Who
I believe it was John.
Disciples.
The people, I guess you would call them Israelis at the time, or Palestinians. I know that's debated.
Neither one of those places existed in the first century.
Well, the group of people that were there. Sorry, I just mean the townspeople.
Where?
When I looked it up, it said that the only time that they were, like you said, the Greek mythology was made way before Christ. And the only time it was mentioned was in later books that were adapted to the Greek mythology, that mentioned Paul as, again, Hermes, and John as, I'm pretty sure I'm butchering the name, but Barbados or something like that.
So Barnabas they called Zeus.
Barnabas,
and Paul
yes.
they called Hermes.
No, sorry. Paul and John.
No.
Paul. That's what I'm saying. I may be wrong, but I'm just. No, I believe. Okay, if I can look this up, I don't want to waste any more of your time, so I can just get what I looked at and I can tell you.
Well, I mean, I've got it right here.
Or you can look it up. Yeah. What does it say? Sorry.
It's Paul and Barnabas.
And they were confused for
Zeus and Hermes.
Okay, and now was that mentioned in later books adapted by Greek mythology, or was that solely in the Christian?
I don't know what you're asking, really.
Well, because what I'm raising is that Christ was mentioned, like Christ's disciples were mentioned in Greek mythology.
No.
Before Christ became a thing, and is that wrong?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's what I'm not trying to be like rude or anything. That's what I'm talking about. My main points were that, hey, Jesus Christ existed, because a lot of people like hotly debate if he was just a carpenter or not. And there's multiple historians that reference that. And then you brought up that these historians may not be as credible because of these things. And they mentioned him in the 16th century before Christ ever existed. So I got that. You kind of defeated me on that. I get that. And then the second point that I was raising, since we brought up Greek mythology, was, hey, if he was mentioned in Greek mythology before the time of Christ, doesn't that have reference to that he existed? And then you debunked that as well. So those were just my arguments.
So, okay, really quick, just as a quick rule of thumb, there's no mention of any of the disciples nor Paul ever outside of Christianity and antiquity. I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass or anything. Literally no one outside of Christianity ever mentions any of the 13 disciples mentioned in the New Testament, nor Paul. It's just not a thing. So here in Acts, it tries to claim that people thought that Barnabas was Zeus and Paul was Hermes, but like,
yeah, that's what I was talking about. And I'm sorry,
but it's just like part of a story.
Right. And that's why I was trying to bring non-story, but because I know you view it as a story, but I try to bring historical evidence. But that was just kind of a question for you, because I know you know a little bit more. And my last question for you is, what do you make of, because like the prophecies of I know the Euphrates River, for one example, dries up constantly every year. Or not every year, but pretty frequently.
Yeah.
And it was prophesied that if it dries up to a certain amount, that's how you know the times are coming. And then I live over in Washington, like on the coast.
Okay.
So we have a lot of oarfish, and I fish in the off time. So we have a lot of oarfish and deep sea fish, like the anglers, just washing up on shore with no physical like abnormalities. There's no reason that they should have died. And I don't know this, but my buddy that fishes with me, he's a marine biologist, and he takes it back in his lab at WSU, and he uses it, as points for his exams. And he tells me through his exams that there's no physical abnormalities. And it says in the Bible that all of God's creation will groan for his return. And then the wars and the rumors of wars and just how evil is just kind of right these days. I mean, with the administration that we got,
how would an
and
oarfish coming out of the deep sea, which it's been doing for years, by the way, it's actually part of like certain like islands legends that say that, or kind of thought or belief that like that means that there's going to be like a bad storm because they're coming out of someplace where there may have been an earthquake or something. But that being said, that's not always indicative of that. They've been doing this for years. How would that be them groaning for Jesus's return?
Well, because like you said, I was going to bring up the earthquakes. Usually when we see oarfish wash up on shore, that's indicative of an incoming earthquake or natural event, because either the currents have shifted so much to push them all the way to the surface and die, or there's been an earthquake and a plate shift deep below that is displaced enough.
Yeah, what does that have to do with Jesus' return? That's happened for, happened for centuries.
Where I was going with that is that has happened about 20 years apart, every event. And now it seems to be happening in a shortened span. And
it's almost like
and
drilling
I feel
for
like
oil is
focusing
not
on
a
an
good idea.
oarfish. Sorry, go ahead.
It's almost like drilling holes in the crust for oil is probably fucking with the world.
No, and I get that. And that's my contention, because I always thought about this. I don't want to be one of those people that say the end times is here and it's not here, right? I'm just one of those retards.
Well,
sorry, sorry, yeah. Sorry,
to
I'm
all
autistic.
300 people on YouTube,
I'm autistic.
and
I can say
600 people
autistic.
on 600 people on YouTube and 300 people on TikTok.
I'm autistic,
I can tell
say
you
that.
right now that you definitely sound like one of those people who are saying, "Hey, end times."
And I get that. I get that contention. But my contention is that the oarfish washing up frequently.
Yeah, did you get that notification?
Yes, I did. I get that. I get that.
Yep, you gotta go. Can't say that. All right, want to get to some super chats before I get to the next guest there, if you don't mind. Let's see. We've got $1.99 from Tasty Fisher 9273 that says Jesus is the most documented person in history. Who'da thunk it? The main character of the largest religion on the planet that spread itself with colonization, the sword and gunpowder, and became became the official religion of the entire Roman Empire, the most powerful empire in history prior to America, I guess, or I guess maybe Britain. Yeah. I guess he's probably the most well-documented person in history, if that was the case. Who was the most who was the most documented person prior to Jesus? Does that mean he existed? I mean, cool. Religions prior to Christianity had a bunch of stories of Zeus. I guess you're lining up as well to assume that Zeus is a real person. I mean, if your argument is, well, people don't believe in him as much as they used to, great, cool. Well, Christianity's on the decline too, so all right. Next up, we got $5. Thank you very much. From Forge4119 said, thank you for answering my question. I grew up in rural Tennessee, so I get the pain. I'm something of an agnostic myself. I was intrigued intrigued by this. Well, thank you very much for your super chat earlier. And yeah, I mean, again, the Abrahamic faiths are going to be something that we run into a lot more in the Western civilization than others, obviously. I just haven't looked into Buddha really. There's some things that I've kind of read or heard about Buddha, but dealing with Moses, dealing with Abraham, dealing with Muhammad or Jesus and stuff like that, Paul, those are going to be obviously more common things that I deal with there. Anyways, we got is that yin? Is that yin? I think that might be yin. Pretty sure it is. 40 yen from Adina something Asd. Adina Dadasti. I don't know. It says, I love cheeseburger, life is simple. I love cheeseburgers, life is simple. Hell yeah. Anita Des. I don't know how to say that. If someone can tell me how to say that, that'd be great. Based Ashira has $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Said, I've heard of Hebrew hymens, but not Hebrew hemoglobin. I like that. That's funny. Okay. Yes, the guy talking about hemoglobin and everything like that. It was really funny whenever I pulled up the Google thing and he was just like, I don't know. It's like he hadn't looked into this at all. Yeah, at least be familiar. Like, look, I understand that people can like Google things and be like, did Jesus exist? And it's going to pull up a bunch of stuff. Yes, he did. And then it's going to pull a bunch of stuff. I'm aware of what it says and I address what it says. He had no idea what it says, which is why he was making a whole bunch of claims and then had no idea how to counter it whenever he actually saw that, no, that's not the case. $5 from Tacompton, 253, said Jesus was really... I don't know what that means. Jesus was a really just something guy. Name's Mo. His name was Mo Lester. What the hell? It was funny, but I don't really know what that word there was. but that's funny. Thank you to Compton. And then Hi Nevermind 2688 sent some jewels over. Thank you very much. Majority Stakeholders sent some as well. And Preston Scotty 5277. Thank you. Newvol VT sent $2. Who wrote Paul's undisputed letters in the 50 CE? No one, because they weren't written in the 50 CE. There's no evidence whatsoever that any of the New Testament was written in the first century. Paul's letters show up in 144, published by Marcion, a Christian theologian who is later branded as a heretic. And the Marcionites are actually the best guess that we have of the different authors that are writing even the undisputed letters, because even the undisputed letters have different authors within them. Christian scholars will even tell you this, that like Romans is actually multiple authors, or at least, at the very least, multiple letters that are pieced together. So yes, we do see that there are multiple authors there, and the earliest iterations that we have of them are the Marcionite versions that we can reconstruct thanks to quotes from Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen. What I would recommend is the book called The First New Testament. Let's see if I can bring that up. The First New Testament. It is from scholar Dr. Jason Badoon, and you can check it out. There's also another work on this is actually going over what the first iterations of Paul's letters were there in 144. Or you can check out Dr. Nina Livesey's work as well. Her book is called The Letters of Paul in Their Roman Literary Context. That book does a really good job. Oh, look at this. If you scroll down on that page there, it says customers also bought or read my book, Christ Before Jesus, as well as The Letters of Paul in their Roman Literary Context. Now, if you take a look, the price difference between these two is quite astounding. So, if you got money to burn, go ahead and get Nina Livesey's book. But Christ Before Jesus is also a decent read that will get you kind of caught up on a lot of this kind of stuff for much cheaper. The ebook itself is just $3, and the link is on my TikTok bio and on the YouTube profile. Let's see. We've also got $5 from Nouveau VT said, if Marcion only released them in 144, why do First Clement, roughly 95, Ignatius and Polycarp, roughly 1/10 of 140, already quote/reference Paul's letters? Good question. So First Clement is not actually dated to 95, not in the slightest. Well, it's dated there by like scholars generally, but there's no evidence of that. The reason I say that is because the opening line is the only reason they put it in 95. It says recent tragedies and hindrances that have befallen us, and that's generally taken as like a reference to Christian persecution under the reign of Emperor Domitian in the mid-90s. But there's no evidence whatsoever that he actually did anything to the Christians. He does persecute the Jewish people. In fact, there's multiple scholars that in about the 1960s or so completely destroyed the idea that the Christians were part of the persecuted groups from Domitian. So the idea that Domitian persecuted the Christians was just some later Christian idea where they're kind of culturally appropriating off of the pain or the misery. They're kind of like building off of the trauma of Jews and says, that's us as well. It's kind of pathetic, really, to be honest. But nowhere in First Clement does it even say that it's written by Clement, and nowhere in there does it actually indicate when it's being written. If you take a look at it stylometrically, it comes back as a composite letter written about the 150s or so. And if Clement is the author, the Shepherd of Hermas, which was written in the middle of the 2nd century, that author says that he actually tasked Clement with delivering a letter for him, which would place Clement sometime in the 2nd century. But if you want to say that Clement did live in the 1st century, like, say, scholar M. David Litva, he still places the letter First Clement into the mid to late 2nd century, as late as about the 170s or so, because we don't get any mention of it or anything like that until the late 2nd century by Irenaeus, writing about 180 to 185. The same thing goes for Ignatius and Polycarp. We don't get any shit until about Irenaeus' time in 180 to 185. Polycarp actually supposedly dies about 160s or so is when he actually dies. Ignatius is thought by some scholars to actually be Peregrinus Proteus, who dies in 165. And M. David Litva puts the writings of Ignatius somewhere about 170. I'd also like to point out that Irenaeus, who writes between 180 and 185, is said to be, or claims to be, a student of Polycarp. So if Polycarp had died somewhere about like 140 or earlier or something like that, or was writing that early, it doesn't make a lot of sense that Irenaeus, who was supposedly born at about 130, would somehow be a student of Polycarp. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. So yes, while they do quote or reference Paul's letters or Paul himself, they do show up after 144. There's no evidence of them writing prior to that. No hard evidence that anybody can actually stand on. It's just Christian conjecture and just compromise with church history. That's it. Let's see. Then Matthew Mulkeen sent $20. Thank you very much. That means I got to change my hat. You know, I'm going to go ahead and just put on that one. There you go. It said Gemini and Shroud contaminated DNA of New World crops. Yeah, corn, tomatoes, chili peppers, bananas. Oh, okay. So some of the DNA of New World crops that are found on the Shroud and contaminated, I guess, corn, tomatoes, chili peppers, bananas, peanuts, all in Europe after Columbus. Or all in Europe. Okay, they're after Columbus. Yeah, because he's bringing them back. What that means is that if there's any kind of a shred of these things on the Shroud, that would mean that it would have to come later than that. A marine worm DNA is a mix-up with other marine species, including marine coral, Atlantic cod, crustaceans. I'm not even really sure what's going on that one. I'm not really sure what that's talking about. All in Europe after Columbus. There is a mix-up with other marine species, including marine coral. Yeah, okay. I think I understand where that was going, but it was basically just saying that like we don't really have any evidence that the Shroud of Turin is really that old. But thank you very much for the super chat, and I changed my hat. Dionysian Masks sent $2, says, can you do stylometry, I guess, on Quran? Should be one author. It is definitely not one author. It should be, but it is definitely not. It's actually a minimum of 3 authors is what we're finding, whose difference or the distance between the authors, like in their styles, is actually greater than known authors in Arabic from over 200 years apart. So what that means is that it's distinctly at least 3 different authors who were writing in the Quran, and a lot of that material comes from late, about 4th century or so, late Christian apocalyptic, or not apocrypha. So just late Christian stuff. So Islam is nothing more than just a Christian, like an offshoot of Christianity that utilizes some information or some text that came out in about the 4th century or so, CE. So yeah, and then thank you to Claire Fordos, who sent some jewels there. Let's see. I believe the marine there on Trevi Trev on TikTok says, I believe the marine worm DNA is mentioned on mythicism.web. Probably. The website mythicism.web.app is an amazing resource. It talks about the Shroud of Turin here. But mythicism.web.app goes over a lot of what I talk about for free and some other things. You can actually sort by when you want the information you're talking about to, like, or when it dates to. So if you're talking about, like, say, Polycarp or something like that, you can take a look at that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Pretty interesting material there. About 155 or 167 or so is when he's said to have died. So yeah, there you go. So a lot of great material. Gray Eyes, my friend on TikTok and I guess YouTube, I don't know if he's on YouTube, created that website, and it's a very good resource if you're talking to people about the historicity of Jesus or something. All right, let me see if we've got anybody here. I am that I am, but with X's on the outside. What you got?
Hello. Am I in?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, what's up?
Oh, cool. Let's see. I was going to just chime in. I was going to say that as an ex-Christian, I don't think it even matters if Jesus or Paul were physically existing at all. I think it's more about the message, not about the man, but the message.
Okay. I mean,
what do you think, Paul, about like?
That's fine, but like, if he didn't even exist, then why does it matter what he said?
Well, Jesus, I mean, in the story, he comes off as a sage, and just like, Krishna, Buddha, Ramana Maharshi. Mm-hmm. I mean, when you start looking at all of the ancient lore and not just one book, you can see that in the story, doesn't matter if he's real or not, in the story, Jesus is presenting himself as a sage, trying to help the people see the kingdom of heaven inside themselves, or you could say the egoless state, or you could say the selfless, the real self, the realization. Yeah. So I don't think it really matters if he was real or not. I think that's kind of in the story. I think he confronted the people that were so concerned.
Well, I mean, you might not take it as something that's like historical, or you might say that it doesn't matter, but like nevertheless, people do think that it happened, and the writers were trying to portray it as something that happened. Like in Luke, when it tries to tell you exactly when this shit was going down, like who was in charge and everything.
I mean, I get it. I think the message of it all,
right?
I just stand with the message that Christ being the ego, the cross being the body. I think his whole focus was to help them realize the
but
self inside.
You're trying to pull like a way of living, or some esoteric meaning or something like that from a text that is written by people who are getting the things that we can check wrong. So why would you take them up on their offer of like suggesting things to you that like we can't check, like some weird spiritual meaning or something, especially when you can get that
you can check it. You can check. See, I think intellectually we can argue if they're real or not. That's all going to be in the intellect, the mind. But if you actually do what Christ said and destroy your desires per se, get to the egoless state, you do experience those things. You do experience grace. It's more of a journey and a walk than just trying to
buy swords.
What's that?
Yeah, Jesus tells his disciples to buy swords.
I mean, what does that matter though? Like,
well,
how does that help?
So you don't follow all the teachings of Jesus?
It's a book.
Okay,
I think that's what I'm saying.
So
he came to tell
some
you,
of it's good, none of it's
people.
historical. Some of it's bad.
When you look at all of the ancient lore, you'll see. I mean, most Christians don't realize, like in the Gita, Krishna.
Okay.
All these.
Well, hold up. Maybe you and I can find at least some common ground here, because what you're talking about is with the Bhagavad Gita and stuff like that. I don't give a shit. But at the end of the day, are you saying that it's on par with just ancient mythology? In which case,
I'm saying Jesus completely fits what a sage would be when you look at any Indian ancient lore literature. You're going to see Jesus fit perfectly as a sage. He had no ego in him. That's why when he looked at people, he didn't see sin.
What are you talking about? He ended up telling everybody to go tell everybody about him.
But
he says, "Yeah, go spread the word about me."
I think things would open up if Christians. Not saying you.
He also said he came to set the world on fire, did not come to bring peace but a sword, and he wished the world was already burning.
If one is seeking truth and not in the ego, these deeper meanings are going to come.
He's not in the ego, but he's saying, "I am the way, the truth, and the light. No one comes to the Father but through me." But he doesn't have ego.
If you read the Gita, you would understand exactly the mistake you're making.
All right,
that's
cool.
what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, you realize that this guy's like definitely like an asshole, right?
I'm talking about the message of what Christ was saying. He was saying, let go of your own desires and become. That's the. He was. What's the? If we're gonna say the Bible, what was the first thing he even said to do? It was seek ye first the kingdom of heaven.
Leave me alone, woman, because I'm at a party.
He didn't tell anybody to go do anything, go find followers, believe in me. He didn't tell anybody. He said the first thing.
He ended up. He healed like a blind man, so he could brag about it later.
What was the first thing he told his people to seek ye first, though?
Pots of water?
About. I mean, I don't know if you're just joking. I'm saying he said, seek ye first the kingdom of God.
Cool. And he also said, I and the Father are one. And then he said, I am the only way to get to the Father.
You are right. If you read the Gita,
that's pretty ego-filled, man. Like, no, you're trying to do some weird Christ consciousness bullshit. No. That's like some hippie weird shit that's just trying to say, oh, hey, we can say that Jesus was like a hippie liberal like us because he was all about peace and love and actually like laying down your pride. No, he wasn't. He was a piece of shit who was a racist who gave into a racist trope about Samaritans and told a woman that she was a dog because she was the wrong ethnicity.
So he didn't do all those things. Those are just stories. He didn't do all those things.
Sweet.
If you don't believe
so how do you know that he said anything?
Because if you look at the things, I'm just saying.
How do you know that he said anything? Okay, so just the character. So in other words, it's just mythology. It's just a story.
But I'm saying what he's saying is very true when you look at the sages.
Not. No, it's not. Like, it's not.
The
It
word,
is literally
the words
not
in
true.
red, the word, not what Paul said, not all the story added, not the.
I'm not talking about Paul. I'm talking about Jesus.
I know.
There
I'm
are
talking about
things
the
that he
words
says that are not true.
This is if you would understand a sage when they're speaking to different levels of consciousness, people, different levels of consciousness.
Little magic word there. You wasted 22 minutes just waiting to talk about dumb shit, dude. Give me evidence for Jesus or Paul. It's very clearly a historical lie. We're not here talking about Christ consciousness or that dog shit. I told you that was what you were on about, and you said it. First time, as soon as somebody says consciousness, they're probably not going to last very long on the live. All right. Bust down. What you got?
Hello?
Yep.
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
All right, I got to make this super quick. I'm on a break right now. I don't really know your stances on this stuff. Just came across you. Tacitus. I'm sure you've heard this before.
Interpolated later and mentions questions, which is a word that is found in Rome in a Latin inscription that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE.
Okay, so what would that mean? That you think
that
it's
would mean
to,
that
like,
he's referring to
interpolation?
a group that had been around before the supposed birth of Jesus.
So you're saying it's like subjected to interpolation?
Yes.
Assume,
yes,
right?
especially since Tertullian, the first Christian that we can see writes in Latin, alludes to Tacitus's writings in 200. It says, consult your history books, and then goes on to talk about how he mentions that they were, blamed for the fire in Rome and like persecution or prosecution or punishments or tortures or whatever were doled out. But nevertheless, never mentions anything about how Tacitus said anything about Jesus because he didn't say anything initially. We don't get that reference until the early 5th century by Severus.
So if it is subject to interpolation, then why would the Christians who you claim to be interpolating it, why would they leave those things in? Why would
leave what in?
Things like the most mischievous superstition. I don't have the text in front of me
because
right now,
they
but I
want to
remember that part
portray
of it.
Rome as something that doesn't like them.
So they're adding.
They have a
in-
persecution complex. That's kind of the
they're
whole
adding
point.
in Christians because that's really important to them that they have to get that part right. But at the same time, they're going to badmouth themselves by leaving
They're
in
not bad
or
mouthing
adding
themselves. They're making
mischievous
themselves appear as if they
superstition.
were persecuted by, like, Rome.
They were until it became.
There's no evidence that they were persecuted by Rome until about 3 to 6 year period before the Edict of Milan in 312.
Didn't Nero blame them for the fires?
Didn't Tacitus also go on to say that they admitted guilt to doing it?
Why would they leave that in there if it's interpolated?
That part isn't interpolated. That part is authentic to Tacitus.
How do you derive that part is not interpolated?
Data science.
Like what? Is there a
Stellometry.
specific type of analysis you can do that?
Yep, stellometry.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're using stellometry. So you're able through stellometry to pick out this one particular portion of the text?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have like a website or anything that I can?
Yeah, you can check out mythicism.web.app if you like. That's a website that is put out by my friend Gray Eyes.
Hold on. Read it back to me. I'm at my computer. Right
mythicism.web.app.
Mythicism.web.app. All right. I'll check that out later when I actually have some time. I got 2 minutes left. So through stellometry, you're able to pinpoint.
Yep. Right here in front of you is a dendrogram. This right here it looks like a family tree, and it's something that can actually be created by stylometric analysis software, and it shows you just how close a text can be to something else and whether or not that would be from the same author. If it's all part of like the same, almost like family tree or branch, then that would be indicative of being from one author. The further you have to go up the tree in order to get to something else, the less likely you would be from them. Taking a look at similarly sized lines from Tacitus, it all appears under here. Breaking it up into like similarly sized lines with the line that talks about like Christ and Pontius Pilate and mischievous superstition, all that kind of stuff. That line, however, we call Tacitus J because it talks about Jesus, and that is up here. It is one of the furthest things that we could possibly get from Tacitus, using 100 most frequently used words and the distance formula known as Eater's delta.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I know just like I don't know really what I can say on your live. I was about to swear. I don't know how friendly you could be with swearing, but I know a very small amount of about stilometry.
Okay, yeah.
So
we can actually
I follow you
dive
there.
in. Yeah, we can actually dive in and like separate it. And when we see that similarly sized lines all come up like under one branch, that means that it's able to get a good read on this compared to other text. But when we have that line about Jesus that doesn't even show up next to it at all and never does, that means that it's definitely not something that Tacitus wrote. It's something that is added in later, which there are some scholars who already kind of make some of these kind of claims. Like Van Voorst makes some of these claims. I know that at least Richard Carrier and Bob Price have made the claims. There's an article on Brill that you can check out if you want from some scholars who say that it was added after the beginning of the 3rd century. It's sometime between the beginning of the 3rd all the way to early 5th century. And that's what I would say. Yeah.
When you're saying that you use similar sized lines, what kind of word count are you using for that? Because
the word count in that
for
was about somewhere
stilometry, you have to
60 words or
use. I'm sorry, what was that?
You can use fewer than 100 words if you really wanted to. It just kind of depends on if you can get a good read on it, and the fact that it all comes up as Tacitus, like in the correct branch for Tacitus, shows that it's getting a good read on it.
Don't you need a larger sample size for stilometry? I thought that you had to have
Dr. Ignatius Jeter, who was the person behind the distance formula that I just showed you that we used, actually said that he gets 100% accuracy at less than 100 words sometimes. It just kind of depends on what you just are using. That's how it works.
Okay. So yeah, to my understanding, I don't know, you need like 5,000 some odd words in order to get a proper analysis on it.
Yeah, back before like some of the more recent formulas, like the different like deltas or Manhattan formulas from Ignatius Jeter. Like back in the day, you needed that. I mean, stilometry has been around since the 1800s, and back then, sure, you could need a lot, but now you can get really low amounts. The Gormans, a couple that do a lot of work on stilometry. They routinely run corpuses with files about 50 words or so.
Okay. My break is over. I'm against your stance, but I don't know enough about it really to give you a good rebuttal or refute you on it right now. What times do you go live at? I want to look into
about 9:30 a.m. Central to about 2 or 3.
Okay. All right. I don't know. I'll see you whenever I have a little time to look into this. Life's pretty busy with the kids and shit, so I'll in my free time when I do get some, I definitely want to try to refute you. I'm a believer in Christ. So yeah, man. I got no ill will against you. I don't believe in what you say, but I'll see you again soon. All right, man. I hope you have a good rest of your day. God bless.
Sounds good. All right. Let's see here. We also have really quick getting to some super chats over there on YouTube. We got $20. That means I got to change my fucking hat here. I'm going to go ahead and choose a crazy. Okay, here we go. Pulling out my red hat, everybody. No, it's not that red hat. I'm not a fucking idiot. But here we go. Horse race. And on the back it says horse race. Found it at a gas station a long time ago. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. So Kogod 30. Oh, no, sorry. My bad. Hold up before I get it. The super chat. $20 super chat there from James Anthony 5874 said the Quran bit, could that be a situation like Book of Mormon and TSB? Oh shit. This maybe the Satanic Bible or something? Is that what that's the Satanic Bible? Is that what TSB means? Does TSB mean you get that at Buc-ee's? No, it was like at a 7-Eleven or something, or a Citgo or something dumb. Anyways, the TSB, I don't know what TSB is. Is that the Satanic Bible? That's what that is, right? Could it be a situation like the Book of Mormon and the Satanic Bible where the author took passages whole cloth? So, no. So Not entirely, because in the Book of Mormon, it's very clear that the author took verses whole cloth. Like you can actually just read them. Like they're directly taken from the King James Version. It even pretty much says, hey, I've said a lot from Isaiah, and because I like to do that, I'm going to keep doing it. And so then you get it more. It's pretty obvious that they're taking it. I don't really know about the Satanic Bible specifically about how that would be taking it, but we'd be able to read it. If it was a translation into Arabic of the New Testament or Old Testament writings, then that would be one thing, but it's not. It's not like a translation of like biblical writings. It's straight up just like a take on some biblical concepts. It's not just a straight up quote of the infancy gospel of Thomas. It's taking elements from it. Like we can see that it's influencing this. The Old Testament, the New Testament, and the infancy gospel of Thomas, the parable of the seven sleepers, it influences Islam. It influences the Quran, or writings of in the Quran there. So we can tell that it's not really a direct translation of it per se. It's just it's just something that's talking about it. So it's a little different from that, and so it wouldn't be behaving the way that it's behaving because of quotation. It would be behaving due to some other author. That's what it would be indicative of. Kogod had came up, and then I had to obviously bring him down there because I needed to read that thing. But Kogod, you can come back up if you want. Kogod, what you got?
Hello, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What you got?
Okay, brother. So I want to ask you about this because I've been watching for like, right now for me, it's like 5 a.m. It's pretty early, but I live alone, so it's okay. I can talk. But I ask you, brother. Yes. Sorry. But I ask you, brother, what do you think? I know this man earlier. I was listening and I heard this guy. Well, he started to talk sense. He started to say, what do you think about like the current times of like, I don't live in America, but I know that over there it's not so good right now. So this kind of matches up with what the Americans do is kind of match up with ball, you know?
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Yeah, that's how that works. But what does that have to do with Jesus and Paul?
Well, because not necessarily Paul. I do not know about Paul. Maybe he's not good. Maybe it's not real. I don't know. People do this all the time. But in Russia, especially, I live in Ukraine. Well, used to be Russia, but this is debated. But I am told that
until
Jesus,
91, I guess. Yeah.
He said, yes, it's intense. But people say that Jesus said that there was people that would sacrifice children to Baal, and they would make food and they would do all of these horrible things that I cannot say. But what now we see this with the big JE, you know what I mean? And so, what do you think about this? Like, because the connection is that it matches, you know, it matches with what they say about the old evil. It matches with the new evil. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, but that. So that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus and Paul existed.
Well, because the old evil existing in the new would prove, right? Would prove the existence of this person because this person has warned us about this explicitly, right? Jesus Christ, he warned us about Baal. He warned us about these people who would take over the religion and turn. You see popes that are turning to things that are against the religion of Christ.
Like what?
Well, I can't say on here because maybe this is not accepted as criticism, but instead hate. So I cannot say this on here in out of respect for your stream. I cannot say why, but certain popes support acts of human nature, I will say, that are not supported by Christ. You know what I mean? And then essentially this was warned about in the Old and the New Testament, that in the end times, wolf would take sheep's clothing.
Yeah,
essentially.
but I mean, generally speaking, that would be fine, right? I mean, like these
Why would
pieces
that
of
be
human
fine?
nature.
No. I say this wrong. I say this to be nice, human nature. I say that, but
Yeah, I know. I know what you
what I'm
mean by
getting at.
it, but I don't know if you're
You know what
saying
I'm
that
getting
like
at.
that's okay, or are you saying that that would be a bad thing that they're accepting this, like the Pope is accepting it?
My personal opinion is not in the mix of this. In the scripture, it says it's not okay.
Right.
So now we see that people who are supposed to uphold the scripture say it is okay and you can do it and God loves it. And besides that, the leaders are doing things and making things okay that we know, like through teachings of Christ, are not okay. So when you see these things lining up, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, anyways, Marv 3400. Marv 3400, what you got?
What's popping? If you don't mind, real quick, if I can just comment on what that guy was saying, I'll be brief about it. I've heard this argument from my friends who are heavy conspiracy theorists too, that for some reason, if the evil top people worship Satan or something, that must be indicative of Christian truth. People, please stop saying that. That is stupid. That makes no sense. It wouldn't matter if they worship Satan. That's dumb. And to be honest, if they were worshiping Satan and they had all that power, that might make me want to worship Satan. Like, I want to know what power they have, regardless. Yeah. So I was pointed towards the direction the other day of an academic or pseudo academic. I don't know if you've ever interacted with him, and forgive me if this is repetitive. T.C. Schmidt.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was pointed to his argument on particularly the testimonium, and it was completely weak. Failing, I did not like it at all. The reframing of like individual words, outside of their original context. And he also has many other works such as that in the works of Josephus, in terms of the mentioning of John the Just, allegedly, the alleged mentioning of John the Just, right? And I just wanted to know, like, what's your opinion on these methods, like these reframings in general? How do you address these arguments? And how often do you come across them? And have you ever interacted with this Schmidt guy?
I haven't interacted with Schmidt, but people have brought up his arguments. The biggest issue is the fact that he's taking a look at things using thematic words, like mentioned there by Zeno there on TikTok there. He's taking a look at thematic words and he's saying, oh, hey, Josephus does actually use these words. And it's like, well, that's great, but distance formulas are a much better way of determining authorship by taking a look at most frequently used words, because your function words are scientifically proven to be, unique to you, as opposed to like your just general thematic words that could be used by you or anybody else, really, for that matter. So it doesn't really matter that much. Like what he's saying is true, but not important. It's just kind of saying like, oh, hey, it's the level of like, broccoli is green and lettuce is green and also grass is green. So therefore we should go out and eat grass because vegetables are good for us. And it's like, okay, well, some of that is true, but it's just, no, like that's not going to get you anywhere. Like what you're presenting, the way that you're presenting it sounds good to some people and might just be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But like dig a little deeper, man. Like compare the most frequently used words, compare the writings, compare this style to Eusebius. See if this is actually something that would match someone else. Because you know who uses those phrases as well as the most frequently used words in there? Eusebius. Like, take a look at the thematic words and compare it to other people, not just Josephus. He's trying to prove a point. It's like pseudo-scientific is really what it is, because it starts with an idea and tries to prove it, as opposed to looking at anything else and seeing if it could have been something else.
Yeah, I figured, and I was very much skeptical of like how he tried to frame the testimonium as neutral at best. Anyone who would say that by individualizing and isolating Greek words and putting them in their most neutral of context, he can then say that the testimonium is neutral or negative. That's just complete. I was so insulted by the argument. I was like, where did this guy go to school? It's terrible. But outside of that, I wanted to ask, so you're like, I've been researching, and it seems that you are correct. Like, there is no mention of these books, no, or a legitimate mention of the Gospels, right, prior to the mid-second century. But I've heard, but like, where do these dates come from? Like people
where do
would,
the first century dates come from?
Yeah, like, because people still will quote Mark from being like the 50s or something. It's ridiculous.
Generally, the consensus is that Mark shows up around 70 or so. You might have some more Christian scholars or conservative Christian scholars that try to say that it's earlier. The reason for this is, so in Mark 13, Jesus talks about the destruction of the temple, all right? And the destruction of the temple happens in 70. So more conservative scholars are going to take a look at that and say, we want this to not only be a prophecy from Jesus, who's talking in 30, we want it to be a prophecy for the person who's writing it as well. In other words, even the person who's writing it doesn't even know that the temple is actually going to get destroyed. They're just taking this as a prophecy and believing what Jesus said. So we want this to be super early. People with half of a mind are saying, no, we're not just going to grant Jesus the magical power to know the future, and we're not going to do that for the author either. We're going to say that this must be either in 70 during the time that the temple is being destroyed, a little after it, or potentially before it, because they feel like it's imminent or it's inevitable that the temple is going to be destroyed and Jerusalem is going to be sieged or something. So they tend to kind of compromise and say, let's put it around 70, maybe a little even before, because then it's within the same time period that it could potentially be written by a Mark, who is a traveling interpreter or a companion to Peter. But also it's around the time that it's talking about, like in Mark 13, like the destruction of the temple, to where it appeases like the non-Christian scholars who are like, well, I'm not going to grant you the power to prophesy. Does that make sense? Like, it fits it's in a certain time range that just kind of is a compromise. It's good for both sides. But nevertheless, there's no evidence whatsoever that it's written at that time period. You and I can write a story about like the Civil War. That doesn't mean we wrote it in the 1860s. Doesn't even mean we wrote it in the 1900s. Like, we can write it today. That doesn't mean anything. Like, it's just when it was written. In fact, the earliest a text can be written, if you're wanting to determine the range for when it can be written, the earliest it can be written is based off of the content itself. So if our story about the Civil War, if you and I write a book together about the Civil War and we mention 9/11 somewhere in there, like we compare something, like we say, oh, this was Stonewall Jackson's 9/11 or something. I don't know, this sounds dumb, but it's still, if we said that, then that would mean that our book had to come out in earliest what year?
The earliest year you just give. Sorry, it's bear with me, man. Say it one more time for me.
If we mention 9/11 in our book about the Civil War, then the earliest year that our book could come out is what?
9/11, of course. 2001.
2001. Yeah.
Sorry.
So that's the earliest it can come out, because that's the material. Now, the latest it could come out would be based on when someone cites the book, when someone is maybe pictured with the book or something like that, or when we can date a copy of the book too. So let's say that the first time that anybody ever mentions the book, or mentions that it's for sale, or mentions that they have a copy or something like that, is in, say, 2020. That means that the date range for our book is 2001 to 2020.
Right.
It has to be in there. So it's the earliest a book can be written is the latest that the content is talked about in there. And with the Gospel of Mark, a lot of people point to Mark 13, where it talks about the destruction of the temple, as the latest event that is talked about in there. And so they put it in 70. Do I think that that's the case? No, I would say that it's actually later. in that same chapter, Mark 13, it talks about the abomination of desolation standing where it ought not. And this is taken actually by Christian church father Jerome to mean the statue of Hadrian that is placed on the Temple Mount in the 130s.
Okay, then.
So that's pretty bad.
And yeah, that's pretty late. That makes sense then. And the very last thing, I'm assuming you're of the opinion, because Luke, the author of Luke, whoever that may be, claims to be a historian who recorded all the events perfectly, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Obviously, his God is a myth as well. But that character being connected to Paul would also mean that character, Luke, would also be a myth. So he's also a fabrication by your assumption.
Well, yeah, but also it never says in the Gospel of Luke or in the book of Acts that it's ever written by Luke. It doesn't say that it's written by a companion of Paul either.
Very well. All right, then. That makes sense.
Yeah, in fact, the Gospel of Luke, between chapters 4 and 22 of it, it utilizes a gospel that was published in roughly 144 called Evangeline. And what that means is that the Gospel of Luke absolutely has to come out after 144.
Yeah, I always found...
Yeah.
The thing is, it's like, I always assumed it had to be written by a Luke, because a person does claim to be like the perfect recorder. It does make like a claim to oneself in the beginning of it. Someone does make this like, yeah. So
well,
I was like,
no,
okay,
it doesn't say my name is Luke or something. It just says I have an understanding of everything from the beginning, so I'm going to write you an orderly account.
Fair, yeah, that's fair enough.
But
right,
this is the verse that really, like for me and my co-author and data science co-partner and everything for Christ Before Jesus, this is the verse that really tipped us off to something is wrong here. So if you take a look, let me see if I can pull this up here. If you take a look at Luke chapter 4, Jesus is over in the desert and everything like that, getting tempted by the devil and stuff like that. And then let's see, he goes over to Galilee in verse 14, goes to Nazareth, and he goes to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, and he reads from the scroll of Isaiah, reads it, blah, 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 blah. And then it says, all spoke well of him and were amazed at the gracious words that came from his mouth. They said, is this not Joseph's son? He said to them, doubtless you will quote to me this proverb, doctor, cure yourself. And you will say, do here in your hometown the things that we have heard you did at Capernaum. This line right here seems really innocuous. There's nothing really to do about it. It seems pretty benign. Unfortunately, this is a very damning verse for the timing of the Gospel of Luke, because this verse right here is not found. This entire verse is not found in the Gospel of Matthew. It's not found in the Gospel of Mark. It's not found in the Gospel of John. It's not found in any other gospel except for the Gospel of Luke and Evangeline, published by Marcion in 144. Now, later church fathers like Irenaeus in 180 said that Marcion, who came out with Evangeline, took what's called a penknife, or what he called a penknife, to the Gospel of Luke and cut out parts that he didn't like, and just say, hey, this is a version of Luke, and I'm going to call it Evangeline, and that's what I'm going to publish there in 144. But Irenaeus also gives us another kind of little clue here. He says that the followers of Marcion, the Marcionites, believed the opposite. They believed that their gospel came first and the Gospel of Luke added to it to make their gospel, to make the Gospel of Luke. Does that make sense?
Right.
So he creates kind of a we say this, they say this kind of situation. And the vast majority of Christian scholars today just take Irenaeus' word for it and say Marcion came later. He took the Gospel of Luke and ripped pieces out of it. There's no evidence that Luke came out before 144, but just because of what Irenaeus says in later church history and church tradition, they say, oh, it must have been first, even though Irenaeus admitted that it could have been the other way around. So which way is it? Well, let's take a quick look back here at Luke 4. Do here in your hometown the things that we have heard you did at Capernaum, like healings, right?
Right.
He doesn't go to Capernaum until verse 31. He also doesn't do any miracles before 31. Luke 1 talks about the miraculous birth of John the Baptist. Luke 2 talks about the miraculous birth of Jesus. Luke 3 talks about Jesus being baptized, and also gives the genealogy of Jesus. That contradicts Matthew, but that's not what we're talking about. Like I said earlier, 4 begins with him over in the desert. Then he goes to Galilee in 14. Then we have the line in 23. He doesn't do any healings or any miracles at all, nor go to Capernaum until verse 31. In Marcion's Evangelion, Jesus descended out of heaven as a fully grown man down into Capernaum at the beginning, in the first verse, does a healing, then goes to Nazareth and reads from the scroll and says that line.
Okay.
The
So
Gospel of
is
Luke,
just-
the Gospel of Luke didn't like the idea that Jesus just descended out of heaven, and in favor of a birth story, took that part out. So gives them a birth story and all kinds of material that's not, like the baptism of Jesus is not in Evangelion, the birth of Jesus is not in Evangelion, the birth of John the Baptist is not in Evangelion. They just put all that shit at the beginning of it, and then
then
forgot to move that line.
Okay. I was gonna say, because why would you not remove that verse then?
They just forgot to put it in. Or
That's
that's
so then-
about halfway through chapter 4 is when our stolometric analysis picks up that something else is being used as the source, and that's because that's when they start utilizing Evangelion, and they just fucked up.
Hey, that makes sense to me.
Yep.
That's crazy. Because my my own friends, they would argue that the Marcionites butchered the Gospel of Luke. I like that it's the other way around. That makes sense. That makes much more sense.
Irenaeus
All right.
says that it's either our way or it's their way, and it was their way. We can tell using data science today that it was not the way that Irenaeus is presenting it. And unfortunately, because that was the idea within the Proto-Catholic group, or we call them Proto-Catholics, is the group that would eventually go on to become Catholicism and stuff. That sect of Christianity deemed Marcion a heretic and decided that he was trash, and just kept trashing him to the point to where we can actually reconstruct what was in his gospel, because they hated him so much they quoted it and said, did a verse by verse takedown of him. The point is, they're saying this shit and they're talking this mad shit about Marcion, and the Christian or the religious scholars today are just eating it up. We can tell that Marcion's gospel was first. Luke is absolutely after 144. And as luck would have it, you can take a look here. This is actually a stylometric analysis run here. Let me go ahead and pull this up here. Take a quick look at this. This is, can I get it here? Yeah, there we go.
What's your methodology for that? Do you have a program and an AI or something?
No, not an AI. We use Stylo. It's a package that runs in our studio. If you check out our book, we actually give a link to the software that we use. It is not our software. We didn't code it or anything. We were using it. It's made by the Computational Stylistics Group out of mostly Poland, but out of the EU. It is peer reviewed. It's accepted. Like the software, the distance formulas of the software is also peer reviewed and everything. You can actually see it in use. M. David Litva is a scholar who uses it. Benjamin White also uses it to take a look at Paul as well. Dr. Benjamin White uses it in his book Counting Paul that came out last year. So he uses the exact same software. It's really powerful stuff. But we have a link to it in our book, and we tell you how to download it, how to install it, and how to run it to check our work.
Oh, that's cool.
And if you want to see it in action, we actually have a YouTube. On YouTube, there is an interview on the channel Myth Vision. Search for Myth Vision, Christ Before Jesus. You'll actually see a 1 hour long interview with me and my co-author, and we do 3 live demonstrations of the software to show you how to run it and how it works and stuff. So
okay, I see it here in your book. Yeah, I'll definitely.
Oh, yeah, nice. And then also here, this is a dendrogram. So what this does is it takes a look at let me see if I can yeah, okay, that helps a little bit. Okay, so what it does is it takes a look at the words, the most frequently used words, stylometry does, and then this dendrogram is actually kind of like a family tree that kind of helps us, separate out different authors and whatnot that it finds within the text. And when we separate Acts and Luke into 4 chapter pieces, we combine them into 4 chapters in this particular run. You can run it at 1 chapter at a time, but 4 chapters satisfies this requirement that a lot of people online, they talk shit about us and say, oh no, you need more text, you need more words in each file in order to get a good read on it. So we combined 4 chapters together to meet their arbitrary requirements. And when we do, we get this. Same shit. So we see that Luke, roughly chapters about 4 through 22 or so, you always come up as a separate author from the rest of Acts and the beginning of Luke and the end of Luke. What this means is that the people who added to Evangeline, or the person who added to Evangeline to make the Gospel of Luke, also wrote Acts. Which makes sense.
Okay.
That's why people think that Luke wrote Acts. Well, yeah, the guy who wrote the beginning of it and the end of it and stole all this wrote the rest of Acts, which is fine. That means that Acts is also in the middle of the 2nd century.
See, now that makes, because I don't, because it is kind of a stretch to assume that the source with the least amount of material took from, I'm sorry, or removed from
the ones with the little bit took from a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nonsensical. You would assume that they added to a source, not they removed from a source, and the contradictions would be greater if you saw additions rather than subtractions, right? So
it's hard to kind of go through and pick out like certain things necessarily. So the easier way, so not only are you correct, it generally goes from small text to big text and not big text to small text. Kind of like Mark is, of the 4 canonical gospels, Mark is the earliest. Then it goes Matthew and Luke and stuff like that and John. So Mark is the earliest because it's the smallest, right? Well, not just because of that, but it just logically follows that the smallest text is probably going to be first, like if it's considerably smaller. But on top of that, the easier way, or the easiest way to add to someone's pre-existing text is to add something to the beginning and the end, as opposed to trying to figure out how to fit something in the middle. So that's what we see here with Luke and Evangeline. Someone took Evangeline and added something to the beginning and added something to the end. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it does.
So,
all right, then.
Yep. So Luke and Acts are constantly used throughout our book and our research as like an anchor. We can tell that Luke and Acts are firmly into the middle of the 2nd century, which means if there's anything else that is based on that material or talking about that material, it has to be linked to that time, because we can be sure of this. I'm just as sure that the Gospel of Luke and Acts and the book of Acts are in the middle of the 2nd century when they're first written. I'm just as sure as I am that I'm talking to you on TikTok right now.
And with good reason, you just demonstrated.
Yeah.
All right, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Yep, not a problem. Thanks for coming up, man. Wanted to get to some super chats really fast. We got a super chat there from Vince 21 Turner actually sent a flower. Thank you very much. And then Matthew Mulkeen. Okay. So he's kind of clarifying some stuff. $10 super chat. Thank you very, very much. Said, sorry, you said DNA from worm off Canada coast. I conflated with marine worm. I mean, yeah, kinda. Yeah. Can't find any mention of the type of worm, but TLDR, lots of contamination with plants from America and multiple human ethnic groups. What I'm referring to, let me see if I can pull that up. I know that it's at least on the Wikipedia there. Let's see, Shroud of Turin. Nope, that's images. Don't want that. That's weird. And then there it is on Wikipedia. Taking a look here. Scientific analysis. Test for pigments. Laryngeal flowers and pollen. Is that it? No, that's not it. Shit, where is it? There is one somewhere on here. There it is. Okay. A few non-plant and non-human sequences were also detected, including various birds and one ascribable to a marine worm common in the northern Pacific Ocean next to Canada. This is from the study Uncovering the Sources of DNA Found on the Turin Shroud, posted in Scientific Reports in 2015, October 2015, from Gianni Barcasia. I don't know, something Italian. Barcasia. Actually, I think that's the best. That's the best. Best pronunciation that I can do, and it's because of the hands. As soon as you do the hands, it works. But yeah. I'm on the same page there with you, Matthew. So thank you very much for the super chat. And then $4.99 from Tracy, formerly Lanto. I think I've seen your name before. Oh my God. It says, hola papi tus labios. Okay. Oh my gosh. Son... Tus labios son como dos fresas maduras. I don't know if I like you talking about my lips like that. Okay. All right. We got one more guest here, and then I think I'm going to hop off here. We got a phonetics, something.
Hello?
Yep. Hey, what you got?
Can you hear me? 'Cause
Yep.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay. I think I can hear you now. So my question is this: have you? Well, I want to know about you first. Like, are you a student or in college or something studying this, or studying about Jesus? Or tell me a little bit.
No, I'm a data scientist
Hello?
and take a look at the Greek New Testament, but I'm not a student right now. No.
Okay. Have you read the? Are you familiar with Bart Ingram? Have you read his book? Did Jesus exist?
Are you talking about Bart
He's a
Ehrman?
historian of the first century. Yes, maybe I
Yes.
mispronounced his name.
Never heard of them.
So, oh, you never heard of him? So he would claim that no serious historian would say that Jesus never existed. What do you say to that? Now he reads and speaks Greek and obviously studies that subject.
I mean, I would just say
So
that his
what would you say?
information is
He's wrong?
outdated. Yeah, I'd say he's wrong, but he's not because he's an idiot. It's just because he's outdated. There's just more recent research to suggest that what he's relying upon is not authentic to the author that he thinks wrote it or the time that he thinks it was written in.
Well, you use a lot of Google, right? So do you think you can Google and see his book and his points? I'm driving and I'm kind of calling you, so can't really be reading and driving unless I put it.
You're not really supposed to
still
be
driving
TikToking
mode.
and driving.
But to see what he says. Yeah, I'm driving.
It kind of, there's a huge delay and everything like that, so
See?
we're just not going to worry about it. All right, so yeah, there's a huge delay on the thing. You're going through a spot where I can't really hear you. It was going in and out, and then on top of that, you're not supposed to be talking and driving, and you mentioned that you were driving, so that's going to get flagged. All right. They're on YouTube, going to knock out these, and that should be it. We got a super chat for $10. Thank you very much. From Buff JD1 said a 2024 Italian study, that's the one that I was talking about earlier, using X-ray methods, wax, exactly. It's something that was not used ever before. The Shroud of Turin was the guinea pig. Meaning that this is not something that is actually reliable, and no scientist is really taking that to mean that this is from the first century or anything. Received attention because it was suggested the linen could be much older than the medieval date obtained by radiocarbon testing or dating. I understand that it received attention, but no serious attention was actually given to it. No scholars actually take it to mean that it's earlier than the 1300s, and real scientists have never actually said that's what it is. Again, the method that they are using, while yes, it is impressive, I guess, or interesting, it is not something that has been proven to actually be able to produce results about this kind of stuff. It is just something that they just decided to use because it was a potential way to invalidate the 1980s study that said that this was very clearly something from the 1300s. Again, even if they said that it was older than the 1300s, they definitely didn't date it to the first century using any kind of reliable methods. And even if it dated to the first century, I still don't give a shit. Because, again, a face would look like this when actually laying or putting an imprint onto a 2D object such as a sheet or a shroud or something like that, it would look like that. And that's not what it looks like. It's very clearly artwork. There's not really any other way around it. The shroud is not a real, it is not a real depiction of Jesus. It's not even from the 1st century. The weave itself is using 3-to-1 herringbone, which requires technology of a loom that was only available in the Middle Ages. It is not something that is from the 1st century. It is definitely not. $5 from Primus. I can't say that. Definitely can't say that. I know that one. I know that word. Says, keep up the good work. Oh, champion of Marcion, who is also quite handsome. Well, thank you very much. Ave Winkle Rex. Oh my God. Well, thank you for your kind words. Dude, I almost read your username as Marcion, which I just now realized is actually 2 letters flipped there, so that's pretty wild. But yeah, no, I can't say that. My God, dude. Anyways, thank you very, very much. It looks like we might have one more person here. Maybe. God damn it. Okay, no more after these 2. White Lotus 6449, what you got?
You said Jesus and Paul never exist.
Yes, or yes, existed, yeah.
Okay. Well, what I've researched that Jesus said, give what to Caesar and give what to God. So he knows Caesar as in Rome. If there was no Rome, Rome comes from man history and then you got God's history. So pretty much.
So 2 different things, like reality and then like magic or something?
No, that's not magic.
You said
So
there's Roman
gospel
history and
is
God's history, so I guess like real history because
Yeah.
the Romans are real, and then God's because magic?
No, he said God. He said give what to Caesar. He acknowledged that Rome exists at that time.
He didn't say that. He didn't exist. Where's your evidence he did?
No, Jesus said it in his words.
No,
He said,
no.
"Give
There's
what
no
to
evidence that he
Caesar's."
said that. Where's your evidence he existed
It says
in
that in
order
the
to
book
say
of
that?
Matthew.
Cool. Well,
No, it says that in the book of Matthew.
well, Hagrid says to Harry Potter, "You're a wizard, Harry." Does that mean that it actually happened because it's written in a book?
So this is what happened when you have science take over.
No, this is what
In
happens when you actually read a
1962
book and don't just like trust what it says because you read anything you're given to you. So it's not happening.
But you read the Bible, right?
I've read it. Yeah, I've also read Harry Potter. They're both kind of interesting. There's some magic in both of them, but nevertheless fiction.
Okay. Do you pray before you read the Bible?
What?
Because it helps.
Oh yeah.
I
So
said,
if I
do you pray before you read
if I buy into the magic before I read about magic, then magic seems even more real. Cool, man. Sweet. Any other points that you wanted to make?
At least I tried, but
I mean,
No,
you're just
I mean, at
appealing
least
to
I tried.
magic, dude. Like, that's not doing anything.
Yeah, I'm just dropping a seed to you. It's up
You're
to you
dropping
to
a
let it
seed
grow
of
in
what?
you.
Of magic? Was it gonna grow into a fucking beanstalk? Like, what are we talking about?
No, it's optional. It's a good thing that we live in this great country where you have free will to choose. So,
Do you
if
not
that's
have
really
free
gonna
will
go-
in other countries?
Well,
Dude,
said
I
this
mean,
world.
listen. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul that doesn't just amount to, well, my book about magic said so, so.
I just had some testimonies. I was homeless when I was 18, so
Well,
learned
I
to
mean, that's
depend on
great
God
that you
and
pulled
know.
yourself out of that, but why are you ascribing that to some, person who died 2,000 years ago in a book?
I didn't have parents like everybody else. I'm guessing
Well,
came from
you
a
did
good
have
family.
parents like everybody
But it
else,
helped
just
me
not
out.
like people who maybe were around, but you did technically have like human, like an egg and a sperm. But nevertheless, again, why does that have anything to do? What does that have anything to do with like Jesus 2,000 years ago? I'm sorry for everything that you went through, but you pulled yourself out of that. You don't have to thank some fictional character in a book. Harry Potter didn't help you, and
pull it by
Darth Vader
myself.
didn't either.
I used to not believe until I start praying. I mean, that's all I can share. I mean, I can't force you to.
Dude, what
to
does that
understand.
have to do with whether or not this was a real story? Like, there are people on this planet who get helped and feel safe. There are people who grow up in broken homes, kids who read these stories about like Harry Potter and stuff like that, and they immerse themselves in this fantasy, this fiction, this non-true story. because they feel a connection to it. And that's perfectly fine. That's okay. But understanding that it's fiction is important too. That's part of growing up and maturing.
So what made you go this way, this path? Like,
Evidence, dude. Evidence that suggests that the story of Jesus is nothing more than just myth. Like it's a mythological story. It doesn't show up until over 100 years after the supposed death of the character. That's all that it is, and that's fine. If you like it, that's cool, man. You can like books, but like, come on, like. If it helps you out of a dark place, it's Star Wars, Star Trek, Harry Potter has helped people out of dark places. I get it, but that doesn't make it a real story.
Well, Star Wars is similar to how Jesus would be, but
yeah, dude. That's because it's based off of the same trope of like someone just rising up and defeating the darkness and stuff like that, or someone being able to control things with their mind. Yeah, that's how it works.
I mean, there's more I could give you, but it's like, dang, I had to look at my notes. But other than that, I mean, I can only say pray. I pray for you, but
please don't, man.
I have my other friend. He believes in Greek. Oh, come on, man. You're a good person. I can tell.
Cool, thank you. But nevertheless, dude, like this is a fake story. Like, why are you hung up on that? Like, why do you? Why? What is the evidence to you that suggests that Jesus actually walked around 2,000 years ago?
He gave us hope in our life because we keep distancing ourselves from God.
What do you mean the hope? The hope that you have is you, dude. You were able to bring yourself out of homelessness. Like, you've got it, man. Like, if you're hoping in anything, hope in yourself because you did that.
No, it was more than that. God
no, it wasn't, dude. It was literally you. Like you did that, and so like you're good, man. You can do. You can, as Eminem said, you can do anything you set your mind to, man. Like yeah, like you can do that. Like it's okay, man. You're good. You're fine. I don't know why you need someone to exist 2,000 years ago that you have no evidence for, in order for you to assume that, or in order for you to wake up the next day. But I mean, you're good, man. You did it. That's on you, man. You did a good job. You did it.
Well, I just hope. Yeah, I don't know if you watched The Matrix, but the person that wrote the book got the dream and he created that. I don't know if you noticed. Neo was supposed to be Jesus. Morpheus was supposed to be John the Baptist. But then again, I'm still gonna pray for you, man. I still don't have all my notes with me, but much love. I wasn't a believer myself, but it took a while. Sometimes you're gonna.
It took a while to trick you into thinking that this stuff actually happened 2,000 years ago.
Yes, because all the prophecies fulfilling through the book of Revelations. But other than that, I have nothing more to say. I want to make sure that other people get a chance, but I'll pray for you, brother.
Don't.
All right, much
do
love,
you believe?
man.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that prayer does something?
Oh yeah, man! I'm telling you that.
So if you believe that prayer actually does something, and I have repeatedly told you not to do something that affects me, you're still going to do it, and that you think that makes you a good person?
No.
You don't have my consent to
choice.
mess with my life, and you think that it messes with my life, and I'm telling you no, and you still do it? Should we all think that you're a good person because you don't understand consent?
Sorry.
So if I say do not pray for me, and you think that prayer actually does something to my life, and I say don't do it, I mean, unless you just want to just not pay attention to my consent, you should not do it.
I'll pray for you, brother.
Yeah, you keep saying that you're going to do something that's going to affect my life when I'm telling you not to. It's kind of a piece of shit move, dude.
Well, you don't like prayers? I'm not.
No, I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it.
You want blessings?
I don't want you to do anything that you think is going to affect my life.
Man.
I'm telling you not to do it.
Once you find the truth, man, it's gonna be awesome. I'm telling you.
Don't give a shit.
I was an unbeliever myself.
Couldn't give less of a fuck.
That's what happened when one of my friends told me that 3 years ago, and then it came back to me. Thank you, Anthony. I finally found the truth.
Sweet, man.
I mean, it's up to you. Okay, it's your choice, but I'm just gonna pray. That's all.
Yeah,
but
don't
worry.
That.
I won't pray in front of you. I won't pray in front of you.
Don't pray later, because if you pray later away from me, is it still going to affect my life?
I mean, my brother joined a gangbang. He went the wrong path, but I stick to God because I look at him as a father. Right now, he I had to pray for him, and then now he has 5 kids. He's happy.
It's probably from the gangbang.
No, it's serious, man. I mean, everybody has a journey. Everybody has a path, but I can't, force it down your throat. But hopefully,
Apparently, you can do it on your brothers. But all right, we're gonna go ahead and move on to somebody else here.
Yeah.
Jesus
All right,
Christ. That's a good note to end on. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Whew! That was wild. Oh my gosh. Whew. 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 All right. Oh my gosh. So Primus Marcion, actually, that was a typo. They didn't know that it was a typo. That is a hilarious typo. It's a very unfortunate typo. But Primus Marcion or something, I don't know what the end is, sent a super chat for $2. Said, "Holy crap, worst typo of all time, fixed, gang. Yes. Well, thank you very, very much to everybody who stuck around, like I said, longer than 30 seconds, 35-cent gang, rise up. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. Just as some quick reminders, I will be back tomorrow about 9:30 a.m. We'll be going live. And if I didn't get to you there on YouTube or TikTok, I apologize. I will get to you next time I'm up. Also, tomorrow I'm going to be hanging out a little bit over on Ash's Live after this live is over, about 2 p.m. Central. I'll go over there and hang out on Ash's Live. And on tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central, we are doing game night over on TikTok. We are playing Kahoot. Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. My wife will be here. It'll be fun. We'll have some good time. And we are fundraising for a member of the CBJ community, good friends of mine, members of the CBJ community, and good friends of mine, Storm and Amadeus Almighty, helping them out there with. I guess more specifically, hospice there for Amadeus's son. So much love to them. Our thoughts and. Some of you who are still probably religious or whatever, potentially prayers if she wants it, or if they want it. Yeah, our thoughts are there with them, and we'll be hanging out tomorrow night at 6 p.m. to do some fundraising there. So thank you very, very much for stopping by, guys, and I will see you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Again, peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. Let's see here. First is TikTok. See you later. Bye. And then we've got YouTube. You guys are nuts. Thank you very, very much for all the super chats there. If you guys, quick reminder, if you don't want to come up on TikTok in the future, you can send a super chat and I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. And so thank you very, very much for hanging out there on YouTube side of things. Yeah, and of course, as always, I hope you stay YouTube-y as possible. I don't even know. I'm working on a YouTube dismount or a YouTube sign-off. So, I don't know. Go fuck yourself, YouTube. Try that.